Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 344. For some reason, we're still just doing this show every week. For years at a time. I don't know why. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raycon. Chris, your hair looks good. It's like a, what's the character? Is it Leon in Resident Evil that has hair like that? No.
I don't know. Well, that's the only one that from Resident Evil that I can imagine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that's right.
Yeah.
It looks good. It's GameCube hair in a good way.
It's GameCube hair. Yeah, it's getting along, man. I don't know.
It's good. I like it. I wish I had hair like that, dude. I wish I had hair like that.
You say that, but like, it's cumbersome because I can't really cut my own hair and be trusted to have it look good because my hair is very fine. Like I've always had like thin hair. Like my dad has thin hair, my mom has kind of thin hair, and so it's just like I can't buzz it and have it look good. It's like it's not possible. But I was supposed to get a haircut ages ago, but now I think I'm not sure if I told this on the show or not, but I'm self-conscious to go back because I missed an appointment that I scheduled.
Right, yeah, you said that last week or 2 weeks ago. Yeah. But that's funny, man. That's funny stuff. I get it.
Yeah.
Why put yourself in that awkward position again?
No, yeah.
Go to the ladies I used to go to in Santa Monica. They were good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go to Santa Monica.
Yeah. That's a good place to go. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's good to see you, my friend. Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing all right. I was telling you guys I switched out. I have a new Zoom this week, and I'm running my humidifier in the background because I'm trying to avoid shocking the show out of existence as I've done seemingly the last few weeks. So we'll see if it helps. It might not. And then we wasted on a new Zoom, but we'll see.
Got a regular laboratory going on over there.
It's
look
bad.
at you.
It's real bad. I'm just shocking. I think I mentioned this a few weeks ago, but like I'm shocking Holly. I'm shocking the dog. Shocking myself. It's not a good state around here in the very dry Western PA. Like
a Leckman say?
Actually,
perhaps?
Honestly, exactly. I was thinking that.
Right. Well, it's good to see you guys. I just woke up half an hour ago. Coming in kind of hot, feeling pretty good. Is anything going on in life right now? Not really. Just kind of hanging out. My dad's coming this weekend.
Oh.
I'm gonna go to brunch with him, so that'll be nice. Catch up with him. Otherwise, just status quo over here, my friends. It's good to see you guys. Hope everyone out there is doing well as well. A lot of games to play.
Ooh.
A lot of news items to cover today. A lot of things to talk about. We'll get to all of that, of course. I feel like I'm getting into the show too quickly. Is there anything else for me to waste at least 10 or 15 minutes with?
We'll find time. We'll find a way to waste.
Yeah, give me time. Give me a moment to kind of get to there. Let's introduce everyone to the show for the uninitiated. This is Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go live each and every week as we have since 2018 without ever missing a week. And you can join us on patreon.com/laststandmedia for early and ad-free access to all the episodes of the show, as well as all the other shows in our network. The show that's done for Nintendo and Xbox and just gameplay and whatever the case might be, conversational podcasts. You can go on Patreon as well to get Discord access, RSS feed links, Spotify access, and more. And submit your inquiries to the show as well. You'll hear those throughout the show. Sacred Symbols Plus is another major perk that you get on Patreon. That's our weekly supplement to the show. People have been asking, and it's coming in hot. Sacred Symbols Cross-Defining Duke. Nice meaty episode will go live the day after this goes live on Patreon, so please look forward to it. We dissected Kind of Funny's interview with Shuhei Yoshida, which is live on Patreon right now. Pretty interesting conversation. I sat down with David Jaffe, as we do once a month, maybe once every other month, to talk on Moriarty Cross Jaffe. We did a making of for Tribreaker, Lily Mo's newest game, which is cool. Some new stuff coming up as well, which we're excited about, so please do look forward to it. Merch at laststandmedia.store. Please leave us nice reviews. I need you guys to leave reviews for the podcast. I need you to give it 5 stars. I need you to say nice things about it. I need you to do those kinds of things for us. I'm trying to get all of our shows into the top 50 on iTunes. And we're pretty much there at this point. Punching Up started to pop up now that we're doing it weekly. So, because there's shows that are ahead of us that are like published like every day or multiple times a week. We publish once a week.
That's a big boost doing it daily.
So we do one show a week and are in the top 10 typically, which is a pretty nice compliment. So we appreciate you guys.
How do you even do a daily podcast? Like what even is there to do a daily podcast about? Is it just news stuff?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's kind of funny specifically that does that. And when I was there, I came up with the show Colin and Greg Live, which was a weekly news show or a daily news show on Twitch where we would just stick around and talk about what has happened or whatever. And they've kind of, I think, made that into more of a podcast product. It's smart I couldn't imagine listening to anything that much, including things I really like football podcasts that go more than twice a week. I'm like, I can't. There's just not that much. Like, I can't do it. But people are into it. It's good for money.
Yeah.
You know? So there's that. But we're being very competitive over there. We appreciate your support over there. You know, whether it's on Spotify or iTunes or whatever your podcast service is, just leaving us nice scores, leaving us reviews. It just helps algorithmically. So please do consider it. Oh,
coffee delivery.
Got a delivery from a barista.
That's right.
You always have do you do that on purpose?
Have her deliver it?
Yeah. Look, I'm married. Look, I have sex.
Look, I'm married.
I've been trying to send a message this whole time. I'm so glad you finally caught on.
Yes, I have sex.
No, usually it's because I am running out of time. So, but I mean, I do have sex as well. If you just want me to come out and say it, often, actually. Do you want to know how it is?
I don't like thinking about it.
You're the one who brought it up.
You did bring it up. You did.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very fair point. I don't like thinking about it though.
You don't have to.
I do. I don't do. I am. It's not like I just think about it randomly. It's very uncomfortable for me to. When I think about when I was a little kid, and I definitely walked into my parents once and just didn't know, but it was only in hindsight, like years later, I'm like, oh, that was what was. Mom and Dad were into wrestling. Yeah, gross.
I thank Christ I've never had that experience.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that sounds horrible.
My friends, it's good to be here with you today, and I don't know, tired. It's getting hotter out. It's in the 60s now for some reason. Don't know what that's all about.
60.
Plane crashed in Washington, D.C. last night.
Yeah.
That was pretty scary.
American Airlines.
Yeah, it's crazy. It was also descending. You know, you're amped up. You're amped up. You're like, yeah, we're finally there. And then the fucking plane just collides with a Black Hawk helicopter.
Always. That's, by the way, this has done nothing to quell my incredibly irrational fears of this specific exact thing happening. Like I like, it's never like on takeoff or like in midair. Like I'm always anxious on the descent. Cause like, this is where like it's ambiguous. You know what I mean? Like if the plane begins to like freak out, like at 35,000 feet in the middle of my journey, it's over. You know what I mean? I can come to terms with that. That's fine. But like if I'm landing and then I've got to like potentially like maybe it crashes in a way that I can get out, and then I have to deal with that, and I have to like crawl over people. I don't like thinking about that. Not for me. You know?
You just kill yourself while it's happening to avoid the like possibility of having to survive.
Yeah, it's efficient. It's efficient, you know?
Yeah, it's I think all the danger in planes is takeoff and landing. And I always look at the sky as, you know, when you see multiple planes flying in the air and you're like, oh man, but they're literally like 10,000 feet altitude difference and miles away from each other. It's just so strange that two things could even collide in the air when you just think about the sparseness of what's in the air comparable to the space. That's what's so fucking crazy about that kind of stuff to me.
Yeah, that's exactly how I think about it too, where it's just like the amount of like the infinite access you have of potential places to be in the air versus on the ground makes it seem like so implausible that any two things would ever collide. Evidently, you know, leave it to American Airlines. Yeah,
I don't fly American Airlines usually, but
no, me neither.
But they were victimized by this. It's not their fault. It's just it sucks. It's a terrible situation amongst the world of terrible situations.
Oh yeah.
So Everything's going great. Everything looks great right now. All right, let's get into some of the topics from the audience. For the uninitiated, we go through some non-gaming related stuff to stretch our legs, and then we get into the gaming related stuff, and we have lots of that to talk about today. Let's start with Retlaw, who wrote into us on Patreon. Remember, you can write into us on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Look for the weekly thread in the newsfeed for this show and all the other shows. Respond to it. We pull your inquiries out. Good afternoon, Sacred Crew. Did you see that they had a Gooneral service for the Goonicide? How can this be? Would you light your candles in vigil for the fallen Gooner? I can't get over how comic booked this dude's entire existence became. And it's sad because what he did was illegal and wrong, but it's like, damn, dude, you have no legacy now except for this. It's just amazing. So yeah, people gathered in, I guess, what was it, Arizona, we said?
Yeah.
And I actually saw a video. I saw pictures and some clips of it, but I saw a video of a person going up to the window and yelling at the girls and stuff like that. Like, it's an interesting thing. The meta is getting too deep, in my opinion, for this at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't understand why this place exists, but other than money, which is a good reason for things to exist, I guess. But yeah, I saw that. R.I.P. in peace. R.I.P. Bozo, probably.
Kinda, yeah, a little bit. There's a look. I saw this, and I saw the people like holding the candle, like a little candlelight vigil.
Yeah, they're like votives,
and it is funny. Like I'm not gonna pretend like it isn't, but like there's like a darkness underneath this, where I'm just like, I don't even know exactly how to put it because I'm not necessarily that sensitive to it, but it's like, imagine you got sexually harassed at your workplace. And then you just were like, I want documentation that this is happening because otherwise no one's going to do anything about it. And now like people show up every day to like ironically glorify the dude who did it to, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
there's like so many layers of like sickness to it where like, it's a little uncomfortable. It is the image of people with candlelight vigils in front of this thing is funny.
Definitely. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But
I feel bad.
Relax.
It's obviously we laugh and joke about dark things all the time. So I'm totally with Chris that it's funny, but it also does feel weird because I'm like, man, this guy's someone's son, someone's friend. They already have to deal with the fact that this happened, and it's so embarrassing. Colin, you mentioned his legacy, and now it's like, let's. I don't know. I don't want to tell people what they should or shouldn't laugh about or joke, but it's like, it's making me a little uncomfortable at this point.
Yeah, and then the minimum wage employees that have to deal with it too, like all this bullshit. Like, I don't know, man. All of it's fucking. I think the thing about it that's funny is like it's a funny premise. Like if I saw this in Always Sunny, I would laugh. I would think it was hysterical. I'd be like, this is a great idea. But like that it's real, it just kind of feels like it's funny in a way that's like more like that's crazy that this is real. And that's what's funny about it, as opposed to like it actually being funny in a more holistic way. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's very deep, this conversation.
The new meta is to make a funny event that seems like a joke. Like there was the guy that was like, watch me eat an entire thing of cheese balls in Central Park. And that was pretty cool. And then they did the Timothée Chalamet lookalike contest. Pretty funny. Honestly, all these probably are origin back to the Area 51 raid.
Oh yeah,
thing.
Right.
But now we're escalating, and someone's going to get killed at one of these things at some point. They haven't already.
It is deeply unserious.
Yeah,
but I think it is a sign of the times. I think these times demand a level of unseriousness because on the other side of the coin, things are so serious.
Yeah.
Very serious. Very, very serious. I mean, in some sense, things are always serious in history, but it seems especially serious and especially dire right now in a lot of different ways. And I'm not even talking politically, just existentially, just strange. Whether it's you feel like climate change or I guess conflicts around the world and interpersonal relationships and social upheaval. And this is obviously a constant throughout human history, but I think people are looking for escapes. And I guess I've been trying to think about what, if you could ground people from the past, whoever it might be, in what's going on today, and then explain to them this extra patina of insanity that's over it, I wonder if they would understand it. And if there would be some sort of corollary to their experience in their time. Like, well, I'm sure people were incredibly sardonic in like 1300. And they would meet at the pub and drink mead and fucking make fun of shit and make fun of each other and hit on the bartender or do whatever, like whatever kind of shit there. I guess maybe what I'm saying is it feels like probably things haven't changed very much. But yeah, I like, you have to, you take Benjamin Franklin, you sit him down, and you're like, so there's we drink coffee. And he's like, oh, you don't drink tea? And I said, oh no, we drink coffee now. And we sell it at these stores and we drive up. He's like, oh, so you ride like a horse? He's like, no, you drive like, so you have to get over all of these different things with Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
And the women dress slutty in like bathing suits. And he's like, what's a bathing suit? And then so you have to go through all these kinds of things.
But probably.
Right. And he'll be amped about that. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Have you guys seen the HBO series, John Adams, which is fucking exceptional? It's based on a book that's about 25 years old now by a historian named David McCullough. Benjamin Franklin in that is very accurately represented. And there's really funny scenes. Like he was apparently like a complete womanizer. Although if you read the biography written about him, who was the guy that just wrote the Elon Musk biography?
Walter Isaacson.
Oh, Walter Isaacson. Yeah. So I read the Benjamin Franklin one a couple of years ago, and he contends that he wasn't quite as promiscuous as it seems. But there's that awesome scene in that show where he's like playing chess with a young French like 20 something in a bath, and they're just naked. It's so fucking cool. You know, it's like, damn.
Have you seen that image of Benjamin Franklin next to Chris Chan, and the resemblance is like shocking?
It's his son. It's his bastard son.
It's really off-putting.
I still walk around wondering, am I going to run into Christian? I don't know if he's around here really anymore.
No,
he's
in.
He went to Europe, right?
Yeah, he went to like Finland or some shit like that.
What? Isn't it weird that they let him in?
I don't know what. I have no concept of Finland, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think
Like,
anyone really does.
Outside of Remedy, I have no concept of
Housemark.
Yeah, but they're more like.
Is Starbreeze there too, or they're Swedish maybe? Let's read about Finland.
Yeah, let's do that.
How many people are there? Only a population of 5.6 million. It's the 114th most populated location. What I know about Finland the most is that, I know about the Winter War with the Soviets, but, a little bit of Scandinavian history. Good hockey players come from Finland. A few game development things here. Oh, here's a map of it with all of its different counties. Oh, these are not, I can't say these words. Jesus Christ.
Oh, is it like Welsh?
It's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something like that for sure. They have, you know what I know about Finland too, is that I think their prime minister, or maybe it was an ex-prime minister now, I don't really know anything about their government, but he had a Boston Terrier and would always, which is the dogs I love, and would always and would carry it around with him. And there's like pictures of them all, like a bunch of pictures of him with this Boston Terrier. I'm pretty sure that's the guy in Finland. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Got that going for you. You have Midnight Sun there, probably in the northern part. It's kind of neat. We have that in the United States, though, so it's not that impressive. What else you got? The Aurora Borealis? I saw that in Iceland. It wasn't that great.
Mm.
Yeah,
we have that here too, though.
Right. We do.
We had it last summer.
Aurora Borealis or Vikings?
Aurora Borealis.
Yes.
We have Vikings here, too.
Yes.
The occasional Viking.
The occasional.
Well, yeah,
right.
like they founded some colonies here. So
Right.
They're bouncing around.
Aurora Borealis, I feel like, is one of those things where it's like you kind of get it.
It is when you see it, it's like, oh, it's like 5 seconds. It's like, well, so this is great.
Yeah. I don't know.
You get it. It's exactly what you think it is.
It's like the moment I first saw Times Square at night, and my brain was like, wait, it's nighttime, but I can see it looks like daytime. Whoa. And then for exactly 10 seconds, you're like, that's crazy. And then you're immediately like, all right, well, I'm hungry.
When I was in Iceland for a week in 2015, desperate to leave the entire time, I went on a boat. with the group I was with, and we went and looked at the aurora, and we can only see it through the clouds, like here and there. It was still really cool, but we had to dress up in like these like, I don't know what the one-piece suits that you put on, to like keep yourself warm because it's so cold. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Dustin's eyes perking up when you said One Piece.
You weren't supposed to notice that.
Oh boy.
That's for the audience.
Oh boy. Oh boy. By the way,
Oh boy.
I went to the doctor on Monday.
Oh, congrats. Or not maybe. I don't know.
Congratulations. I fucked up so I talked about this on some show. I don't know what show it was, but I fucked up my right forearm from my like wrist all the way to my elbow, lifting weights, specifically curling. And they tell me they think I have tendonitis, which is very common, but I've been told not to lift for a month. And I'm going to lose. I was talking to Cog, who obviously his right arm is the size of my torso. And I told him, I'm going to lose all my gains. And I was telling the doctor, it's like, I tried just not looking like a little girl anymore with my arms. Took so much effort. And now
you said this to your doctor?
Yes. Yeah. It's like, what am I supposed to do? The doctor when the doctor walked in, because we have never seen this doctor, it was like an older woman. Just because I wanted to see someone, I was really hoping to get a referral actually to like a physical therapist or something, but they're like, just come back in a month. I'm like, yeah, okay. And they're probably right. Just like stop working out. It's probably good advice. But she walked in and she's like, oh, you guys are really good looking. And I'm like, and I was like, me? I mean, she's gorgeous, my wife. And she's like, yes, she is. And I'm like, but it was a nice affable conversation we had. And I've been telling people recently, I usually just ride it out when something's wrong with me. And it always is fine. Oh man, my leg hurt. When I was getting the pool built in the backyard, I was jumping in and out of the hole and I fell. And I fucked my leg up and it was fine the next day. Like I went to bed and I'm like, this is going to be a problem. I was in so much pain, I had to go to sleep. And I was like, this is going to be a major problem for me for probably months. I wake up, fine. So
you can sleep off a lot for a long. There's a long period of your life where you can just sleep things off. Like I remember, like a couple years ago, like I'm pretty sure, like I fractured like my ankle, like falling down the stairs, and then I walked back upstairs and went to bed. And like I just didn't. I probably should have went to like the hospital or something, but I just like I Googled like how to like what to do, like how to best heal this thing at home, and I just did that. And I'm fine, perfectly fine.
You set your own.
Yeah, I set my own.
You're like a fucking caveman,
dude. Look, if my arm is snapped in half and there's like a bone sticking out, I'm probably gonna go to the hospital.
Compound
you know what I mean?
Fracture. Yeah,
but I don't know. I stepped on my foot like sideways, and then I heard like a crack, and then I was like, I'm gonna go upstairs and go to bed because I felt like I could probably figure this one out.
Yeah. I mean, cavemen were setting there. I mean, people were set. Can you imagine the bad sets that used to probably happen thousands of years ago and how fucked up people were? But did I ever, I broke a couple fingers playing football in high school and definitely didn't go to the doctor. And just kind of put like my dad, like helped me like kind of set them and they got better. That was really painful actually. Yeah. What else? Yeah. Nothing else. So yeah, and there's certain things you can't sleep off. Like I've been trying to sleep off my autism for 40 years. You can't do it.
No, it gets more powerful in your sleep. Actually.
Right. It definitely does. I have the fucking craziest dreams. But yeah, I'm usually able to sleep these things off. But so I was like, yeah, I'm just going to kind of go with it. It'll be fine. But it really isn't fine. So hopefully this gets better because I'm really enjoying the process of lifting weights, and I'm bummed that I can't do it. But it's also kind of depressing to just. You don't have to start again, but I'm going to be starting a long time ago back in my journey. It's a bummer because I was seeing results. People were noticing in my life. They're like, your arms are getting bigger.
How long do you have to not live for?
30 days.
Is that so bad? That doesn't seem like it's that bad.
I think it's Cog was saying that I'll lose some gains, I think, but Yeah, it doesn't seem horrible, but I have to do what I have to do. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Because I can't. I was trying to. I've been lifting weights the whole time and trying to just find and doing the ones that don't really hurt me very well. But they're like, you just gotta stop. And frankly, I started feeling it kind of develop in my other arm too. I think I'm just getting. These are not heavy weights. They're 40-pound free weights, 2 of them. For me, that's incredibly heavy though, and I think my body is just. Because I was using 20 pounds, then 30 pounds, then I went up to 40 pounds a few months ago, and I think that's what did it. Where it's like my weak little girl body was like, no. You can't do that. All right. What are we talking about? Back to the document. Dong Johnson wrote in and said, "Greetings, Goon Pies. I'm not sure if you have been all made aware, but unfortunately, Sacred Symbols has been dethroned. Punching Up is now taking its place as the funniest show in the network. With this year's switch to weekly, I find myself looking forward to it even more now and hysterically laughing along with their banter. So what say you boys? Are you going to up the humor and take your rightful place as the flagship show? Dustin, is the regret sinking in yet? You did make a choice, Dustin."
Yes, I did. No, I think Brad's doing a great job. And I think their dynamic works better because the problem was, I think that with me, Gene, and Mike, it was like 3 pretty silly people. But Brad harnesses the straight man role that I think that show needed, which is what's making it pop that way. So no regret from me. I'm just very happy for them. And yeah, I'm seeing the comments roll in and people are loving it more than ever. So we just need Nintendo for some of that Switch 2 news. It's going to pop off even more.
Yeah, I'm happy for them, happy for their success. I try not to. It's great. Like whoever's the funniest, whatever show's the best, that's great. I own them all, so I want everyone to. So I want everyone to do. I want everyone to do as well as possible. If Sacred Symbols is the least popular of the shows, I can accept that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And far be it from us to to question the comedic acumen of Dong Johnson.
Yeah. Right. Thank you, Dong, for writing in. And yeah, I'm sure it's very well placed. Probably watching Gallagher or something like that at night on YouTube. All right. Tim Russell wrote in. Said, "Hello, Sacred Gentlemen. I have been following Colin's gaming coverage since the Beyond days. After last week's conversation about Colin's frustration with the 2-week lead time from Herman-Miller, I thought you might appreciate a peek behind the curtain. I worked on a Herman-Miller assembly line for 6 years before departing from the company 2 years ago. When I worked there was very little backstock. Everything was made to order, especially the more popular items such as the Aeron chair that you ordered. Thank you for providing an excellent 4-hour-long podcast every week. I now work at the front desk at a hotel, and it really helps my shifts fly by." That's interesting. I've always been very fascinated with like working at a hotel, just hospitality generally. It's very interesting. Got to be really nice. Got to give people what they want. Got to make people feel special. It's an interesting job. I really appreciate that job. Yeah. So here's another funny kind of ancillary to this or corollary to this Herman-Miller story. Micah was telling me that the person who shipped my chair is in our community and posted on Discord, like, and kind of blacked out like the address and stuff like that, but like the actual order slip. And we deleted it, not because we cared about that, but because he didn't delete the FedEx tracking number that would have just showed where it was going anyway.
Oh.
So isn't that interesting?
Now,
I don't know if you should be doing that with people's stuff, but I'm glad that you told me. It's a small world. Apparently, according to FedEx, it's coming today. The chair might come while we're doing this. And I need it. I need it so bad. Your order, an email from Herman-Miller. Your order is arriving today. Very exciting.
He mentions that the chairs are made to order, but why?
Yeah, that's a good question.
They're not custom per person. I think there's like different sizing options, but
there are a lot of different options, but there's not that many permutations where you couldn't just, because there's different colors and different. But right. It's like you could just make all the different permutations and then ship them that way. But I'm excited to get it. Yeah, made to order is a little weird. Like I'm ordering like a Lamborghini or something.
Right.
All right.
In America? Sounds like.
It sounds like it.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it says Michigan on the shipment details. Let's see. Zeeland, Michigan, 49464. Yeah, good. Because it sounds German. doesn't it?
Yeah.
Herman-Miller. I mean, sounds German to me. Very much. I use the do I use any German things? There's that leash company that makes really good leashes for dogs, and they're German. I have both of them. I can't remember the name of it. It's the one that like winds up inside of it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You know? And it says on like huge letters, made in Germany on it. Like, I get it. That's great. All right. Huge Load wrote in and said, "Hey, fellas, Chris, I learned for no intentional reason just now that your middle name is Raymond. There's the ray gun, I suppose. Theo Von once remarked it's the name of a very old man, which is true. It is a name from a bygone era. It seems like a lot of us have these odd and old-fashioned middle names. Should we just stop giving these out? It also feels like there is often external pressure to put your uncle or some other relative's name as your child's middle name, which is weird. I don't know that it's weird. My niece's middle name is Colin after me, which is a nice compliment, I think. It was going to be Colin if she was a girl and Dagan if she was a boy, and it was Colin, so I won. So I think it's a nice compliment, but I don't have a middle name, as we've talked about in the past. Straight up. Yeah. It's not a joke. It's not like a thing where I'm not telling you my middle name. I don't legally have a middle name. Never did.
It's not on the paperwork.
No middle initial. So I kind of like that, but I feel like it's another way for you to kind of get a bite at the apple at the same time. Like you can kind of get another cool name in there, something else, something alliterative, something that adds, you want to say the full name, makes it sound better. So
it's convenient sometimes, because I remember in school early on, because there were so many Chris's in so many of my classes, that some people I was just like, just call me Ray, just like it's fine.
Right.
So there are people who know me as Ray, which is weird, I guess, in retrospect, because it's like that's like maybe 2% of everybody that I've ever met. But like to them, I've only ever been Ray, so it's kind of strange. But I do want to correct, my middle name isn't Raymond. It is literally just Ray. Like it's not sure. I thought that was I actually, when I was, I think, I don't know, it was like early in school when like you were supposed to like write your full name out for something, and then I think I wrote Christopher Raymond Maldonado, and then my parents were like, "Why'd you write Raymond?" And I was like, I thought that was, I mean, that's Dad's name, and is that not where that comes from? And he was like, "Nah, I mean, yeah, but like your middle name's just Ray. Your middle name's not Raymond." And I was like, "Oh," so I probably have like some really deeply incorrect paperwork somewhere that has yet to cause any real significant snag, but it's out there apparently.
That's how I've told you in the past that's how I learned that. I bring him up sometimes. An old friend of mine who is responsible for getting me into Star Wars, for getting me into D&D, a bunch of stuff. My old friend Eric, his name is actually Reinhardt, which is his dad's name. Reiny was what everyone called his dad. And we were in class, so we finally, everyone called him Eric though, because that was his, which ends up being his middle name. I mean, it's the end of the story, but we were so excited because we got into the same element. You know, when you guys are old enough where you used to get told what classes you were in the mail, right? Or was it always digital for you? Yeah. So like you would wait, sometime in August, you get something in the mail and be like, this is your second grade class, right? And we both get in the same class and we're amped. And then we're there the first day, and the teacher, Miss Rickenbacher was her name. She was like this kindly old black woman. She was really sweet. I had her twice actually for first grade, and then she moved to second grade, and I got her again, and we were so amped. And she's going through the roll call, and then it's like Reinhardt Schumann, and I'm like, what? And he's like, oh, you know, that is my name. And I'm like, so you're not Eric? And he's like, well, that's just, and then so later on, I meet him for dinner in San Francisco, years later, obviously. And it turns out that he's not known by anyone in his life as Eric. His wife, like no one.
Yeah. And
I'm like, that's so weird because your dad is Reinhardt, and you just went by Eric our entire school, all the way through high school. But then you get to kind of go off to school and you start again. I think you went to Columbia or something, and then you start again. And then you lean into the cool name. When you're 5 or 10, that's Reinhardt's not really a cool name. I think that's a fucking dope name.
Well, especially if people are shortening it to Reiny.
Yeah, Reiny was what
that's not great, honestly. So I could see that.
And everyone like his dad was exceptionally good looking, and everyone, like all of the moms and everyone, like loved him. Like that, really fun. But he was a really sweet kid. He was great. I mean, it was because of him that I got, because Dagan was a Star Wars influence, but not to the extent actually this guy was, which is interesting. And but D&D, we used to play D&D. We'd play Sega CD he had. A lot of interesting. Indiana Jones, he got me into. So yeah, shout out to Eric or Reinhardt, depending on what you want to be known as now. No middle names. I don't know. If I have a kid, I think I'd have a middle name for the kid. Personally.
Yeah. There's like a
No.
What?
Sorry, Micah said, she said Glon. She has a family name. Did you? I'm sorry, we interrupted you, Chris, but
No, it's fine. I thought you were just immediately
there's
like,
there's a family name in her family, Glon. Like
that's
and
not great. That's not great.
That's like a hard no from me.
That's a bad
like hard no. So she just said Glon like out loud when I said middle name if we had a kid. And I'm like, absolutely not.
That's a rough one, man. Like that's a bad name straight up. But there's something about the trilogy of names that people go by that I think it's aesthetically like pleasing. I think it's like phonetically satisfying to say. Whenever there's like a 3 name, like it's nice. As opposed to like 2 names, it's like it's fine also, but like I mean, there's less grandiosity to it, I think.
What about the people that like just the first initial for the first name, then a second name, then the last name? C. Ray Maldonado.
I couldn't imagine. No, because then it would say Cray, and then people
Cray, right.
That's something you have to consider also.
That's a pretty cool thing to do.
You also have to make sure that it doesn't spell something.
Right.
Like God forbid my middle name's Ulysses.
Right.
And then I've got a whole.
It's so funny you say that, Chris. I have thought that for most of my life. Like since I learned what that word meant. And Ulysses is it's just funny because that's the exact name I would think about too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my initials will be cum.
It's horrible.
I have interesting initials. DTF.
Oh.
Which didn't really gain any meaning to me until I was in junior high. And then I was like, oh, well.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
That's not so bad. That's also unpredictable. You know what I mean? Like that's 3 consonants in a row. Like no one can predict how that's going to evolve in the lexicon. But like,
right.
If you can avoid a vowel in the middle, it's pretty ideal.
I mean, I think the major example I think about is just the name Karen. Like that name was I went to a high school with one of my friends was Karen. No one thought twice about that. And then now like that name I think is maybe permanently ruined.
It's like
and there were people that were born and named Karen in like 2012. And they have to live with that name. But no one knew that was going to happen. It's to your point.
Right.
No one knew that name was. It could be anyone. The next asshole people could be the Colin. Right.
Or the opposite. You can be a Chad.
Chad. Right. Chad is good.
Yeah. Chad is good.
As long as Chad is good as long as it's unfortunate if you have that name and then you're like a I don't know, you're like a Chris Chan type figure, and then it's just like there's no fooling anybody.
Right. I've known a couple of Chads. One of them was really nerdy.
Yeah.
One of them is pretty cool. But it was before that word was being used that way. Chatting, a verb. All right. Is that it? Let's wrap the show up. It's time to go.
Off we go.
All right, let's get into the news. Time to talk about these things. Anything else to get off your chest before we go on?
Right. Chris brought up Christian. I was thinking about how his name wasn't originally Christian. It was Christopher. And then he had a moment at a mall where an animatronic thing, like a mouse or something, thought his name was Christian.
Right.
And then so he his parents changed his name because of a fucking animatronic thing at a mall.
I got to find out where these malls, because I don't really go to the mall around here, but I got to go to these places because they're probably the local malls.
Yeah.
And just get a vibe for it. See what's going
sightseeing, historical sightseeing. Yeah.
Right.
Historic. That's like a divine. That's such a crazy image from the perspective of a young Christian.
Yeah.
To feel like you're being bestowed a new name by some kind of godlike figure that you don't fully understand. Like you're not sure if it's like, there's no way he understood it was like an animatronic in the sense that we know what animatronics are. You know what I mean?
Wasn't he on the news talking about this?
Yeah,
There's like a newsreel of someone, and that's like his first TV appearance of somehow many.
Right, because what I remember is that he had the TV appearance where he won like all the Sega stuff. Was that the same? You know what I'm talking about? Is that the same? Is that the same voyage to the mall or something? Is that all wrapped up into the same story? I don't know.
You got to review the sacred text.
Yeah, I gotta go back to the videos. What's that guy's name?
Geno Samuel.
Geno Samuel. Yeah. Is he still? He's retired still, or does he come back?
He's retired, but he posts these tweets that are like on this day in Christory or something, Christology. And I don't know if he's just engagement farming at this point, which I mean, more power to him. I always enjoy seeing those tweets, but I thought he was out, but maybe not.
You got wrong. Hopefully. All right, let's get into the news here as I promised. We'll start with a story from Video Games Chronicle that I thought was fairly interesting. And it's that they write here in the headline, US PS5 sales are pacing ahead of PS4. And they also say, well, Xbox Series lags behind Xbox One. I mean, that's neither here nor there for our show. But the big news here is that in the United States, through December, PS5 has been outselling PS4 by 6%. And this is a pretty... I'm sorry, it's 7%. Last year was 6%, so it's actually going up. So it's 7%. So this comes from Matt Piscatella over on Blue Sky. Do you guys use this Blue Sky app?
I have
on my phone sometimes. I've never gone to the website.
Okay. Is it the website's really slow? I think I said that last week. Like I'm surprised that people use this thing because it's just not very good.
Yeah, I mean, on the phone.
Yeah.
On the phone, I've found that it's pretty... Well, I don't know. There's kind of because I've used it on the website, and the website sucks. The app is a lot faster, but I have the opposite experience with Twitter, where like I feel like I have to use Twitter on a computer because when I use it on my phone, Twitter on my phone is fucking slow as hell. I don't even understand how it lags in the way that it does. So it's almost like a reverse shot type thing.
Interesting. I saw that Blue Sky passed 30 million users or something, or 30 million accounts, which is pretty big, but still so small. I don't think it has any chance of succeeding. I don't really know why people are using it, but more power to you. But Matt Piscatella over there wrote that, PS5 outpacing PS4 time adjusted by 7%. Last year it was by 6%, so a slight increase. This is pretty substantial in my opinion because the United States is the biggest gaming market for core gaming in the world. The PlayStation 5 is substantially more expensive than the PS4 ever was in both adjusted and real money. And it was incredibly hard to find for the first 2 to 2.5 years. So that it's outselling the PS4 moderately is pretty impressive in my opinion. And again, another sign that console gaming is dying. No, it isn't. No, it's not. And again, we said Switch 2 is not a traditional console, but I consider that traditional gaming hardware akin to PS5. You're going to see when that comes out how undead gaming consoles and gaming hardware is. So shout out to Sony for finding that success, especially as their major competitor in Xbox is floundering in the hardware space. So any thoughts on this, Dustin?
Yeah, well, we talk about this a lot, but the online bubble narrative is that Sony's doing so bad right now. There's no games. It's like, well, there is definitely a drought of first party, or at least it's not the way it was last generation, but does it matter? No, clearly not. With PS5 leading PS4 by 6%. So that's crazy. And just to be clear too, this says while Xbox Series trails Xbox One by 18%. So that means they're 18% behind.
Mm-hmm.
That is
time adjusted.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Because Xbox One was ass. And Series X is so much better. And the fact that it's still not doing as well is...
I don't know if you saw the more recent. I mean, they are double-digit negative percent quarter over quarter over quarter over quarter over quarter to the point where it's like, what are you even selling?
Yeah.
Because they never give you specific numbers, which is smart of them, because then you'd be able to do the math and figure out exactly how many consoles they sold, which they don't want to share. But you see these kind of like prognostications of how many consoles they sold, and people are saying like they might have sold 1 million consoles last quarter. It's like, that's fucking horrible. Horrible. But I just don't think, we're going to talk about it later, I just don't think they give a shit because of the sheer amount of money they're making on PlayStation, as we're going to talk about. And as they'll be making on Nintendo and so on and so forth. Chris, any thoughts to share on the time-adjusted 7% generation over generation advantage PS5 enjoys console sold over PS4?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it makes sense. I think there's a sizable. I think you could argue that a lot of there's an argument of like, oh, console gaming is dying, or I've seen the opposite. Where it's like, no, it's actually going up or whatever. It's like I think there's an argument to be made that there's a lot of people who probably would have been on Xbox who are just obviously not going to go there, who are just going to PlayStation anyway, and that's kind of a pretty sizable percentage of why this is the case. It's just like there's a finite number of. Well, not exactly a finite number, but like there's a relatively similar number of hardcore enthusiasts as there has been for the last like 10 years. And I would imagine that if you're somebody who was on Xbox last generation, you're definitely not, and you haven't made a decision yet, you're definitely not going to go there now, So, I mean, it's good for Sony. It's good for PlayStation. I wonder, I'm with you guys in the sense that like I don't think their first party output is necessarily important in the short term, but I do think there's, I don't even know, like a cultural argument or something where like I understand people's consternation about how things feel, because it is kind of like it does feel a little bit underwhelming in comparison.
Yeah, I agree.
But monetarily, yeah, they're kicking ass. And I'm sure they're pleased, riding that inertia.
Right. I think it's just the false equivalence of like there is no first party games, therefore PlayStation's not doing well. It's like, no, we can be frustrated that there's no first party games, and I can agree with that to a certain extent, but it just simply isn't the reality that means they're not doing well, which I think you understand. I'm just based on what I was saying.
They're doing better than ever. Sony's stock is trading at an all-time high right now. Like right now. So that's the weird conundrum. Because I don't even think it's an opinion. Like there are very few first party games that just are.
Right.
Comparable to, I don't want to say all previous generations, because again, I think people vastly overestimate, especially on PS1, how many true first party games there were there. And PS2 even, there were not that many notable PS2 first party games comparable to how many third party games were important. But that balance started to change in the PS3 era. And I think that's set a different expectation that has not been fulfilled. And yet I think PS5's continued sales dominance, both in the States, like I said, 7% up over PS4, and around the world where the numbers vacillate down or up, depending on where you are. I just think it's just showing a different way people are playing games, a different way people are engaging and spending money. The irony is that Sony is making so much more money per user right now than they ever have, with just 70 million PS5s deployed. Think about 150 million PS2s deployed. Didn't make anywhere near that money per user because people spent money differently. They had to. Money was just made differently.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to be interested to see if they can continue this. PS5 never really experienced a substantial price cut that I think makes it affordable to average or casual people that aren't really into it or really want to get involved. I think it's still a lot to ask for a console for normal people that work normal jobs and have obligations, other financial obligations. But I just think PlayStation is silently becoming a powerhouse, and it feels like the PS1 and the PS2, especially the PS1, where it has very little to do with its own games. And that's in the PS1 era, that was because they didn't know how to make games yet, really. In the PS5 era, it's because they fucked everything up. And they're incredibly lucky. And we'll get into this a little bit later too and reiterate it, but they're incredibly lucky that they have such loyalty and that they worked so hard to build that loyalty back up. And that I would imagine the average PS5 user has no idea what we're talking about, because there are so many things to play on there. We're going to talk later about the golden era of games, or what we think the golden era of games are. And I'm like, you'd be hard pressed to say that it's not now. It, like, just based on the experience you can have on any of the consoles, on Xbox, on Switch.
Yeah, I would argue just the sheer availability of older software compared to this time in a lot of other consoles' life cycle. Just the fact that we can play things like the original, Medievals and Legacy of Kain and all that stuff. Like all of that stuff is like now like easily accessible to the point where like even if the last couple of years of video games didn't even happen, you would still have such an insane amount to play. Yeah, it's there's arguably no better time to be playing video games than right now, and that'll probably consistently be true. Like going forward, like it will probably only get better from that perspective because there will only be more stuff available.
Sorry, Forza Horizon announced for PS5. We'll get into that a little bit later. Very interesting. Guys, I put that on my bets.
You did.
On the draft.
Yeah. Is that out for everyone yet? I don't even know if we put that out for everyone.
It will be soon.
Okay.
Not quite yet.
Okay. Yeah, I Chris, I think you're totally right. And it's interesting because I don't want, I'm going to say it because otherwise we're going to be talking about the golden era question that I'm going to bring up later, and I don't want to talk about it too much right now and then skip over that, be rude to that user. But I am fascinated by the way people are interacting with the machine, the amount of money Sony is making from it, how bad things seem from certain hardcore perspectives, how irrelevant all of it is, and how much better it could be. If they imagine this machine with the PS3 first party cadence of 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012 or something, not really possible because games are just so much more expensive to make, takes longer. It's just not possible. But it's like, damn, dude, I wonder, could you look at that and also be like, maybe it just wouldn't matter? When you see sales figures for a game like Astrobot and it sold maybe a few million copies, it's like, that's great. But it's really an irrelevant amount of money to Sony, nonetheless. This is where I think they get into the games as a service thing and repeat money, but we've gotten into that in the past. All right. What happened?
Oh, no, nothing. I got a message that I should have. It's dumb.
This comes from PlayStation Blog. It says new in-game content incentives coming to PlayStation games on PC. They write, and this is from Assad Kizilbash, who's head of publishing. I thought he was, it's the Studio Business Group. Okay. Quote, starting with tomorrow's release of Marvel's Spider-Man 2 for PC, that's today, we're working to add more benefits to playing with an account for PlayStation Network. The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, coming April 3rd, 2025, in addition to God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, will all be adding in-game content unlocks for PlayStation Network account users. An account for PlayStation Network will become optional for these titles on PC. Players who still opt to sign into a PlayStation Network account will also enjoy added benefits like trophies and friend management. And then they have details on each game. So it's basically, you'll unlock like suits or extra experience points or whatever, depending on the game you're talking about, in order to kind of incentivize you to use a PSN account on these single player games. I continue to think that I don't understand why people made such a big deal out of this, I guess, in some sense. But with the single player games, I can't also not understand why people wouldn't want to make an account for something if they don't care about trophies. There's no online functionality, whatever the case might be. I did notice that one of the games they didn't say was optional was Ghost of Tsushima. I assume this is because of the online functionality in that game. So yeah. I think we can read into that the online functionality will require you to be on PSN. I think that makes perfect sense. Listen, dude, part of me gets it, but I feel like people have been a little babyish about this whole thing. As I noted, and I'm not saying it's neither here nor there. I'm indifferent on it, but it is a little annoying. But when I played Doom Eternal and I had to make a Bethesda account, and I just don't remember people making the same noise. And like, yeah, you can go and like fuck with your PS5 and take it off the network and skip that step every time you play and all that kind of stuff. But most people won't know to do that. They're going to make the account and move on with their lives. I don't know. I really didn't understand it with Helldivers, but these games I understand a little bit more. So thoughts, Dustin?
Well, they botched the rollout of requiring PSN IDs where it wasn't ready for Helldivers. And there was the whole thing where certain countries, which they sold Helldivers in, do not support, or they like don't have PSN in those countries. So it's like, what are those people supposed to do that have been buying and playing, enjoying this game? So I understand that frustration, and they definitely fucked that up. And I would say in general, I am glad this is the case for these single player games, because it doesn't matter if it's Sony or Rockstar, Bethesda, Ubisoft, whatever. I fucking hate having to log into something for no reason. Just have an account with them. I hate it. I'll still do it. It's not like the hill that I'm dying on, but I don't like it. I'd rather not do it just because it's annoying, really. So I think this is a good step, even though in this case, for me, if I was playing one of these games, I would log in because of trophies, the benefits. So I think that's a nice little thing. They're like, hey, we're going to give you some of this extra stuff, but it's not required. And then for online games, it makes complete sense to me where you would need a login for, you know, the servers and stuff like that. So I get it. I am trying to remember if they even resolved the issue with Helldivers and the people that bought it in those countries. Like, did they get refunds? Did they make an exception? Or I don't know. I'm curious about how that ended up resolving. But yeah, the launch of this requirement was completely botched. So I understand the extra uproar about it. But at the same extent, it's annoying and I don't like it, but it's not that big of a deal to me.
Chris, anything you want to add?
Well, I mean, I do think I personally don't really understand the outcry about it specifically for Helldivers, just because, again, Dustin is right. The rollout was bad, especially in that place that they couldn't, like, they didn't service it. But for online games, I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it. This makes sense. But for single player games, I do understand. It's like, why do I have to deal with this? Like, every time it pops up on every time this type of thing pops up on a single player game and I can't skip it, it's pretty egregious. I have to really want to play that game. Like, Doom Eternal was one of those where I'm just like, I want to play this so bad that I'll deal with this. But like, we'll talk about it a little bit later, but I think I'm pretty sure it was this game where I booted up Mafia and they were like, you want to take two account?
Right.
And I was like, no,
absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And they let me go, which is good. I think that's appropriate. That's perfectly fine. So I think for single player games, it should be kind of like an optional thing. I don't really think there's a reason why it shouldn't be. But I do like the fact that this outcry did ultimately end up with some value being added to this connection, you know? So like, you're actually getting something for doing this. So it's not value has been added. So like, I have a hard time really making fun of the whole thing. I think it's a good move, you know?
Yeah, I do want to clarify, although I think I've been pretty clear. It's like, gutturally, I'm like, why does anyone care at all? But then you think about the single player experience and you're like, okay, that is annoying.
Yeah.
But the multiplayer stuff, again, I feel like it makes perfect sense to want everyone on the PSN. And obviously they're going to harvest your shit and stuff like that. I totally understand that. And people don't want, their names out there and making these accounts and spoofing Sony's numbers or whatever they think is happening with that stuff. But I think that's one thing I will say. So I understand, and I think it's probably the wise move as well for these particular games. But one thing I do want to say is that I think Sony kind of, and this is a very Colin-centric thing, although I'm sure people out there, like trophy people, are going to agree, is it's cool that you can get trophies on PC. I think that's actually really awesome. But I find it annoying that they've collapsed the list into the PS5 list. You might have gotten me to play some of these games on PC in the future if you had true trophy functionality on the games where you can earn the list again. So for instance, I have the platinum for God of War, but maybe that would have compelled me to go play it on PC in the future, buy it again, and all of the rest. I feel like that was kind of not thought through all the way. It would be cool to have those lists segmented, but that's not the way that they chose to go about it. But that's a very Colin argument. I'm sure most people don't give a shit at all about that. Speaking of PlayStation 5 and Sony stuff, they've basically announced here, oops, I closed the link on mistake. They announced on Twitter, and this was, I think, inevitable. I thought it was going to happen sooner. They wrote, quote, "Thank you for the fantastic response to the classic PlayStation, PS2, PS3, and PS4 limited time console themes, which will be leaving tomorrow." And they posted this today. We're recording the 30th, so the end of the month, 31st. "Due to the positive response on these 4 themes, we're doing some work behind the scenes to bring these special designs back in the months ahead. While there aren't plans to create additional themes in the future, we're excited to keep celebrating legacy PlayStation hardware with you all." This is smart. Don't you think it's like they're working on it now? Didn't they realize the second they released this shit in early December that people loved it and they should do something? So it's cool that they're working to make those permanent. Just having a drop down. Didn't we say this at the time, Dustin? Just having a drop down in the settings. Which themes do you prefer? PS5, PS4, PS3, PS2, PS1. That's it. That's all you have to do. You can remove all the 30th anniversary stuff. Just make it those respective experiences otherwise. So I think this is really, really cool. I thought it was also interesting, and I guess this isn't a huge surprise, that they don't want to do more themes in the future. I am puzzled by this. Why? I don't care. I don't care about the themes. And I used to think themes were annoying, actually, on PS3. Some of them were like really over the top, took over the feel of the machine in such an overt way. Some people were into that stuff. To me, it felt like just free money for those that wanted to participate. If they charge for those themes, you can obviously also put them up for free. It's also a way to obviously customize your console, but I don't understand why they wouldn't want to pursue that. Is it because it lacks a sort of sophistication? Do they want the XMB or whatever they're calling it now to look a certain way and act a certain way, and it removes that function? I'm a little confused by that. You would think that they would want to go deeper into owning it. Like, you own it. You do what you want. It's really not that different than having an icon next to your name, and my guy's Mega Man and your guy's whoever. Solid Snake. What's your icon? Dustin, I don't even know.
Joker from Persona 5.
Joker from Persona 5. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Chris, do you know what yours is?
Yeah, mine's a polygonal Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, okay, cool.
Looking to the side, all suspicious.
I like that option. So again, this doesn't bother me personally because I wouldn't use it anyway, but I can understand why this would bother some people. It's like, why not have greater customization options? There must be a reason. I just don't know what it would be.
I mean, not to cut anybody off, but I feel like we always talk about, PlayStation wanting to be in more of like an Apple kind of category, and this is like very textbook Apple. You know what I mean? Like, iPhones are like notoriously like uncustomizable. Like, everything's going to look. Your iPhone's going to look like an iPhone. Your Apple device is going to look and feel like an Apple device. This is an Android. Right? If you want Android, you go to Android, and right now Android, I guess the more adjacent. If we're making the mobile comparison, is like, I guess Xbox is more Android because there is like a level of customizability there that you can go in and like do some crazy stuff with your themes, and like you have custom backgrounds and all that stuff. But that's not what PlayStation's aiming for. They're aiming for every machine is the same and every machine looks the same. And even to the extent that these themes really affect anything, it's still very minimal. Like, I was actually like scrolling through like the tweet that you mentioned here about like them tweeting about like how like, yeah, we're going to bring these things back. And it's just four screenshots of the themes. But at a glance, it's kind of like it doesn't even really look that different until you know what to look for, So even in the sense, even so much as they're willing to really dive into the concept of themes, it's still pretty minimalistic compared to some of the ones that we had on PS4 and PS3, or even back in the day more universally with Xbox 360. I don't know. It's a different time, and they're catering to a very, very different look and feel, I think.
Yeah, it surprises me specifically we make this argument, or I do anyway, that there's no reason for there to be so many games on the store, that there's just so much shit on there. They don't make any money on it. It just crowds things out. And obviously the reason they keep that there is to do chip damage and make a little bit of money at a time. I mean, that's the only reason. So if you're willing to do that, it just surprises me that you're not willing to do it in other ways, and the different ways you can license things and do cool stuff. But I agree with you. I think it does have to do with the sophistication of the machine, or at least the presumed sophistication of the machine. This is the way we want it to look, and this is the way we want it to feel. And it is very Apple-like. That must be the reason. I don't know. Dustin, do you have anything you want to add to this?
I think that they might have a mindset that the UI was not really designed with themes in mind overall, that when you highlight a game, that game, whatever screenshot or art they decide, is what takes over your entire screen. And I like these anniversary themes. I like elements of them a lot. I don't actually like that it's just kind of a PNG over the top that kind of obscures the art of whatever game you're highlighted. So there may be an internal philosophy that it's like, we did these, but it's not really how we designed the UI. But at the same time, people love these themes so much, even if they are breaking the design vision, we'll say, that why not make some more themes? And people can choose to make something that in their mind is less appealing in some ways. Or, there's certain themes that probably for $5 or something that people would pick up. Why not? My hope is that when they bring back these themes, there's a few like toggles in that I want every time I boot up my PS5 for it to show that classic PlayStation logo every time. Yeah. I want that. Like I said, I don't really care for this like PNG, whether it's the PS1 or the PS2 cubes or whatever. I don't really care for that. I also don't really care for the different sounds.
Right.
I like the classic PS5 sound the best. It's less obtrusive to me. So I would turn those off, but keep that boot up. So I hope there's a little bit of customization, but it's probably wishful thinking for Sony to do that. But I don't know. If people want themes and they would be willing to buy them, why not? Like you said, they're making $1-2 rips on other bullshit. Not even like cents for some of these $2-3 games.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just, it seems inconsistent, but so it does have to do probably with a principle on the aesthetic of the machine, which I can respect because I think the PS5 is wonderful from a UI perspective. It's really, really great. It took some time to like learn how to use it compared to the PS4 and the PS3. And what I remember talking about it when it came out about just the different prompts and like the way you just do things, and you have to just relearn it. And so it's annoying and cumbersome at first. And then it's just that you just get used to it.
Right.
And I think that the machine's in a really good place now. So I understand. And I agree with you. It would be cool. They use that 30th anniversary logo. And I know they want to get rid of that now because we're past it, but they should just have the PS5 logo, but it comes up with the noise and the aesthetic of the PS1 startup or the PS2 startup where it will say PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
Or the PS3 startup where it's going to be the PS5 logo with the curly PS3 logo that they started using during the PS3 Slim era. And so on. Man, that to me, I think that would be cool. So it doesn't have to say anything about the old consoles. It's
that
just,
would be, that'd be very cool. It'd be so cool. In fact, that I know it's not happening.
Right.
Yeah. I think it's I think this is very clearly just going to be these themes. I think the PlayStation boot up is going away. I don't think there's going to be any granular custom, because I'm with you guys where like I don't really like the PNG things either, but I actually do like the sound. Like I like being able to customize. Like I like the PS3 click. Like I like that click sound like a lot. So like it would be nice to just be able to have that without the PNG stuff or
make it like Doom the Dark Ages where we can
the woke sliders.
We'll have the woke sliders and we right. And you could just select little nesting options.
Yeah.
Which would be kind of cool.
How woke do I want my UI to be? Mm-hmm. It would be nice, but again, it's so great. The more we talk about it, the more clearly this is an Android like philosophy, and it's clearer that like Sony is not chasing that level of customizability.
All right, glad that they listened. I'm sure they realized how popular it was. I'm sure they also have plenty of data about the people that mess around with that stuff. I honestly turned it. What did I do? The startup is there for everyone, right? But I turned off the setting and I just went back to PS5 again, because I think we talked about this at the time that the noises, especially on PS1 and PS2, are so overt because you were never supposed to really hear them.
Yeah.
So they weren't really made. That's why the clicks on PS3 and everything, that's like everything got much quieter because you would really only be dicking around with that if you were messing with your memory cards or whatever. So it didn't really make much sense anyway from that perspective. It was just very nostalgic.
Yeah, it's cool.
Or at least some of it was. Some of it, I think, was less nostalgic because I remember we were saying at the time too. It's like I don't even really remember these sounds that well because how often did you go to memory card management or play a CD on your PS1 or something?
So rarely.
It's amazing. I said this to my nephews actually a while ago, and they fundamentally understand it because they're familiar with older machines too. But it's like it's amazing that you turn these things on and they do a bunch of things. you didn't even think in your mind until maybe the PS2 era when you can play DVDs and you can play CDs on PS1. So maybe it was and Blu-rays on PS3. Let's even say until PS3, you didn't even think to turn it on without something in it. That wasn't even it's like, oh, I'm going to turn on my PS5 to see what is there to do. Like you wouldn't turn on your PS1 and be like, all right, I'm going to turn my PS1 on and see what's going on. It's like you would have a game, you would go in the opposite direction. The PS1 would be the ends, the ends, or the means to the end. And so just the idea of turning it on and interacting with it in that way is so fun. When I turn on my PS5 on, I often have intention. Sometimes I don't. That's a whole different way. And people, I think younger people aren't familiar with that, which is
the transitionary. That's what I remember being so mind blowing and so insurmountable. I really don't think there will ever be a generation that's topped. Like I think the 360 PS3, that like going from that transition of like, I only turn this machine on when I have something to put in it versus I'm going to turn it on and see what's there. That level of shift will never happen again, I don't think. And that's why that generation sticks out to me so strongly. I agree. Like, that was a real turning point. And I love it. It's so interesting.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think like maybe Xbox had like Dreamcast had a little bit of that, but not really. Xbox, I'm trying to remember how it even worked.
You had to be like an enthusiast or really nerdy or really into that stuff to really get anything out of it. Like, because there were demo discs that you could like put in your Xbox, and then you would use those to access like the store, I think.
Yeah, you would buy games through the disc. Yeah.
Yeah, but that was very crude, and you had to know it was there. It wasn't like default on the machine. Like just a lot of things.
Right. I'm trying to remember, like if I went and played Rainbow Six 3, did I turn the game on, like turn the machine on, the game booted up, or did I like go and sign into Xbox Live? I don't think I did.
No.
I think you did it when you like threw the game.
Yeah. The game would sign you into Xbox Live. Yeah.
God, it's been so long. I don't even remember.
I forgot about DLC in that first Xbox generation. I remember buying the Halo 2
the map
packs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it brought you into this weird menu, but you had to do it through the game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that Xbox UI, man, first of all, amazing to this day, that original Xbox UI. But you weren't there very much unless you were managing saves or ripping a CD to play in Tony Hawk Underground, which I did.
That was a cool feature.
Yeah.
But it was the coolest UI I've ever. It still is kind of the coolest UI I've ever seen. There's something about it that feels like very quaint and futuristic at the same time. Yeah. It's very weird.
I remember when my roommate got an Xbox 360 in 2005 when I was in college. I never owned my own Xbox 360. And but he had it at launch, and then another roommate of mine got the PS3 when it launched the next year. And I remember being intimidated by them, honestly. You were kind of coming off the era. It's so interesting to think about this. You're coming off the era, and I think you guys can relate to this, where you still felt like you could break machines. Like you could do something wrong. I don't know if you remember, like there used to be obsessions in the 80s and 90s about the order that you would even shut shit off. Like your computer stuff. Yeah. Like you really should shut the printer off before the computer's off. Like weird stuff. It goes into the NES where if you were using a battery save, if you didn't hold the reset button in when you shut the game off, it would delete your save completely. And many people learned that the hard way. It's like you had to interact with these machines very carefully or they would fuck everything up. And for some reason, I brought that energy in with me to the Xbox 360 and PS3 where I was like, wait, well, I want to log in. I have to make a name. Like I was so put off by it. It made me more of a Nintendo person than ever for a while. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, because it does so much that it feels like there's so much more to go wrong.
Right.
By interacting with it in an incorrect way. Like I got a little bit of that because I grew up with some of that where like we had some finicky technology. I remember like my parents had this thing under their computer, and I've only seen it. It's a very rare thing. I've never seen it in anybody else's house, and I've seen it in like one TV show. And I remember I did that Leo DiCaprio like the look at that on the TV, where it's like this weird like almost like a power switcher underneath the monitor that had like a bunch of like orange.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't know what the hell, but like there was like an order to shut like monitor, computer, printer. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like a power. Yeah, it's a power register. I think. Oh,
I sent you guys an image. Remember this?
This is broken for me.
It's broken. Motherfucker.
Yeah, it just says it's now safe to turn off your computer.
That's what it's supposed to say.
Oh, no,
Oh,
yeah. Well, I'm talking about the machine.
This link doesn't work for me.
The link doesn't work. Okay, I'll find a different one. But do you remember with Windows, I don't know, maybe it was up to 2000, you'd have to turn it off, and then there was a screen with orange text that said, it is now safe
to turn off your computer. Yeah.
That's the link I sent you. But
Windows 95 that famously had that too. Because even, I mean, this isn't something that most people did, but I remember even crashing our Windows 3.1 computer, I want to say, because I was deleting shit, trying to make room. And like you could just delete whatever you want off the machine, and then the machine worked fine. And then when I went and started it up, it wouldn't work anymore. And we had to reinstall Windows and stuff like that. But you can't even do that today on the operating systems, because it'll like ask you, it's like, you really shouldn't do this. Like you shouldn't do, like it wouldn't even tell you that. It's like, oh yeah, delete this. Go ahead. It was just I can see older people being so, this is it.
This is exactly it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, wait, I'll put it in the show.
That would be a cool sticker.
Oh wait, no. So this is the thing that I'm talking about. It's a very specific. I can't believe I found it, but it's this very specific machine.
Yeah, I had one of these.
Yeah. This is what I was saying. Yeah, this is like a power unit of some sort, and
yeah.
This was like in computer labs and shit too.
Right, exactly. You're like, okay, shut off the aux, shut off the printer, then the monitor, and now after you've shut down, and then you have to shut down the computer and then go for all the different switches. There was a master switch. That's so crazy. It's really nostalgic looking at this.
It was intimidating. Like I think if you're old enough, you remember it was kind of using computers was kind of mystical, even when you got your own.
Yeah.
There was the computer room, the computer desk. Everyone would be jockeying to get on AOL. Mm-hmm. It was like a portal into another world. I miss that, because where we are now is inevitable once that began. But I miss being the weird person that was always on the internet in like 1997. Like I was just on it all the time. And it felt like you were going somewhere. But now that somewhere is here. It's just one and the same.
Well, now they've just swapped places. Now going outside is the weird thing to do.
Right. That's right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Colin, what was your AIM name?
My first one, because you could originally AIM names had to be 10 letters. You can only maximum. They eventually increased it, I think, to 14 and then 18 or something. So my first one was Drax Curse, DRACSCURSE, which is the subtitle to Castlevania 3. And that was my AIM name from 95 to 98. And then I was Quickman 311. Quickman's from Mega Man 2. And that was probably for a couple years. And then I was C. Moriarty 311.
Did you ever have any 311 lyrics as your away message?
Of course. And in my description, you had your little info.
Too. Yeah.
I would love reading people's info. Right click info.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I used to have this. I used to be so not passive aggressive, just trying to tell someone something with everything I said on my away messages at all times. Oh, I loved it.
I'm glad I got to experience AIM. I feel like I don't know if Chris used it. We were like the last generation where we used it. I remember talking to my first girlfriend on AIM in 8th grade.
Yeah.
And then within the few years after that, I used it for years before that too, but that was kind of the end, was 2007, 8. So RIP in peace, AOL.
Oh, definitely RIP in peace. It was interesting and special. I don't think the way we've used the internet has fundamentally changed very much since the smartphone began. Like let's say iPhone. So 2007, 2008, everything's kind of been on this predictable cycle as we've gotten more and more immersed. But there was this brief period of time where the internet was this very unique thing and you had to be there. And and there's, by the way, there's a million things in the history like that. Like you had to be there. You're simply never going to understand it. You had to be there. And I feel like that's one of those things. 1992 to 2000. I feel like it even started to change when cable internet became a thing and DSL, because suddenly you didn't need AOL anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People used. I think everyone knows that like it was a joke that a lot of people didn't even realize you could get online without AOL, and at the time,
Yeah.
And I remember when my friends got cable internet, and it's like, so I'm like, you don't have to use the AOL shell anymore. And then you could just go on Internet Explorer and you open AIM as an application, and that's kind of the beginning of it changing in some sense. But there was this time where do you guys remember keywords, like AOL keywords, where at the end of a show it would be like, go to our website www.pbs.org or AOL keyword PBS, because it was such a thing where it would just tell you how to find things on AOL specifically.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That AOL was like a 4-year thing, and then it was just gone. And if you weren't there, you would never even know what anyone was talking about. So funny, man.
Yeah. I had AOL at my grandparents' house, but my parents, we were a Netscape Navigator family.
Oh, Netscape Navigator.
We didn't have the shell, but AOL was always cool. Felt like you said, it was a little mystical, like the login, the sounds. You know,
what you realize looking back is that AOL was the lamest way to go on the internet, and that the people that were doing it right were using like their local internet providers and just dialing up and then using browsers and stuff like that. But you just felt like that's where everyone was. And it is true that is where everyone was. And AIM wasn't its own thing for many years. You had to have AOL to use AIM. Anyway.
Yeah. And now DSL means something completely different.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right. Full circle. Okay. I want to talk about this quickly. We're not really fans of the game or the series, but it's a huge series. Obviously, one of the best-selling games of the year every year, actually, in the United States. PlayStation Blog, the official Sony source, reports MLB The Show 25 cover athletes revealed. So they show this. The game's coming March 18th, 2025. But what's interesting is that it's not coming to PlayStation 4. They are moving off the console and doing a PlayStation 5 only version. This has been particularly mystical to people because they are doing the Switch version still. I assume they're going to do the Switch 2 version, and that's probably going to come either when the game comes out or the machine comes out, or maybe they just do it next year. But they are doing more of a lo-fi version of it for that machine that is going to be more lo-fi even than the PS4 version. They might be looking at the sales and thinking the sales are off or whatever. I guess I'm just stunned by this because I would have thought that game would be worth a couple million copies sold on PS4 still. However, I was then thinking about it through this lens. MLB The Show last came to PS2 in 2012. And I brought this up before that it's a number I remember that they told me at the time that it sold 200,000 copies that last year on PS2. Now, the machines interacted a little bit differently, and I don't think PS2 kind of hung around in domestic markets as long as the PS4 has. But if you follow a similar timeline, then they would end it this year. It would be the same amount of time. So maybe they're just bailing out on a similar schedule. But I'm a little surprised about that. The other important thing, it won't be on Game Pass. And it's something that they say on the PlayStation blog. So times certainly are changing. This is notable, of course, because when MLB The Show came to Xbox, what was it, 2020? 2021, something like that? It was not only considered a coup for Xbox because this is a Sony first-party project, and clearly the MLB as the licensor came and said, like, we want more money, we want to sell more. It could have also been that, like, we're changing the terms of the license, and Sony was like, oh, we need to make more money now, so we need to find other places to sell it. However it went, they immediately bought it on Game Pass and brought it on Game Pass. So MLB The Show was this kind of so-called free game if you had a Game Pass subscription, though you had to buy it on its competitor's console. And even then, it's still in the top 10 every year, basically just selling on PS5 and later on Switch. So I know we're not fans of the franchise and we don't play MLB The Show like many millions of people do. However, I was hoping we can talk about what we think about them moving on from PS4. Chris, San Diego no longer making a PS4 iteration of MLB The Show 25. I guess we are that far away from the launch of the PS4 now. It goes against my entire theory, though, that we were going to get MLB. I think I said it a few weeks ago, didn't I? So I was totally wrong, where I was like, we'll get an MLB The Show on PS4, PS5, and PS6. Like the same one, MLB The Show 28 or whatever. But that's not to be.
No, I guess I think you're still right that there will be one game. There will be some game that is that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess. I mean, looking at the trajectory and like this similar timeline, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I think it really is just kind of maybe them getting ahead of the games that could potentially leave a generation behind. I think sports games are probably like the best equipped to do it, just because their adoption rate is so crazy. that like, yeah, I mean, whatever. At worst, we'll get people to jump onto the new machine to get this, and at least like we're still going to sell so many millions of copies. It doesn't really matter. I think when you're making something that's a little bit more, I don't know, colloquially you would say hardcore, or something that would appeal more to like really like enthusiast players. I feel like that's a harder sell to throw away like an entire however many millions of people who could potentially buy your game. I mean, good. I'm happy to see this. I want to move forward from the PS4 2 years ago personally, but you know, it's good to see it at least starting with one first party like this.
The devs are probably amped. It's just one less SKU to have to worry about.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, in all ways, and like everything, the whole pipeline of QA and certification, everything's just one less thing to worry about. So I'm sure they're amped. Dustin, I wonder if the theory here is, and this is interesting. I don't know how much people consider this, but there have, it's been years. The MLB license, as far as I understand, is not an exclusive license. Other studios have just stopped over time making baseball games of the AAA variety because they were getting beaten badly by the show. There was High Heat Baseball at some point, which I think was Sony aligned as well. There was the 2K series that I used to play, MLB 2K, back in the day, and so on and so forth. And there are some smaller games like RBI Baseball came back, and some smaller titles, Backyard Baseball with some licenses. But I feel like Sony and San Diego Studio has told me this in the past a long time ago, so I'm sure it's still true, that because of the dominance of the show and the fact that there are no other competitors, and baseball being a very American game, that there is a subset of American PlayStation gamers that are there for the show, like probably several million of them that are there, and that's what they do. It's and then there are many other millions of people that play, but that's kind of like why they're on PlayStation. And it might be Sony being like, time to move, because they probably will. And I wonder if there will even be a bundle to get them to move over. So what do you think?
Yeah, it's totally anecdotal, but I knew someone like this many years ago that really only played video games to play sports games. And he was on Xbox, but he switched to PlayStation because of the show. And so that's where he played games after that, because he wanted to play the show. Couldn't get it anywhere else at the time. And that's changed now. So I could see it definitely being a bump for being like, yeah, switch over. The lack of the PS4 version, the only thing I could really theorize is maybe they have some new features that they don't feel like would be very good on PS4. And so the Nintendo Switch version will be not feature parity with the other versions of the game. Almost like in the old days, like a Game Boy Advance version of a multi-platform game is like totally different. Maybe not to that extent, but I could see that being a possibility. But what is interesting, a counterpoint to my own point, is that they are making an Xbox Series S version, which the S, of course, is better than PlayStation 4, but it's a lot closer, we'll say. So I'm leaning you're probably right that this is like time to move over. Maybe they saw the sales from last year and they've just been going down each year, and it's like, okay, well, it's time to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I forgot to mention the Switch version, because I do want to point out that like I actually kind of feel like it's one of those things where it's like I wouldn't be surprised if this thing runs like shit on the Switch.
Yeah, I wonder how it does on the Switch.
But here's the thing. I think they would put it on PS4, but I think the issue is like maybe I feel like Sony is like, we can't ship something like this on PS4. But people on Switch don't give a shit. Like they're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, and it barely looks. Dude, I really do think it's just like a quality bar difference, where it's like, dude, the people on Switch they will have no issue with how shit this looks. But people on PlayStation 4 who are playing it undoubtedly on a big screen TV, where there's not even an option to go like handheld to like maybe mitigate some of that, like that's not an option really. So let's cut our losses. Let's cut out PS4. We'll put it on Switch because they don't seem to give a shit. Also, it's a handheld, so there's like a level of excusability there. Series S is, markedly more powerful than the PS4, but like not so it's not as compromised, and that's already a budget device. I think they're playing it kind of smart, honestly. But I interrupted you, Colin.
No, it's all good. I was going to say I looked up MLB The Show 24 on Metacritic for the Switch, and there's 3 scores, so it doesn't even have a Metacritic score, which is surprising, actually. But Nintendo Life says this is the 3rd time that it's been on Switch. There are the expected visual downgrades, longer loading times compared to other platforms. Online can be dodgy, but a slew of modes are deep and satisfying. And this other one says that the video is like really compressed and so on. So who knows?
Yeah,
but so it's probably barely operating.
They've been playing on an N-Gage basically for the last God knows how long. So.
Oh yeah, the MLB The Show on PS5 is like a technical marvel. So it is funny that they basically have these parallel developments going on. It can't be the same version of the game.
Haven't sports games in the past done like older consoles are basically just a roster update while the current gen consoles actually are like evolved. Like
right, yeah, that's
version
typically they split
a roster update.
That's right. Yeah, typically they splinter off. Like I know the NHL games because I know this just because I used to cover them at IGN. I haven't played them in years, but the same people that run them are Rammer and all those guys, like they're still the producers of the game. So I'm sure their mantra is still the same. I think what their whole thing was like they wanted to kind of refresh the game every 3 years. With something major, like some major addition. So it'd be like small edition, big edition, small edition, big edition. And dude, you can imagine, this is such a nerdy thing, but sports games on SNES, Genesis, PS1, PS2, like PS2, I think actually started to receive roster updates if you had a modem on your PS2. But the crazy thing about those old sports games and what people were really buying back in the day, we didn't really even care about if the games were getting better. We liked the games as they were. We needed the new rosters. And that was, I was amongst friends where we would be so obsessive, where we would look at the transactions in the newspaper. So like there would be like a newspaper list of like, this person got traded here, this person got signed here. And we would go in and make the changes manually.
Whoa.
To keep the teams updated. And so like there's a level of obsession that sports fans have with that sort of thing that I think keeps people buying the stuff annualized. And because of the online functionality, I think that kind of eliminated that buying power. And so they really have had to put more in, I think, to try to kind of differentiate these games and make them better. And some do it better than others. Like some games are considered very stagnant right now and some games are not. So we'll see what happens, but MLB The Show 25 launches March 18th, 2025. Guys, early access. If you pre-order the Digital Deluxe Edition, March 14th. And there'll be a gameplay trailer February 4th. And you can make your account now at account.theshow.com. Remember, there is cross-platform play and cross-platform progression. So you can play it on Xbox and then PS5 and whatever you want to do.
I love the idea of a gameplay trailer for a game like this because it's like I love the idea of being like I wonder what it's gonna be.
It's so funny when you read the comments on an NBA 2K trailer or the show trailer or whatever. It's a world that I understand because I came from that world in some sense. I played many sports games when I was a kid. It was a big part of what I played. I'd buy Madden every year. I'd buy NHL every year. I'd buy many baseball games and so on. And it is like a whole different world. And they're like really into it. It's cool. I'm so surprised that the crossover is substantial because these games are amongst the best-selling games of the year every year. But at the same time, I am surprised that there isn't more crossover between sports gaming and hardcore gaming spaces. There's some, but not a lot. And I know that not anecdotally, but for sure. I mean, IGN for many years tried chasing sports coverage to no avail. No one gave a fuck. It didn't matter how well Madden sold. There was nothing we could say about Madden that anyone cared about.
Right.
And I'm surprised by that.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean because there's a lot of overlap in like mathematics and or like specifically like with like RPG and like stats and all that stuff. And I get that. But at the same time, like I look at it more like you have this technology that allows you to render literally anything. And you choose to just do the most mundane thing ever, which is just recreate something that we watch on TV.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like there's something about it that says like you're undershooting kind of.
It is
compared to what
interesting.
you could be doing.
And what's interesting about San Diego, and again, I only know so much about them because I spent a lot of time at that studio. I wrote a lot about them because I was they were run for a long time by a guy named Christian Phillips. And he was a really open and interesting person. And I went down there a lot and interviewed them. And those guys are obsessed with baseball. Like it's no joke. Like that's like that they live and breathe baseball. That
they should.
And it's cool. Like they just and they have 9 months to get this game out every year.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
That turnaround.
So, because I think they take like time off after each game and then come back. And I've told the story many times how like the producer of the game of the MLB The Show had a literal mattress, like a twin mattress on the ground in his office because he would just sleep there because they had so much to do. And they were also really willing, and I think still are willing to deal with technologies. Like I remember doing a home run derby on PlayStation Move there once, and they supported Vita for years with the show and so on and so forth. So they're like very flexible. It would be interesting to see what they can do other than the show, but they're built to do that. And the other San Diego corollary kind of games that have come out in the past, like Kill Strain and so on, haven't really done anything. Or Medieval Moves and Sports Champions, and no one really cared. All right, let's see. Oh, guys, Spider-Man 2 on PC is out today. Dustin, do you believe in the conspiracy theories that this was not being talked about for a reason? Because people were like, what the fuck? Like, this game was announced for this date, and then they never said anything until the day before it came out, where they finally showed the recommendations for your specs, for your computers, and what you might get when you buy the game and all the rest. It's very strange.
It does feel a little odd. I noticed that, and I saw people saying, like, why aren't they mentioning this? Right now, I'm looking at the Steam store, and they have, like, they paid for the giant banner at the top that says Spider-Man 2 now available on Steam. This is just me looking on the fly. It does have mixed reviews right now on Steam. Some people, let's see, the optimization of this port is shit. Game crashes during the intro fight every time. Not everyone is saying that, and purely anecdotal, just what I'm looking. So maybe this port was coming in hot, and they weren't sure if it was going to be ready. Maybe it still wasn't exactly ready, but I can't say for sure. But regardless, it is odd, the lack of posting about it, posting the specs so late, not having a PlayStation blog post until the day before with this kind of stuff.
Nix's port too. Not to say I don't know anything about like the technical work that they do. I just know that the outcome of the work that they do seems to be very positive usually. So I wonder what went wrong here.
Yeah. Does seem very strange. Like I said, I'm looking through. There seems to be a lot of people having crashing problems. So something seems to be amiss with this one.
Chris, are you going to play Spider-Man 2 on PC?
No. No, I
think that's an open question. You're a Spider-Man person, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like Spider-Man, but I'm just, I like Spider-Man 2 a great deal. I had some narrative issues with it. The more I think about Spider-Man, the more like I'm kind of annoyed at how, I don't know, man, like Peter Parker and his friends feel so fake to me. Like there's something about like that relationship that feels like a Hallmark commercial where I'm just like, I don't buy that these are real 20-something New Yorkers who are friends with each other. Like it's very weird, but I like the way that game played. I thought it was fun, but I'm kind of satiated with it. You know, like I don't, maybe I'll play it again before the third one, but like I'm in no rush to get back to Spider-Man right now. And it could be also potentially, it could be that I'm just kind of satiated with Spider-Man stuff because like every now and then I'm playing Marvel Rivals and that's like my only character that I play. So like it could just be I'm set on a different Spider-Man video game experience at the moment and I'm not really hungry for a game that I've already played. But also there's a lot of stuff to play too. Like I'm good. And apparently the support is very bad or at least like, you know, not as up to snuff as other Nix's endeavors have been. So this is a pass for me at the moment. But if I play it again, it'll be on PS5.
It's like, it's so strange. I would love to know what happened.
Yeah. I'm seeing some of these comments here. Someone's saying that they're running the game on a 4090 and they're having crashing issues. So they've released too many PC games. They know the consequences of poor ports at launch. It kills the momentum. So if there was a problem that was holding them back from promoting this because they thought they might need to delay it, sounds like they should have just done it instead of releasing it.
I wonder what the issue could even be, because Spider-Man 2 doesn't really on the surface strike me as a game that would really have, I mean, because I think about like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, right, where they're doing like the portal thing, and I could see how that might be like really heavy. And I think there's like maybe like one instance in Spider-Man 2 that's like that. It's at the very beginning with the Sandman fight where you're like going through the entire city like really quickly to the point where it's like that's an impressive amount to render at once. But like I can't imagine, and people are saying, you said, Dustin, that like people were saying like the game crashes during the intro fight every time. That could be it, because that's really the only part of that game that has Rift Apart like. You remember that touted like SS only possible on the PS5
right,
SSD
with the Sandman or whatever that guy.
So that's the closest thing, and maybe the other part of it, which is there's another portal sequence in Spider-Man 2 that's really cool, but that's happened so late in the game that I don't think anybody's really gotten to that point. It's do we know how did the Rift Apart port do?
I think it was good at launch. I don't think it had problems.
So weird.
I'm looking it up.
It's so weird for Spider-Man It's so weird for the first Spider-Man game and Rift Apart to both come out independently and be good ports, and have this game not come out in a state that's acceptable. Like that's I don't know how to square that really.
Metacritic for PC, the PC port is an 86, the PS5 is an 88.
Yeah, I mean that's
very positive on Steam as far as user reviews.
Very weird. Very weird.
Well, I'm sure we're going to hear more about it because I'm sure people are playing it, or maybe they won't. Maybe they won't buy it. I don't know. It seems like
I'm curious.
Helldivers obviously did extraordinarily well on PC, but there seems to be some level of diminishing returns for Sony's PC ports compared to where they were and the nature of those games. Like Days Gone getting a much higher player base than many other games, I think, is not by virtue of Days Gone being Days Gone, but by it being unique at the time that it was on PC at all. I think, as I've said in the past, once you remove that sheen, I wonder how these games actually do, especially when they're not day and date, which is why I think it's for Sony to really understand how this is going to do for them on PC must go day and date with some of these games. And I think ultimately will, although I think that, and I mean single player games. And I think that there will be some level of meltdown there. Although I think that the data they're seeing on PC shows that these are just two different communities, and with some crossover, but not very much. I don't know why. Dustin, well, you guys are both like play on both, but I feel like that's got to be more rare than you'd think, because that's a pretty large hardcore investment in just hardware. I think some people are just happy to be on console and some people are just happy to be on PC, and that's just where they are. And I feel no need to play on PC, and I know that there are people on PC that feel no need to play on console. And it's really just a matter of what's made available to me. Like there's almost nothing that will come to PC where it's like, oh, I got to go play that. Like what's going to come to PC that's not going to come to console. That's going to make me want to do that. So I think that feeling goes both ways. And I think actually being in the middle where you're a real enthusiast that's put a lot of money into things and has access to a wide array of things, I think that's rare. And I think it's inflated because of where we are in the space. We're going to find people like you. You're the most likely person we're going to find, actually, because you're the most engaged.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, that's out now. If you want to check that out, what is it? $70?
I had it open a second ago. Let me see. I believe it is 70. Let's see. Spider-Man 2 is $70. Oh, no. 60. You can buy a bundle for the deluxe upgrade that's 70. So it's only 60.
Cool.
On PC.
Cool. Go check it out. That makes sense. It's old. I mean, it's not that old, but it's old. I mean, it came out, 15 months ago? Something like that?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I'm glad they're not doing DLC. It is good that you're moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what else. This is a bit of a strange story here. And it's sad because it definitely means that people have been laid off. In fact, there's been confirmation that people have been laid off, and we'll talk about this. But BioWare, the EA-owned studio that's behind Mass Effect and more recently a new Dragon Age game and many other games in the past, Their GM, Gary McKay, wrote in part on their website, quote, "Hello, everyone. Today, we are turning towards the future and preparing for the next chapter in BioWare's story. As we announced in August 2023, we are changing how we build games to meet the needs of our upcoming projects and hold ourselves to the highest quality standards. Now that Dragon Age The Veilguard has been released, a core team at BioWare is developing the next Mass Effect game under the leadership of veterans from the original trilogy, including Mike Gamble, Preston Wadamuniak, Derek Watts, Parrish Lee, and others. In keeping with our fierce commitment to innovating during the development and delivery of Mass Effect, we have challenged ourselves to think deeply about delivering the best experience to our fans. We are taking this opportunity between full development cycles to reimagine how we work at BioWare. Given this stage of development, we don't require support from the full studio. We have incredible talent here at BioWare, and so we have worked diligently over the past few months to match many of our colleagues with other teams at EA that had open roles that were a strong fit. Today's news will see BioWare become a more agile, focused studio that produces unforgettable RPGs. We appreciate your support as we build a new future for BioWare," end quote. I don't think I've ever seen a more spineless way to lay someone off than to not even really acknowledge what you've done. And when I first read the letter, when I put it in the document yesterday, I didn't really know what the situation was. I was like, okay, maybe they really did relocate many of these people or bought some people out. It's not really layoffs or whatever. But then I was clicking around today as I was doing a little bit more research now that things have come out, and it's like many people have been laid off from BioWare. Now, this was inevitable, and a lot of them are veterans, people that have been there for 20 or 25 years, so expensive people, but not necessarily names that you would know. And that's necessary. I'm not judging the corporate aspect of it. BioWare failed with Dragon Age The Veilguard. I think that's pretty obvious. We talked about the paltry sales numbers last week, and obviously the outcome for most Dragon Age fans was not acceptable. So it's not to say that they should keep making games in the same way. It's not tenable. But he doesn't say that. I just feel like this letter is weird. And it's just something I wanted to point out. It's not something that we'll even remember a week from now. But in the moment, I just feel like you got to acknowledge a little bit more what's actually happening than trying to get you're almost like squirreling out of saying what really happened.
Yeah.
That your last game bombed and that you can't keep a full team going anymore. And that you've kind of also distorted how far along Mass Effect is in development up until now by making it seem somewhat concurrent when you're saying that you don't even need a full team, which means the game's still at best in pre-production. So, which is good because hopefully we never see that game because I don't want to see it at this point. But what are our thoughts here? Anything to share?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's like you said, though, it's not surprising. The way that it initially reminded me kind of how they downscaled Irrational Games, or at least the message behind it was like, we need to be more nimble and be able to, we don't require a full studio at this point. But you're right that it's like, there's a giant elephant in the room where it's like, no, like you bombed and now you can't justify having this giant team around. And wasn't this also the case? Their games get announced so early and then just linger around for years and years, and the fan expectations go through the roof. You know, Dragon Age was originally before the Veil. It was called the Veilguard. What was it?
Dawn
Wolf something.
Oh yeah, and it was like a service game too, right?
And it was a service game.
I'll look it up. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, and I feel bad because in some ways I feel like
Dreadwolf.
Yeah, I think that's it. I feel bad because in some ways I wonder how much EA's meddling has done the studio a disservice. But honestly, I'm not too sure about that. It just feels like that was the beginning of the end with BioWare. So it's unfortunate. Should have been more upfront about this, but it's not surprising.
It was called Dreadwolf. It says here on Wikipedia that the game's development began in 2015. And obviously we've talked in the past and we know that the game was changed a great deal in development, but you could see it was greenlit just the year after the Inquisition came out. So they knew they wanted to continue going. They just couldn't get the game out in time to make it really pop. And then it probably went through too many cooks in the kitchen. And before you know it, you have this game that just doesn't seem to be great. And again, I don't speak from experience. I wouldn't like it one way or the other because I'm just not a Dragon Age fan, but it obviously looked like a deeply flawed product. Chris, you have anything you want to add about BioWare?
No, I mean, I'm in agreement. I think the letter's weird, and the words chosen feel kind of, I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to say cowardly, but it just feels a little bit avoidant. I'll say that. But it's not. Again, it's not surprising. I can't pretend to care about what BioWare makes. You know, like I'm very past. Like I played through the original Mass Effect trilogy recently. Although I kind of fell off at the end of 3 because I was like, I remember this. It's getting to the point where like I remember most of this, but that was the last time I was really engrossed in anything BioWare had to offer, and that was what was 2012 Mass Effect 3?
Yes, 2012.
Yeah, so
because it was 2007, 2009, 2012, I think, something like that. The three of them,
something like that, yeah, or maybe 2010. I think was
maybe early
Mass
2010.
Effect 2, but yeah, man, it's been 13 years. I'm good. You know, I've said there's a lot of great teams out there making great stuff that I can't. I mean, I'm always open to being surprised, but you're never gonna catch me paying that deep attention to what they're cooking.
Yeah, it's they lost me after that too. I think Anthem had potential. I just don't. It should have just been a different kind of game, but I don't think like it was the aesthetic or anything like that. That was.
Yeah, it played fine. It was just not that they weren't the people to make that. In the same way that Blue Point's not the people who should be making a live service God of War game. You know, maybe BioWare shouldn't be making a fucking looter shooter.
So the names that they brought up too, in case people are curious, the name that was brought up to kind of reassure people. So Preston Wadamaniuk was the lead designer of the original Mass Effect. Derek Watts was the art director of the original Mass Effect. Parashley was an animator on the original Mass Effect and so on. So these are the names they're pulling from, but the design, it's like you're missing Casey Hudson, who is the director. The major one you're missing is Drew Karpyshyn, who wrote Mass Effect. And I think everything kind of flows out of him. I still say, it's not to say these other guys aren't talented. They're greatly talented people. It's just to say, unencumber them.
Yeah.
And let them make something else. If you're so early in development on this new Mass Effect game that you don't need a full team yet to kind of rally around it, which is surprising to me. You think that I can understand having 2 parallel projects going, and then when Dragon Age gets close, you're like, as happens at pretty much every multi-party or multi-team studio, everyone on board for the last 10 months as we get this game out the door, and then we split back up, and then it goes back in the other direction towards Mass Effect. It sounds like they have nothing really spun up yet. And if that's the case, just do something else. It doesn't even have to be sci-fi. Yeah. In fact, it would be awesome if it wasn't. Just do something else and let it go. Mass Effect, by the time we get this new Mass Effect game, Mass Effect will be almost 25 years old. Unless you're rebooting it or something. I don't even know where they're going to go with the story. I mean, it's just strange. It bothers me that things that are that good that could really be left alone, like really could just be left alone and just let go and admired from afar forever. You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, N. Hindian wrote into us on Patreon, says, "Hey, Sacred Crew. This one's mainly for Colin. You have mentioned several times, including in last week's episode, about a proposal to bring together a development team that comes together to create one game, then disband afterwards, similar to how some movie production houses operate. With the concern of ballooning development costs and the fact that some studios gain time and budget efficiencies by reusing assets and benefiting from lessons learned for sequels, how do you square your proposal with these considerations? To a layman, it seems like your proposal would make development even more inefficient than it seemingly is. I'll hang up and listen. It definitely would be an inefficient way to make games. But I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing. Tamp down the amount of games, focus investment on the best talent making the best games, let them create things from scratch, like the best art. It's not to say, again, we've talked a lot about Horizon and God of War. Well, why is Aloy climbing the same animation? It's like, yeah, that stuff makes sense and you would reuse that because it's a product that already exists, but you're iterating on something that already exists. I'm talking about making something new. If you're making something new, then you shouldn't be building on anything. And games don't often, especially at the AAA level, unless you're, using asset borrowing and all these different engines and the different tools that they have. But first parties and stuff, they're not like I mean, I could be totally wrong about this, but like the barrier you're hiding behind in Horizon is not the barrier you're hiding behind in Uncharted. Like, you build things from the ground up for something, and if you make something new in this new structure, then maybe you stay together. That's what happens often with movies and TV shows. You can do a second season and a third season, and obviously the time spent will be extreme, but I think that this would be the best way to get talent together. Good talent finds good talent. The money will find that talent. They'll be able to kind of work on something special and real, and then assess it from there. Because I think that the Unreal movie studios don't have, obviously there are people permanently working at all these movie studios and all these different production houses. But generally speaking, the team that makes things is not just employed in between projects. There's no expectation that they have to pay that cost to in order to make the movie work. It's like, let's get this thing done, pay everyone, see how it goes, and then invest in the next project. I feel like games are somewhat unusual, actually. I mean, clearly, demonstrably unusual in the way that they're made, comparable to other media-driven creative arts. And I just don't know that works. It's why they're saying here, like, that we have nothing for these people to do. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe that shouldn't even have to really be said. Maybe when you know you're at the last 6 months of your Dragon Age contract, you're on the lookout for the next thing you want to work on. Very similar to a person working as a grip in a movie or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally off base on this. I just don't feel like, I think games take too long to make now at the AAA level and are too expensive to assume that these teams can even survive for more than one game at a time. You might be able to break even and maybe make a small profit, but can you even get to the next game? What if you could just make the game and not even worry about that and see what happens? And no one has expectations. I don't feel like this is a bad way. This is the way animators in Dagon's field work. This is the way lots of people in creative fields work. I just don't think many studios are structured to have permanent, forever employment without knowing how the projects are going or even what the projects are. And so I would expect that a lot more of this is going to happen. But I also don't think that what I'm saying is ever going to come to pass. I don't think people are ever going to make games quite like that.
Yeah.
All right. This is just an interesting piece of news I thought I'd throw out there. So the CCO and actually one of the co-founders of Arrowhead is going on sabbatical. Johan. And this is interesting because people are concerned about, will Helldivers be okay without this guy who's kind of the creative visionary behind the game? Both Helldivers games will be okay without him around. But the other thing that I think is really interesting in what he says here is that he writes a little story or a little letter to people on social media. And he talks about how he hasn't really had any time off in many years. And he's just been kind of working around the clock, and his entire life has been consumed by Helldivers since they started working on the first one many years ago. And he says this at the end, quote, "When I'm back, I will start working on the next Arrowhead game," end quote. So it sounds like they have some idea of what maybe they want to do, or something they want to kind of use the huge boon, no doubt, that Helldivers 2's profits have brought them via Sony to work on something else. So I'm less worried about this guy moving on and getting some time for himself before he comes back, but more interested in what they might do next. And I saw that he had said, or it's people from the studio had said more recently, that they don't really think Helldivers 3 makes any sense based on where games are, that like Helldivers 2 should kind of just be the game that survives and exists for a really long period of time. In fact, one of them said something along the lines of, or wrote something along the lines of, "Can you even explain to us what you think Helldivers 3 is? And how that would be differentiated from what this game already is?" In other words, like, can you envision a future of Helldivers 2 for many years just within the confines of Helldivers 2? Isn't that what it is anyway? So anyway, a few things to talk about here. Dustin, any thoughts you want to share?
Yeah, well, great. Good for him. Being able to do that, first of all, from the success of Helldivers is awesome. And the fact that he's just able to go, it's important to go and re-energize and get inspired. And not a lot of people are able to do that. So very happy for him. In terms of Arrowhead's next game, I get the idea that Helldivers 2 could live in perpetuity and just continue to be updated, but I kind of lean that like they could change a lot and make a fully evolved Helldivers 3, where we've talked many times recently over the last 2 weeks about their old engine and how we've theorized that maybe it's holding back the game in certain ways. But I think that with that IP and that gameplay structure, there's so many cool things to do. And maybe they're confident they could implement them into Helldivers 2, but I would love to see them come back with a really evolved Helldivers 3, maybe even with a more structured story campaign or something like that. I think there's a lot of different ways they could take it. So I would hope that they would do that, but maybe not. They're a really talented team, so seeing them do a new IP would be awesome too. Any
thoughts from you, Chris, before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of am somewhat in agreement with the idea of like, I kind of don't know what Helldivers 3 would be. That's not a game that people, I don't know. It seems like what is great about that game can persist. And what really is holding them back is their ability to, I guess, tinker with the engine in a timely way. So like we've talked about their ability to keep up with a live service schedule being paltry in comparison to some of the bigger juggernauts out there. And that's true. But the end result, like, let's say hypothetically, like they do make a Helldivers 3 on like a new engine that's like more reliable and more supported, that they're faster at making new content for. That game comes out and people are undoubtedly just going to say that like, oh, this is Helldivers 2 again. You know, like I am in agreement where I don't know where else they could really take it outside of doing things like maybe a single player story, which I think conceivably, if there is demand for that, could be done in Helldivers 2 as is. That doesn't seem like out of the realm of possibility. But I am excited at the idea of them maybe, knowing that this engine is not not the greatest, knowing that they have a talented team that's capable of delivering on some great stuff, them taking the expertise that they've accumulated in building a game like this, building the next thing on a more stable, more versatile, and more nimble engine. What that's going to be is more exciting to me than a Helldivers 3. Like I personally, granted, Helldivers 2 is really new, so like my appetite for Helldivers 3 is inherently zero. But I can't imagine that it ever wouldn't be either. I would be more curious to see what the team would be able to do unshackled by a cumbersome engine and now with a bunch of new capital and a bunch of new trust. So more power to them. Enjoy your time off. Definitely, I'm definitely going to be paying attention to Arrowhead from here on out. Like, what a random breakout success, even with the occasional fumble there with like how they maintained it. They still did, dude. I mean, the fact that they went back on some of their decisions at all, like that's such a rare thing. And it's usually something that's done after a really long period. Like I've seen decisions that were objectively bad for the game rolled back years and years into their life cycle. I think about things like sunsetting in Destiny, or like, oh, we're going to sunset every weapon because we want you to use the new stuff. And that lasted for years before they were like, nah, we're not doing this anymore. So props to them for even with their cumbersome engine being nimble in the reaction to that and understanding like, okay, we didn't do the right thing. Let's pivot. Let's go back to, let's not break what is already fixed. So yeah, Arrowhead's on my radar for sure.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they choose to do next, and I wonder if, I mean, you have to imagine Sony is very interested in working with them again, and you would imagine that if that deal were to happen, that would already be signed with them, because you at least have the advantage of them doing something else that's not Helldivers in the future and saying it comes from them. I think that alone would be a powerful way, even if it doesn't work out in the end, that's going to be a very powerful marketing tool to be like, from the people that brought you Helldivers. If you can kind of get behind that with a new IP, maybe that could be a way for them to become a part of the second party stable and really support a new games as a service, a sounder games as a service initiative, which I think would be really positive for them. And then I wonder who else has courted them. I mean, they've probably made enough money to even work on their own if they wanted to without the support of a publisher. A little dangerous. I wouldn't do that, but at that scale. But I wonder if they've gotten with anyone else, what their plan is, how much money people have dangled in front of them? Or has Helldivers done well in a bad time? In other words, if Helldivers did what it did 5 years ago, they would have probably been purchased and made a shit ton of money on a new game and stuff like that. Whether it came out or whether it was any good or not is another story entirely. But now I think people are just so much more risk averse that even something like Helldivers 2, it's like, I don't know, could you even replicate it? Is that just was that a fortuitous bite at the apple that you'll never be able to replicate, not because of your lack of talent, but because it's just so hard and you got so lucky? Though the game is so good, you got so lucky. There are so many good games that don't get attention. So that's not enough. I don't know. We'll see. Enjoy your sabbatical. A couple more quick pieces of news and then we can get into what we're playing. Silent Hill 2 Remake has officially surpassed 2 million copies sold. So congratulations to Konami and Bloober Team. We'll be intrigued to hear more about Silent Hill. As we said a week or two ago on the show, Silent Hill F got an ESRB rating and sounds like that's going to be nearing. And then I thought this was interesting too. And I don't know if, I know you wouldn't care about this, Chris, but Dustin, I don't know if you know about Skies of Arcadia or care about it, but Sega has renewed its trademark for Skies of Arcadia, which is a somewhat obscure Sega developed and Sega published role-playing game that first came to Dreamcast about a year after the Dreamcast came out in the fall of 2000. And then it was later released as Skies of Arcadia Legends on GameCube, and I had it there as well. It's just an obscure old Sega product. And it was interesting to see this pop up. So for the nerds out there like me, I wanted to give it a shout out. Any love for Skies of Arcadia?
I've never played it, but I am aware of Skies of Arcadia Legends because it is a pricier game to find on the GameCube. The complete in box price is $140.
Wow. I have that. I mean, I have that game for sure. That's so interesting.
That's one that I see when you see like these different collection videos or people picking up stuff at yard sales. Like, oh, dude, I got Skies of Arcadia. So I don't know anything about this, but it's relevant to my interests, certainly from seeing the cover. So I'm curious if that will just result in a remaster port of some kind, which would be good. It would tank the price of the GameCube game, probably. Not necessarily.
Is there a relationship between those two things?
Sometimes. I was actually just talking about this to the owner of my local game store on Main Street, that a game like Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door dropped in price significantly after they sold the remake or the remaster on Switch. It's like that game had a high value because there was nowhere else to play it but on GameCube. But other games, when they get a remaster remake, don't seem to move at all. I noticed the Lunar games are going down a little bit, which is surprising because those are such unique collector's pieces, but they are only available to play on Sega CD, Sega Saturn, and maybe Sega Saturn and PS1. So
Sega Saturn, I think only in Japan. Sega CD, all in the West, and then PS1 in the West.
And Suikoden has gone down since the announcement of those remakes, not by a lot. So it does have an effect on the games when there's nowhere else to play them.
Yeah, it's interesting because for these older games, I guess I never think about people buying these games to play them.
Yeah,
I don't know why I don't think that, and I don't think most people do, frankly, buy them to play them.
No.
But if like you wanted to play Suikoden badly enough, I would assume you would just emulate it on PS1. I mean, it's okay at this point, I think, for you to do that for yourself if you can't buy it anywhere. But so in other words, it's surprising to me that those two things are kind of interrelated because I always just felt like the collector's market was a collector's market. I don't buy G.I. Joes to play with them.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I would if it was socially acceptable.
Yeah,
but
I'm in a weird spot where I'm a little bit of both. Sometimes I do play the games that I buy. Sometimes I don't. But yeah, Suikoden, what's interesting, the complete in box peak price was $391 for Suikoden 2. It's now at $237. So major dip. I think I got mine for $300, $250. So,
maybe the advice that I've given, not that you should take my advice on anything in your life necessarily, but the advice that I've given, that if you want something badly enough, it almost never hurts to just buy it now, because I feel like nothing gets cheaper, especially old things. But maybe that's not necessarily the case with some of these as digital options come out more and more for these different products. All right. I didn't know where to put this letter, but I wanted to acknowledge it specifically because 4 people wrote in about this. And when I saw it comes from Jeff Steitzer yelling Goonacide and Goonamanjaro, which I assume is one of your listeners.
Course.
Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah.
It's a Halo voice, right?
Yeah. Goonacide.
Goonacide. Yeah.
Goonamanjaro.
So he wrote in, and he was the first person to write in, which is why I'm using his letter. But when I saw the letter, I was like, well, we don't need to talk about this. And then a second person wrote in about this, and then a third person, and then a fourth person. So I was like, all right, I guess people are really curious about this. I guess this game that I'm about to talk about is really reminding people of me. And so I wanted to acknowledge it. He writes in and says, hey, Elon's second favorite SS. Colin, this one is for you. I see that the game Berserk Boy is launching on PS5 this February after a Steam launch last March. Reviews seem pretty positive for this heavily Mega Man inspired side scroller. Does the announcement trailer do anything for you, or maybe is it a bit too Mega Man X for your taste? Keep on keeping on. So clearly you're not alone here, Jeff. Jeff yelling anyway. And I went and looked at the trailer on Steam and looked at a few of the images and watched some gameplay. It looks really cool. It does look like Mega Man X in some sense. The animation's really, really nice. It definitely has an SNES aesthetic. The combat is all wrong though for me. So I got to be honest with you. What it reminds me of is like a prettier and more coherent Mighty Number 9, in the sense that it's about a Mega Man analog in this rock, paper, scissor analog, but the combat seems to be speed based and score based, which doesn't really fit for me in these kinds of games, and style based in some way, and melee based. Like it seems like he has a variety of weapons, but it seems so. I'm not totally sold on Berserk Boy, to be honest. I don't know that I'm going to play it, but it seems like people that did play it really enjoyed it, and it looks awesome. Especially it looks beautiful. So yeah, I wanted to acknowledge that because people wrote in. And funny enough, when I go to Steam, it might just be because I'm logged in as me or whatever, but there's a bundle where it says buy Gravity Circuit and Berserk Boy. And I was like, shit, did the same people make these games? But it's not the same people. I think they're just similar. And I love Gravity Circuit. That game fucking rules. Like for sure. And that's made by a developer called Domesticated Ant. I recommended that last year, I want to say. So anyway, thank you guys for writing in and thinking about me with Berserk Boy. I'll keep an eye out for it and we'll see what happens. But I did see the trailer pop up on the YouTube channel as well for PlayStation. All right, my boys, let's get into what we're playing. How do we want to do this? You know what, Dustin, let's start with you. Since you're playing, you'll talk about what you're playing, but you'll end with Ninja Gaiden. That will roll into Chris, and he'll be able to talk about what he's playing, and then I'll go last.
Sure. So I picked up the PC version of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I was trying to decide, I wanted to start a replay of it that I could kind of just pick at as time goes by. My playthrough originally was great, and I enjoyed it. Towards the end, I was getting burnt out. There was more side stuff I wanted to do, but I ended up towards the end of the game just really wanting to know what happened, didn't want to get spoiled, wanted to be ready for our spoiler cast. So I feel like I kind of rushed the end of that game. So I was trying to decide if I wanted to play on PS5 Pro or PC, and I thought, why not? Let's see what the PC version's all about. And overall, for me and my personal rig, it's pretty dang good. I'm running it. So my rig is a RTX 4090. I don't remember what my CPU is, but it's very good. So I have very high end shit. And overall, it runs great. 120 FPS, running not a locked, but very high 100 plus frame rate in 4K. And it is amazing how beautiful this game is. One of the main things the PC version really helps with is the pop-in of the world, where when you're running around on the PS5 version, you'll see like plants appearing much closer than feels like it should. PC version is much better at that overall. And the performance is mostly good. There is a little bit of a problem with it in that, and there's a Digital Foundry video that just came out today that I was watching because I noticed this, but they're much better at explaining that kind of stuff, is that there is a bit of a shader compilation, shader compilation stutter. So it compiles the shaders at the beginning, which is good, but it's still, when you first start playing the game, like the first time an explosion appears, the first time a new character appears, you will get a tiny frame rate dip, which I assume if you're playing on lower end hardware or even reasonable, hardware, that's going to be much more aggressive. It's not that bad for me, but I am in a different scenario than most people with hardware. So be in mind that could be a possibility. It could use a little bit of patching up for a full compilation. Why not do that? People are willing to wait so the game runs smoothly. So I'm playing that again, remembering how good Queen's Blood is. I was so deep into Queen's Blood, but I never finished that quest line my first playthrough. So it's been fun playing that. And just overall, man, this game, both Remake and Rebirth, the first time I started playing them in my repeat playthroughs of Remake and now my second playthrough of Rebirth, it just reminded of man, I love small games. I love middle-sized games budget-wise, but there's something about when you play Rebirth, it's man, this game screams like it costs so much money to make, and it's so good because of it, where you're man, just the voice acting, the environments, the art direction, the quality of the character models, things like that, the size of the world. It's just really, really is an incredible game. If you haven't played Rebirth yet or Remake, you really owe it to yourself. These are some of the absolute best games to come out in recent memory. The PC version, pretty good. The other thing I've been playing is Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. So I picked this one up on PlayStation 5 just because I knew this is one I wanted to play on the couch. It has PS5 Pro support, and it's really good. I like it. It definitely feels like a game from, I believe, 2008, maybe, that was originally in the, I don't remember if it was Xbox 360 exclusive, but it's from that era. So it has some of the trappings of an older game. Like, for example, I think the camera in this game is ass. It's not the worst of an older game that has a bad camera, but there are times where I feel like I'm struggling with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm also surprised in that I was concerned going in about the difficulty of this game. Chris and I talked about this briefly before recording earlier this week, that I was really concerned. I'm man, is this game going to kick my ass? And I was because of that mindset, I just started on normal. And overall, this game has been, I don't want to say a breeze, but I've only died a few times. And I know the response to that will be well, it's hard if you bump it onto harder difficulties. And it's well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Every
game's hard on harder difficulties.
Exactly. So I think I'm going to continue to play on normal just because I always play through games on normal at first. I never immediately go to harder difficulty, just how I do it. So I'm going to keep playing on normal. Overall, though, it's been really enjoyable. I love this game has so many different weapons, and they all feel really unique. And when I was reading about what other weapons people are playing, is that there doesn't seem to be just one best weapon. It's oh, well, the other weapons are fun, but really you probably want to be using this one. Seems to be pretty even. Even in my playthrough, the first weapon you get, of course, is the sword, the katana. And as soon as I got, there's a pole arm that does more wide range of damage. I'm oh shit, this is way better for my playstyle to use this than the sword. So I've been having fun switching through the weapons. I don't know what the fuck's going on in the story in this game. I don't know if it's because I don't have the context of the original Ninja Gaiden, but so far it's a little bit wacky and over the top in a way that I like. There's a big fight going on in New York City, a guy menacingly standing beside the Statue of Liberty. So it's a bit campy in that way that I like. So I'm having a good time with it. I know last week I was saying the $50 price tag, ouch, which was ironic after talking about GTA being $100. But yeah, I did buy it. I think that it's probably a little expensive for what it is.
It seems expensive. I think $39.99.
Yeah,
seems like a more appropriate price.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't run flawlessly either on PS5 Pro. There's definitely frame rate dips. You can turn it to 120 FPS mode, but I felt like it looked significantly worse. So I'm running on the 60 FPS mode, and it's been pretty good overall. There's definitely a huge difference. I'm sure you would notice more if you played the original. I didn't, but I watched a video just to see like what kind of upgrades they make, and it does look significantly better than the original. So I'm enjoying it so far. I think I'm on chapter 5, maybe. So I'm making my way through just like a chapter a day. But Chris, I know you're playing this as well and enjoying it. Seems like a lot of people are getting into Ninja Gaiden. Maybe we're a little bit late to the party on this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I definitely feel late to the party because I only have I have such minimal experience with this game that it's almost debatable in my own memory as to whether or not I even played this one or I have memories of being in the room when this was when Ninja Gaiden in this era was being played and thoroughly kind of being interested in it, but never really pulling the trigger. Be it for, I don't know, maybe I just didn't have the money or other games caught my attention, whatever. But yeah, dude, playing it again. I'm playing on Game Pass because I kind of also felt like that's a pretty steep price, I think.
Well, if you can get it on Game Pass, you should definitely just do that.
Yeah, like I was already kind of like, I already figured I was jumping in because I was like, oh, there's Avowed. Like, there's reasons to jump in now, I think that's like kind of like reasonable. So I'm like, all right, yeah, I might as well jump in on this. But I'm having a blast with it, dude. Like, and I'm with Dustin where like I was really intimidated by it because I was like, this is going to kick my ass. So let me just start on normal just to get my bearings. And I even then I thought like maybe normal was going to kick my ass anyway. And I think I've died maybe 3 times, and all of those was in like the beginning, you know, like trying to figure out and learn everything. And I also don't know how the blocking works. Like I never feel like I'm blocking quite right. I don't know if you feel this, Dustin, either, or maybe like there's like so many modern action games borrow heavily from Souls, so I'm just like used to that type of blocking. But it feels weird in this game. I don't know if it's delayed or if it. I don't know. I don't even know how to articulate it. But it's fun, man. Like the weapons are awesome. I love how gory it is. I love how over the top it is. Like those Wolverine claws or whatever are so over the top. This is my favorite thing to use. I'm using that and the chain.
The chain is sick. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like I don't even know. It's like a scythe on a chain or something. Some crazy shit.
Yeah.
It's really dope. Like the weapons are really fun. It's fun to just clear enemies. I think it's paced exceptionally well. But that's like, again, I've been banging the drum about this for years, and it proves to be true even for games that I hold no nostalgia for. Like I play a game like this, and I get to the end of the stage, and I'm like, yes, let's keep going, and I want to keep going, as opposed to I feel like so many games from later on in the Xbox One, PS4, and I guess even up till now, I feel like I'm ready for a mission or like a level to be over well before it concludes, and so I'm just like, I'm enthusiastic about going to the next one. Like I think I'm on chapter 11. I think there's like 16 chapters in it, so I'm pretty healthily far in, and I'm having a great time. I also have no earthly idea what the hell's going on. Like there's bosses that pop up, and you're like, that's a crazy design. I have no concept of why this is happening, but this is really cool. And I'm into it. Like I like that stuff. Yeah. Like I really am a big fan of video games. Not necessarily. I don't need a game to make sense. I don't need a great narrative. Like that's great, and it's definitely icing. And I definitely appreciate games with great narratives. Obviously, like we talk about Red Dead all the time, and on the Star Tank, it's like that show's a Red Dead podcast at this point. So like we appreciate those things, but like I don't need a reason as to why this awesome design is put in front of me. Like let me fight it. In an arena that's fun to fight in, and I'm more than happy, dude. And this is a very crisp game in that sense. It really does kind of feel like, I don't want to say mindless action in a negative way, but there's something about it that feels, it's like a good snack,
right?
That I'm really into. And I haven't noticed any crazy performance issues or anything. I'm playing it on Series X. I don't think I boosted the 120. I don't think I did that. I don't think it needs it either. I think it plays perfectly fine. But yeah, I highly recommend Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, especially if you can get on if you have Game Pass. It's also on Game Pass for PC. So like if you are unaware of that, like definitely go check it out. It's definitely worth your time. I do think the price is a bit steep. I would even maybe say even like I feel like 30 or 40 is still maybe like a little steep for me, but I think $29.99 is a very appropriate price for a game like this, you know, because it is short. It's not, there's not a ton of bells and whistles in it. Dude, some of the character designs in this game, like I forgot how there's female characters that you play as in this game that I'm like, yo, this is insane. Like the jiggle physics are unreal.
Mhm.
That's Tecmo,
Like,
dude.
and I was just looking at it. I was mesmerized by it. I was like showing a friend of mine. I was like, look at that, how insane this is.
Tecmo were the pioneers of jiggle physics. Literally, they really were. With
God bless
specifically
them.
with Dead or Alive. So
Yeah,
Chris,
God
you
bless them. But yeah.
mentioned how gory it is. I love that there's a core mechanic of the combat where you can like chop off dudes' arms,
Mhm.
and they will continue to try to fight you.
Yeah.
And I love it because it's actually kind of interesting that you'll chop off one of their arms. They'll try to fight. They're weakened at this point. You can just do a heavy attack and it'll do this awesome animation where you like chop their head off or something. But if you're not careful, they will do suicide attacks on you where they'll grab you and then light a bomb and explode and do
Yeah.
major damage, which is just totally out of pocket that there's a guy that you've already partially dismembered and then he's going to suicide bomb himself on you is amazing. But it's so funny to me when I'm fighting a group of guys and there's like 4 of them that have their arms chopped off, but they're still fighting. They're dedicated to the cause. So God bless them.
Yeah.
God bless.
I think it's great. I love how it feels too. Like there's something about I know people like take umbrage with, you know, comparing everything to Souls games or calling games Souls like when they're not. Like, and I understand that from like a design perspective, but like I do feel like from a game feel perspective, from just like the feeling of moving around a 3-dimensional space and doing a little jump and like doing light attack, heavy attack. I feel like a lot of games have borrowed really heavily from Souls. And it's nice to play a 3D action game that is kind of a hack and slash that doesn't feel that way. You know, that it feels very distinct. Like I miss when these games kind of felt a little bit more like, I don't know, specific to themselves. And that probably has a lot to do with like the engines that they're using and, you know, obviously different design methodologies and like what these games are going for, obviously. But I forgot how much I like third-person action games because I feel like I've played similar types for a long time. And I still like them. But yeah, it's just so over the top and so quick. Like you're able to like dash across the battlefield and like across the arena in like a second. And sometimes Ryu is weightless and sometimes he isn't. Sometimes he's really heavy. It's really cool. It's interesting. Like I like the dynamism of it. So like definitely highly recommend Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. It's really great. I finished up Medieval 2 and it was just a very weird game. That final boss is an absolute bitch if you're not prepared, which is kind of crazy. I didn't expect that. But I finished Medieval 2 and I enjoyed it, had a good time with it. And I was like, oh, you know what? I should jump into Medieval Remake again. Because that was one that I jumped into when it first came to PS4, but I didn't finish it because like Medieval 1 was never the game that like that. Medieval 2 was always the one that I was like more that I grew up with. So Medieval 1 I bought to support just in hopes that maybe we would see the second one in some way, shape, or form. And we did, not in the same way, but I figured, okay, I polished off Medieval 1, let me polish off Medieval 2, let me polish off Medieval 1 Remake. So I believe I only have like 5 levels left. I'm pretty deep into the game. I'm like 15. No, I might be 20 hours in, although like that's according to the PS5 clock, which we all know is schizophrenic and wrong. But yeah, I'm enjoying Medieval 1 Remake a lot. I love the style, and I can't stop looking at Sir Dan and that design. I really love that design. Like that character is so interesting. The way his head swivels back at the camera, like when he's idle, and the way that like you do a heavy attack and he spins, but only his torso spins because he's a skeleton and his legs stay plant. Like there's a lot of charm in that design
cool.
and the tone of the original Medieval. It's definitely a gameplay improvement. It's still, you know, it's still very dated in some way, but I think it's very, very well done. Like it's better than I thought it was at the time. And maybe that's due to like maybe some frame boost with the PS5 that's kind of inherent that maybe I just didn't notice with PS4, because I remember the PS4 version running it like a kind of like a paltry, like it I didn't like the way it ran. But I'm not having that problem now. Pretty deep into it. Not much more to say. I really like this character, and I feel like this is a prime example of conceptually like a game concept and a game idea that I wish it could be resurrected in a way that could be given a little bit more time, because I do think there's something here that's really charming and cool and really enjoyable that just needs to be tightened up and maybe a little a little bit rethought. But I'm enjoying Medieval 1 Remake. I should probably finish that by probably in the next 2 days. It's a really quick game. But beyond that, because Colin has been going through these Mafia games, I don't know, like I started Mafia 1 Definitive Edition a while ago. I think back when it came to PS Plus, I think out of curiosity, and it opened with a driving mission. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I'm not feeling this right now. Like, I don't know. I just wasn't super receptive to it. And so I put it down. I think I played for like 12 minutes and put it down. And because Colin's been on this Mafia kick, I was like, you know what? I'm kind of in the mood for like a GTA like that isn't super time consuming. I don't know. Like I'm in the mood for like an open world game that I don't feel too intimidated by. And Mafia 1 seemed like that kind of game to me. And so I decided to just jump into it, see how I liked it. I think I'm about 17 hours in. So I've seen a lot of I've done a lot of the game. I don't know how much is left. But I'm really enjoying myself a lot more than I thought I would, and I think a lot of it is to do with the pace of it. I think it's paced exceptionally well. Like I feel like when I play a lot of these open world games, especially like GTA games, there's a lot of time. How do I put it? I remember learning in like editing class, like you don't need to show your characters taking a bath.
Right.
You know, you don't need to show your characters like getting in the car and turning it on and driving to work. And I feel like this game kind of understands that, where it's like sometimes you'll end one mission and the next mission will pick up at the end of a conversation. And you don't know what that conversation is about. You maybe have some idea about what it is, and there might be some intrigue there, but it's not going to waste time with you. And that's what I really appreciate about this. It's like it's really tightly written. It's surprisingly well acted. Like I was kind of taken aback by how good the performances were and like how fun everything was. Like there's a character who stutters a lot. He's like your mechanic who, I can't remember which, it's one of the other gangsters, but he says like, yeah, this is Tommy. He's a bit of a cracked egg.
Yeah.
Or something. I'm like, I love that expression.
It's a bit of a
so
cracked
much.
egg, see?
Using that that's going to be in my lexicon for a while now, because dude, cracked egg is an amazing way to call somebody retarded. Like, that's great. But I like, I just like the tone of it. I like 1930s. I believe it's Chicago. I think it's like a facsimile of Chicago.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in Illinois, so yeah, Chicago.
Yeah, so I like the idea of like setting a Mafia game being set not in like a traditional place where you would expect it to be. Like I usually associate Mafia stuff with like New York.
Yeah, Chicago at that point was very associated with it, but it would change later. So it makes some level of sense.
But it's cool. Like, and it's all about the Prohibition era and how like, you know, how all of the stuff around that twisting legally like fucked all these different. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's actually like I do like the framing device too of the main characters like at the bar, or not at the bar, at the coffee shop, kind of telling the story and jumping back and forth. Like normally I feel like that would bother me, and I've seen that type of framing device done in ways that are not as successful, but here I think it works exceptionally well because there is like an element of intrigue. You don't know why this meeting is taking place. You don't know exactly what the situation is. So like that, it's really neatly, like narratively, it's really tight so far. I don't know if that unravels later on, but I think it's exceptionally well paced. I appreciate the fact that this is an open world game in name only, in the sense that like it doesn't really feel like a checkbox. Like it's not one of those games where it's like, okay, you've done your main mission, now go do a side quest or go like climb a tower and unlock. You know, it doesn't feel. It feels like a linear game set in a map that happens to be open world.
Totally,
which is great. I love it. There's like it eliminates all of like every issue I have with pacing in open world games where it's just like it doesn't feel like anything's really happening sometimes. Sometimes it feels like I'm not doing anything. Everything I'm doing in this game feels consequential, and it feels important to what's going to happen next, despite the fact that it is set in an essentially an open world. And that's striking to me, because I don't know if I can count. Like, I don't know. No other game is really coming to mind when I think about a game like this. You know, like I can't think of another game that is this linear, but also set in an open world like this. Like most, even the games that I like that are, you know, more tight. Like I think about like a Ghostwire Tokyo. Like that's very much like a small kind of Far Cry kind of game where you're encouraged to do all this other side stuff. But yeah, I'm really taken with that design philosophy and how much I like it. But yeah, I can't remember, the missions aren't numbered, but I think I'm in 1935 at the point, and I think the interview in the future is taking place in 1938. So I'm getting close to something. I don't know if that's the end of the game or if like it continues from there, but like I'm super invested in it, more than I thought I would be. And yeah, like I think it plays fine. I think it's not really anything to write home about gameplay wise. I think it's entirely serviceable.
Yeah, definitely. That's not where it shines.
I think, yeah, but like narratively and like vibe wise, like I really am engrossed in a way that I didn't think I would be at all by an old Mafia game. And I think it looks gorgeous in some places. It does. I ran into one bug where like one of our guys got kidnapped and I had to go get him. And then I snuck by I did because you can do stealth and it's actually like a pretty reasonable thing to do in a lot of these situations because you can get blown the fuck out really quick. But I got to the door and it said like, you know, save Sam or whatever. And I got to the door and it just wouldn't. And it said like kill all enemies, but all the enemies were gone. So like I did have to reload a checkpoint. That happened once.
That happened to me too in the game in a different place where I had to restart because you like go to that place in Chinatown you go to sometimes in the game. Yeah, and then you go at one point, you know, the wife's like yelling at you in the back and you like walk through the back and you're supposed to go through the door and the door just never opens. Oh, and I had to like go back and check one. So there was weird shit like that, but.
Yeah, it only happened to me once so far. I think it's worth noting, and there is a scene in the game, at least for me, and I was playing on PS5 Pro where like there's a shit ton of explosions, like cars are like exploding, and the frames just fucking crashed. I think it went to like 12 frames a second for like a solid like 4 seconds. That's the only time that it happened to me, but I don't know. It's worth noting. I think it's really good. I think I'm kind of, I don't know yet if I'm going to dive into 2. It really depends on how I feel at the end of this, but like I'm really liking it a lot so far, and it's a nice surprise. Because it's better than I thought it would be. Having no experience with Mafia outside of playing, I think the Mafia 2 demo over and over again back on 360. It's a pleasant surprise that this is as interesting as it is, considering I really thought it was going to be infinitely more generic than it is.
I'm glad you like it. I was trying to think as you were talking, like how would I describe it best? And it's a game that I think punches, specifically the definitive edition, I think specifically punches above its weight. It's way better than it has any business being. That's kind of what I was saying. It's like, especially from the present, I think the voice acting and the writing is exceptional. Like A+ level voice acting, A+ level writing. I mean that.
Yeah.
I think it's really, really good from that. And I know that it was rewritten from the original. Actually, some people had talked about this in some of the comments, and I had known this, but I don't know why I didn't bring it up. Is that, you know, the team, Daniel Vavra, whatever that guy's name, and some of the people that made Kingdom Come Deliverance made Mafia, and I think Mafia 2 as well. And so it was 2K Czech or Illusion Softworks, I think they were called at the time.
Yeah, Illusion, yeah.
And I think 2K Czech was the one that got kind of the credit for, even though it's the same team, for Mafia 2. And yeah, the gameplay is nothing to write home about. The driving's nothing to write home about. The world feels really alive though. And I'm into it. And you're right. The story is so cool because it is about how these criminals have this idea of how to make money. And then when prohibition goes away, they're kind of fucked. And it's an interesting story from that perspective. This isn't much. I don't think this is a spoiler. I really don't think this is a spoiler because I'm not going to tell you what happened. But I didn't appreciate, because Mafia 1 came out in 2002 and Mafia 2 came out in 2010. So I think we're far beyond being able to even spoil these games meaningfully, but I'm also not going to get deep into into spoiling specifics, but I didn't appreciate how connected the two games were until I went back and played the first one and then played the second one. The ending of the first game happens in the second game. So,
oh, wow.
It's cool. Like they're intimately connected in that way. And you'll see, it's pretty cool. So
yeah, I'm interested in because I have really fond memories of Mafia 2 specifically because I literally just played the demo, but I remember being transfixed with this version of the city. Like there was something about the vibe, like the lighting. I don't even know what it is about it necessarily, but like they captured a specific time and place in that city that I really was just enamored with, and I just like driving around and being in it. But I never actually played Mafia 2. So I think I might, I don't know, depending on how it ends and how much I like it, I might want to take a little bit of a break in between. Mm-hmm. But I think my plan as right now is probably to go ahead and just do Mafia 2 because I really am just liking it a lot.
Yeah, I jumped right in too, and I'll get into what I'm playing, which is, and I talked a little bit about it last week, but I'm playing Mafia 2, or I played Mafia 2 Definitive Edition. I platinumed it, Platinum 176. I also messed around with some of the DLC. I wasn't very compelled. The DLCs in the Definitive Edition, it's cool, but I wasn't really compelled by it. It's actually very arcadey and gameplay oriented. It's all about high scores and you're doing little tasks, like story-driven tasks of this other character, but I wasn't really compelled by it, so I just didn't waste any time with it. But I did all the trophies in the main game, got the platinum, beat it on hard, got all the collectibles. There's a lot of collectibles. And it's a step backwards from Mafia 1. I mean, probably not from the original one, but since you're only going to have access on console unless you're playing the PS2 iteration, the definitive edition of Mafia, you're stepping back from a late PS4 game in a remake to a mid-generation PS3 game. And they really didn't do anything to the Mafia 2 as far as it's upscaled, I guess, and the frame rate's solid and all the rest, but they didn't change anything. And I remember the game well because I platinumed it on PS3 back in the day too. So I remember specifically that there's two collectible types. There's the Playboy magazines famously that you find, and then there are wanted posters. And I remember my one memory of the game was that there is a wanted post. The wanted posters are in the stupidest places. It's like, who would put a wanted poster in any of these places? But one of them is on the roof of a building, and you have to drive off of like this trestle as you're turning on it and just drive through a barrier and then onto the roof. And I remembered that. And I just did it a few days ago. I was like, yeah, this is so crazy. You have to drive and jump and then like run into a chimney so you don't fall off the other side of the roof. And then there's a wanted poster there that you have to find. So I remember that. It's still a charming game. I love Mafia stuff. I love like Italian American, it usually is Mafia based stuff. The verbiage, the inflection.
Yeah.
But definitely it's a step backwards. And even at the time, people weren't crazy about Mafia 2. So, but it is intimately connected to the first game. And from that perspective, I think it's pretty cool. So I enjoyed playing it. I platinumed it in like 4 days. And then I've been playing a few other things. I re-downloaded Civilization 6. And I've started 2 different games. And it's one of those games where I play 150 turns or something. And then I'm like, I just don't like the way this is going. And I don't want to continue to play it. It's hard for me to like get deep into any of these games. But I'm doing things differently. So I started another game last night and then I got like 100 moves in. And I'm like, I just think I overextended myself. I don't think this is going to work out well for me. And so I'm probably going to start playing again. What it made me realize is I think I'm just going to hold off on Civ 7 for a while. I don't really need it. What am I going to get out of Civ 7 that I there's so much for me to crack in Civ 6 still. And I enjoy it. It seems a little, just looking at footage of Civ 7, it just looks a little more simple than Civ 6 looks a little more simple than Civ 7. A little more up my alley. So I've been enjoying playing that at, quiet hours at night. And then a couple of nights ago, I bought Phantom Fury, which is the kind of sequel to Ion Fury. Ion Fury is a 2019 shooter that came to PS4, I want to say in 2020. I platinumed it last year. It's from a studio called Voidpoint. It's a boomer shooter in a mid-90s PC style. So Phantom Fury is a sequel, and it's made by Slipgate Ironworks. Both games are published by 3D Realms. And it's different. I would describe it as more as like a early PS2 era style shooter, maybe late PS1 era style shooter. So And what was weird is I kind of forgot it existed. And I'm pretty sure when I played Ion Fury last year, this hadn't come out the console yet. So I was going through the PlayStation store, as I often do, chronologically. And Phantom Fury had popped up, like as if it just came out. But then when you go to the object, it's like, no, it came out in April or something. I'm like, okay, I guess I just missed this. I don't know why this is here, but it reminded me it was there. And even though it doesn't have great reviews, it has like a 3.5 or whatever on PlayStation Store, and it's mixed on Steam. I bought it. It was $25. It's pretty good. It's not as cool as the first one. And I know that 3D Realms is trying to go for, especially with these games, trying to go for that kind of Duke Nukem, kind of chippy, always saying something sarcastic. Not nearly to that extent, of course. With publishing these kinds of games, it's but it's still fun. And you play as the same character, Shelly Harrison, Bombshell Shelly. And it takes place in the Southwest in the United States. And I'm enjoying it. Now, I was going to go for the platinum, and I might still, but there is this one really annoying trophy in the game. So there's a part of the game where you come to this in-game arcade. And there's all these different machines to play. And so there are these 3 trophies attached to 3 different things you can do in the arcade. And 2 of them are fairly simple. You have to play with like a claw machine, and you have to do these darts on a dartboard. But then there's a third one where you have to play this arcade shooter, like this light gun shooter. And I just don't think it's not literally impossible because people do have the trophy for it, but it's the rarest trophy in the game. It's like 1% of people have it. And it's something like 15% on the PC version. And it's because I think it's made for the snappiness of the mouse, and it's simply not really easily doable without cheating in some way on console. And so the best way I've figured out, or not figured out, I read about how people did it on console or are trying to do it on console, is you have to like constantly pause. And when you pause, you can still redirect your light gun, but you don't have a reticle or whatever. So you have to like be able to read it, and then you unpause and shoot, and then pause again and move the reticle to the enemy that you have to. And I kind of did it last night, but I still have to do it way better in order to get the trophy. So I'm not entirely sure I'll be able to do it, but I'm going to try to get through that in the coming days and see what happens. So I'm playing that. And then I did stick with Arizona Sunshine Remake on PSVR 2, and T-Dot's Finest 82 wrote in about this. He said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, this is mainly for Colin," in reference to his VR struggles. "When I bought the PSVR 2 at launch, it was my first ever VR experience, and it was very rough. I was nauseous within 10 minutes of the first game I played. The suggestions Dustin made are definitely great ones, specifically the point-to-point turning. My only suggestion is don't give up on it. As you may get your VR legs, as the term is known, your play sessions can stretch out to hours, not minutes, and you can eventually get to a point where you do not need that you do not need point-to-point turning. As disappointing as it could be at the beginning when you want to jump 2 feet and play as long as you like, the commitment to continue does pay off. Don't stop playing, as you'll never quite get over the hump. Happy VR gaming. There's so many great single-player experiences on PSVR 2 now. It really has come into its own as a solid device that's well supported." So I haven't gotten too much. I've played probably Arizona Sunshine Remake for another hour and a half, maybe over 3 sessions since we last talked about it. And I did take the point-to-point turning suggestion. So as was referenced in T-Dot's letter, I really wanted to just raw dog the VR experience, right? I wanted to play standing up, turn as normal, enjoy the true differences compared to couch gaming. What I realized was this is just not going to work for me. It was making me nauseous in a game like Arizona Sunshine, which I was really enjoying. Like, I think it's really good. I mean, that's the frustrating thing, is like, this is fun. This is truly, obviously fun. It's a modern, immersive light gun game. And I'm really digging it, with some light puzzle solving and whatever, but it's really just a light gun game. And so what I started doing, as I said last week, is I started playing sitting down. That didn't really do much for me. And then you gave me the recommendation, Dustin, and others, to kind of mess with some of the settings further to make it less of a traditional game. And the first time I put on turn-to-turn or point-to-point turning, I had to get used to it, but it worked. And I played it for a while. I played it for about a half an hour. And then I'm like, you know what? I feel okay. I'm going to stop and leave it here. And then the next time I got on it, I played it for like 10 minutes, and I was like, I feel like I'm going to fucking throw up, with the same settings that we were just describing. And then I played it again, and I played it for like 20 minutes, and I still didn't feel well, even with these new settings. And it's like, geez, man, I know I have to continue to stick with it, but I'm wondering if this is just not going to be happening for me. And it's particularly frustrating, again, because I know that Arizona Sunshine is probably a pretty antiquated game. I don't really know by the standards of what's happening today, because it is an old, early PSVR game and on other platforms too. But it's new to me. And I'm telling you that I'm having like a really great time with it when I can just immerse myself and play it. In fact, it's kind of unbelievable. I was walking around some of the stages and I'm like, this is kind of just crazy. It's not that it's like the most beautiful thing in the world. It's just that I'm there. I'm like actually here. I'm treating this, and this is the problem with my stomach, no doubt. It's spatial. I'm in the space. My back is against the wall. I'm grabbing the guns. I'm grabbing the ammo. It's what the VR experience obviously is. But I'm wondering if maybe I'm just not equipped to do it in this way, and that because I never played these games that required more movement, that I just never realized that about myself. So I'm going to continue to try. But it would be so much easier if I played the game and I'm like, this shit sucks. But it doesn't. That's the honest truth. And it makes me really curious what Arizona Sunshine 2 is like, if this is the way this is. So I'm going to continue to try to see what happens with it. But that's been what I've been playing this last week. All right, my friends, let's get into the news. And we'll start with number one. Big news this week as things are shaken up over at PlayStation and at Sony Corporation itself. Number one, Sony Corporation has made significant changes to its executive leadership structure. And for the purposes of this podcast, it's worth reporting that these changes also greatly affect the PlayStation brand, known internally at Sony as Sony Interactive Entertainment, or the games and services silo, the biggest portion of the company. Let's get into the less interesting corporate-wide stuff first, where some big moves have been executed. Kenichiro Yoshida, Sony CEO since 2018 and chairman since 2020, is being removed from the CEO post in particular, though he will retain the chairman title and take on a new title of corporate executive officer beginning April 1st, which is the first day of Sony's next fiscal year. Yoshida is in his mid-60s, and it could simply be that he's ready to be phased out and retire, as Sony is actually performing better on the stock market than it ever has in its history. So this move is unlikely to be performance-related. He joined Sony in 1983, left in the late 90s, founded a company that Sony then bought, and then came back to Sony itself in 2013, rising to the brand's CFO in 2014, a role he held until 2018. The CFO connection is interesting here, though, because it's Sony's current CFO, Hiroki Totoki, who will be taking over as CEO beginning that same date, April 1st. Totoki himself joined Sony in 1987 and rose up the ranks to ultimately become CFO in 2020. He also sometimes acted as COO and was even SIE's interim CEO for a while, as you might recall, following Jim Ryan's exit. According to Sony, these moves were approved unanimously by the company's board of directors. So what about PlayStation itself? Well, there were already some major moves there, as well as the co-CEO structure for the brand that was envisioned just last year has already been broken apart. Instead of Hideaki Nishino leading the ship alongside Herman Holst at the top, Holst has been demoted and will now report directly to Nishino. Previously, Nishino was the CEO of PlayStation's hardware and services sectors, while Holst was the CEO of PlayStation's software business. While Holst will retain the CEO branding, it will be as the CEO of the studio business group, while Nishino will hold the role of CEO and president of Sony Interactive Entertainment, full stop. These changes will likewise be active as of the first day of Sony's next fiscal year, April 1st. Nishino, who joined Sony back in 2000, was long the overseer of PlayStation's platform and online services and has helped PlayStation Network and PlayStation Plus reach a dominant position internally. According to documents from Sony, quote, Holst will continue to lead the development, publishing, and business operations of SIE's first-party content. He will also be responsible for developing games across many devices, including PlayStation consoles and PC, and bringing video game IP to new mediums through PlayStation Productions, end quote. So while Holst is still very much in the mix, perhaps surprisingly so, he has been definitely demoted, likely due to the major upheaval the brand is going through in terms of software, based on decisions Holst very much helped oversee and deploy. Holst himself came to Sony via Studio Guerrilla Games, which he began at in 2001 and which Sony purchased outright in 2005. He joined Sony itself in 2011 as Shuei Yoshida's lieutenant in the first party and rose up the ranks further from there. Preliminary thoughts, Dustin.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting to me, I've seen a lot of debate as like, was he demoted? It's like, well, he wasn't demoted. It's just someone else has a role above him. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's kind of a demotion. You didn't have a boss before and now you do. And so I'm curious about why this happened specifically now. We can point to, of course, like the, total shit show that has been all the cancellations and stuff like that, which obviously he's been a part of, but it's just such a quick reversal from how many months ago was that they were both named co-CEOs.
It was announced either late 2023 or early 2024 for the fiscal year. So they had lasted in those positions for this full fiscal year, I believe.
Yeah. So it's odd. Just that apparently it's two things. There's either a lack of confidence in Herman Hulst to be a co-driver, or the co-driver situation just wasn't working out. Obviously there's some level of great confidence in him. It's not like that he was let go or demoted greatly, I guess, like many steps down. He's still very much in a central leadership role. It's just that now I would assume he doesn't have the final say on certain things. So it's a very interesting shakeup. I would say it happened so quickly.
I'm looking up. Sorry, I was muted. I'm looking up how many Fortune 500 companies have two CEOs. 7 Fortune 500 companies had co-CEOs. So it's not a common thing for this to be the case. Not that Sony would be the corollary here, just because it would be the major entity and they don't have co-CEOs. But it still is strange to have co-CEOs at the top of any brand. And I found that peculiar to begin with. But before I get further into what I think, Chris, let's get you on the record. What are your preliminary 40,000 foot thoughts here on the change in guard, specifically at PlayStation? Although, Sony was making some changes at the top, corporation-wide as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprised that you would see some kind of shift in leadership, given everything that's come to light and everything that's happened, everything that's been canceled, everything. I mean, it just seems to reason that there was a restructuring kind of due in some way. I guess it's the most surprising thing about it is that it comes so soon after this decision to do the co-CEO thing in the first place, because it was how long ago? You said it was last year, but it wasn't that long ago. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'll look up keep going. I'll look up the exact dates.
Like, it wasn't in January. You know what I mean? Like, it feels relatively recent that decision was made. So to have it kind of unmade and then Herman kind of, and yes, he was demoted. That's the soft language about like, oh no, it's like, oh, did he die or did he pass away? It's like, he's dead. So I don't know what to make of that, really. Like, it strikes me as bizarre, given the fact that, I mean, we talked about Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst being kind of the executive people kind of making a lot of the calls that would end up ultimately kind of floundering things like these live service initiatives and even just something like, in my opinion, Concord alone is kind of is such a black mark for Hulst, in my view, that like, because I believe there's reporting about like he was like one of the prime voices kind of like coming to bat for this game, and the fact that they bought that studio ostensibly sight unseen is strange to me. Like that seems like such a bad move that I'm kind of surprised that he even. It's written here. You wrote that he has the CEO branding. It's like, why?
It reminds me a little bit of the way, it's just my own reference point in my life, but you guys might remember old IGN had many editors in chief. Mm-hmm. So like each part of the site had an editor in chief, and then the site itself had an editor in chief, and everyone eventually was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like you can't have all these like executive level people working underneath, like nestled and nested under each other like this. Because it's not really the way corporations work. These are in name only. Yeah. So, but again, it sounds like he has more of a presidency role now over the studios themselves. My theory on, all right, so let me back up before I even get any further away from what you were asking earlier. The announcement of Nishino and Hulst, I was a little off. It was actually happened May 13th, active June 1st. So it wasn't active. It would have been, I said April 1st. So it was actually Q2 in their fiscal year. That would be Q2 in the beginning of Q2 in their fiscal year. So they made it 3 quarters under this structure, which I think is fairly interesting. So that's the answer to that. Yeah. Let's get this question in here and then I'll continue. Argus Forever wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Men. It's ironic that in just last week's Sacred Symbols, you were all discussing Insomniac shift to 3 CEOs, and now Sony is moving back to 1 CEO from 2. With Hideaki Nishino now the sole CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment and Hiroki Totoki stepping up as Sony's overall CEO, what do you think this means for PlayStation's direction? With Nishino's expertise being in hardware and services, do you see this change of the guard pointing to a bigger focus on cloud gaming PSN services, or a shift in how PlayStation approaches first-party content? I'd have to think that the recent news of Sony canceling some live service titles and Hermen Hulst being a proponent of them, especially Concord, was the cause of this. Do you think Sony finally has a clear vision and direction of where they want to be over the next 5 or 10 years, with less of the focus on live service and more of a focus on hardware capabilities and single-player games? Would love to hear your takes. Cheers. So, yes, I do think that I think the Insomnia thing is peculiar too, because I saw some feedback even that someone was saying it could be about there being multiple games and there's multiple CEOs, and it's like, that's not the way that works. Like, they're trying to divide and conquer it by discipline. You worry about finance, you worry about the game development, you worry about, this, like culture and all these kinds of things, hiring, whatever, HR related stuff, marketing. The co-CEO thing with PlayStation, I think, did make some sense. And I said this at the time. I'm like, it's not common. I think it's very unusual to do this. Usually you want the buck to stop with one person, but it is a big enough entity with two really different types of things that are happening in it, hardware and software, or hardware and software / services, where maybe you want different people focusing on these things. It's not like I run a baked bean company and and we have two CEOs, and it's like, well, that you make baked beans. But here it's like, well, you make hardware, like really sophisticated hardware, and then you have cloud services and network services. Then you make games and you publish movies, So yeah, I got it. But here's the interesting thing about this to me is I think this is an example, and I think this is a good example of a corporate entity realizing we got this really fucking wrong, and we need to make a change now. And there's no reason to wait. And it's going to be really difficult no matter when we do it. And the more we wait, the more difficult it's going to be to do it. And we're going to get stuck. You know what it reminds me of, Dustin? This was what I was thinking of when I was writing my notes last night, is when we changed from Colin's Last Stand to Last Stand Media. It's obviously a much different situation in all ways, but it reminds me of it in this one sense where we were like, this is going to suck. We have to rebrand everything. We got to get all this stuff going. We have to integrate it in everything. It's going to be a huge lift. But if we don't do it now, we're going to have to do it later, eventually rebrand the company, because it's not about just me anymore and my content. And we're just making it more difficult later on. So we might as well just bite the bullet. There's no good way out. And I remember I was having those conversations in 2020, I guess I want to say. And it reminds me a little bit of this. It's like, you just got to make a change. There's just no avoiding what has happened. And Captain Canada wrote in about what I think is the biggest thing I want to talk about, which is greetings and salutations. He says, what are your thoughts on the latest Sony executive shakeup? Is it just me, or is it crazy that Hermen Hulst is still in charge of PlayStation first-party development? Thanks for all you do, and stand down. None of us know what's really happened behind the scenes. Who calls the shots? How these things go? We really don't know.
Yeah.
All you can kind of do is read the tea leaves and figure things out and make assessments based on what we know. And the dates, I think, are actually quite vital. It's good that we looked this up. May 13th is before Concord even goes into beta, nonetheless launches, right? And it's before it's really truly known how much this is all unraveling behind the scenes. I really think that this shows, if anything, that they really did not understand that this was about to blow up. If they did, then he would have never been put in that position to begin with. And it really, really shows you how deluded they were, from my perspective, on what they were doing. As I've made the case in the past, it's not that the plan to say, like, we're going to go as games as a service, it was not only smart, but logical and necessary. And I've made that case many times. But you couldn't bungle it any worse in so many different ways, the execution of it. And people will always question the impetus for the choice made and not the dynamics of how everything underneath it kind of got sorted out, which was all fucked up. So I guess what I'm saying about Herman is, I just don't think you become the co-CEO of PlayStation if everyone thinks that you fucked something up. And I think it became very clear after Concord that he was at least ostensibly and fairly obviously, he was the head of first-party studios. which they absorbed Firewalk and made them one. So the buck stops with him. And he made the choices that brought us to that point. And I don't know how internally you can look at that and be like, what the fuck did you do? All of you, not just you, where the buck stops and the choices are, but what have you all done? The biggest, I mean, you just have to know, and think about all the games Sony's canceled, the games that haven't done well. They haven't lost anywhere near as much money on those games as they have on this. And the opportunity cost in buying the studio and investing in it and how it portends badly for Fair Games and Haven and the whole downstream effect of that. And the reason I think Holst exists is because they signed him as the CEO in the spring. And he probably has a 5-year contract or something like that. And maybe you would look at that and be like, why are you so stubborn? Pay him the $15 million he's going to make or whatever it is. Probably more than that over this time. That's $3 million a year. Probably something more than that. And just jettison him if it's that big of a deal. So it could be something contractual where it's just like, we are kind of stuck with you. We're going to find a place for you and ride this out. But I don't know if that's really true, because that's kind of a rounding error if you really wanted to get rid of him. And maybe there's just no one else to step into the void. I mean, the man who could step into the void is Shuhei Yoshida. But I think that ship has sailed, obviously. That would be pretty interesting, though, if they courted him back. I am confused about when Herman Holst took over for Shuhei 5 years ago or so. Everything that's happened in the last few years emanates from that era. The last things that Shuhei probably greenlit that came out later, obviously The Last of Us Part 2, all that kind of stuff, God of War Ragnarok, the second Horizon game, anything that was sourced from 2018, 2017, 2019, everything after that, he's out. And the choices must, and of course, Returnal, although that was second party, who knows? At the time it was. But we've not seen good things come from the choices you would imagine Holst was now in charge of, or at least guiding well along into development and conception of these games. And it is puzzling because something's wrong. And I don't know if it's him or someone underneath him or whatever the case might be, but something's wrong. And the ship can be turned, but it's going to take a long time for the fruits of those to come out. And you would imagine might want, since you have to restart a bunch of shit anyway, and you're canceling things and pulling the plug on things and all that, it seems almost like an opportune time to get someone else in as the leader of that unit. So maybe it's contractual. Maybe they have some level of belief in him. Maybe it's real. The only people that really know what happened with all these games are these guys. And maybe with their knowledge, which is obviously greater than ours, they look at it and say, oh, maybe Herman, maybe he was the voice of reason about some of these games and he got outvoted, or people wanted something different. Maybe Jim Ryan who was his boss, was very insistent. And maybe that level of pressure has been removed and he can kind of go about his business in a more traditional way. He doesn't come from a games as a service background. It doesn't even make any sense that he would be there. It's trying to see where things are going.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting. I mean, there's no doubt. And you're right, Chris, like he was demoted. I mean, demonstrably, obviously, publicly demoted. He was co-CEOs and now he's under that person. I mean, that is what it is. Because they trust one person and they don't seem to trust the other person, or maybe the other person's over his head or incapable. I don't know. I like Herman. Every time I've ever met him, I haven't seen him in years, but he was always nice to me. And he's a very friendly person.
Sure.
And he knows games. He definitely knows and understands games, but you can't blame anyone from the outside looking at the structure of things as they are and not pointing the finger and being like, well, aren't you responsible for this? So from the feedback I've read online, I haven't read too much about what people think about it, but I have seen some stuff. It seems like people are all kind of flummoxed. And are you really going to kind of just leave this person in place? And what does that suggest if you do? It suggests either that you don't care or are somehow tethered to this person contractually or monetarily. Or again, maybe the positive outlook is that like actually when all the cards were down and they examined everything, they realized it's not really you. But how can it be? When a football team plays badly and the personnel do badly, it reflects ultimately on the GM and the coach.
Yeah.
For not making better player choices, for not making them play better. All right. I'm gonna skip this question because we kind of already talked about this. Oops. Anything else to say about this? I mean, it is corporate stuff. It's not all that interesting, especially the Sony stuff is not corporation stuff with Hiroki Totoki and all of that is not super interesting, but it's notable. Sony doesn't have a new CEO every day. And then of course, SIE getting their lone CEO now and the demotion of Herman Hulst is in and of itself very interesting too. But the change happening so quickly means that they thought something was urgent. There was no time to waste. And
yeah,
it's certainly an embarrassment. I would imagine Herman's fairly embarrassed by it, but who knows?
Yeah. The other thing, which not that we can read a ton off of this, is just that with Hiroki Totoki becoming the main CEO, which is relevant but not as relevant for us as PlayStation, is that I remember when we were talking about him being the temporary head of PlayStation and that he was known as being like pretty ruthless. Like there was the thing where he basically was like, what is Bungie doing? Or what did he say specifically that it was like their way of doing things does not make sense?
Yeah, they were basically saying like
that.
Yeah, it was something of that nature.
So I wonder how that will trickle down with him being in charge overall to PlayStation, and if we'll see his more ruthless leadership demand change once he's in charge.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything else to pull from in the story. I guess we've kind of talked about everything. I mean, now we have to kind of wait and see. I mean,
yeah,
these things are glacial and choices. I don't know what this means in the short term. I think it means a lot more in the mid to long term. All right, we'll leave that there for now. We'll get to number 2. According to reporting from website Video Games Chronicle, and as long postulated on this very podcast, Microsoft is indeed the biggest publisher of games on PlayStation as we currently record today. VGC relays data from analyst firm Ampere, noting that Microsoft's games offering across Activision, Blizzard, Bethesda, and its own internal products in the Xbox Studios family sold $465 million worth of product for the month of December 2024. But here's what's relevant for our story. 64% of that money was made on PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. A remarkable display of not only Sony's hardware when it comes to Call of Duty, but other Microsoft products as well, including Sea of Thieves, which was somehow the 20th best-selling game in the US in 2024, all based on PlayStation sales of a 6-year-old game. These numbers mean that out of the $465 million of Xbox-aligned game sales in December, approximately $297 million of it was generated on PS4 and PS5, with Sony's cut coming in around $90 million. Though we know virtually every Xbox-published game is now coming to PlayStation, with 5 last year and more, Doom, The Dark Ages, The Outer Worlds 2, Ninja Gaiden 4, and many more rumored, including Flight Simulator, Starfield, Halo, Gears, and on and on. These numbers, when combined with Xbox's recently released financials, paint just how important Xbox's relationship with not only Sony, but with Nintendo is as well, and will be for their future. Last fiscal quarter, running from October through December of 2024, Xbox's gaming revenue actually declined 7%, with hardware continuing to fall off a cliff, down 29%. Game Pass only increased 2% at the time when Call of Duty landed on the service for the first time. So, though we've discussed this a lot for obvious reasons, we can basically say with complete confidence now that the games are going to flow like crazy from Xbox to PlayStation moving forward, and that Xbox has put themselves in a position where they're heavily reliant on their competitors' hardware to survive. Now, as I noted earlier, while we were recording, and I saw actually that Brad put this into the Discord too, is that Forza Horizon 5 has been announced and revealed for PlayStation 5. What's funny about this is that if you listen to our Sacred Symbols Plus episode where we drafted for the Metacritic draft this year, my last pick of the 12 picks was Forza Horizon 5, which obviously at the time wasn't announced, but was rumored to have been coming. And I know that it's a very popular, very well-respected game. So I was like, yeah, I'm taking an outside chance on this, and maybe I'll get to absorb a 90 or something into my score. So it is happening. It's coming this spring, I guess. We don't have a specific release date on it yet. There is official information on Forza Horizon social media feeds and on the Forza webpage as well, if you want to check it out. So that's newly developed stuff that happened after I wrote all of that up. Chris, What do you make of this? So I actually did the math. This doesn't come from it, but I did do the math I was noting earlier. $465 million of games sold. 64% of that is $297,600,000. Sony churn that for them, pays them all of it except for 30%. Sony's cut of Xbox's sales for the month is $89,280,000. So everyone seems to be happy with this. And now with the news of Forza, I mean, it's just obvious where this is all going. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but anything else to say?
No, I mean it's happening. That's one of the big three right there. It was always Gears, Halo, Forza was always the the trident that they had, and so like it makes sense. This one to be fair always made sense that it would go, even in like at a time where things were a little bit more uncertain. I could have seen Forza making that transition just because it's like Forza's important to Xbox, but it's not like. It's not like there's a reason we're hearing about this today, and it's not as big of a deal as it would be if it was literally a Halo game.
Right. I think they're leading into Gears and Halo.
This is the lead in, and it's I don't know, man. It's it's crazy times. I'm excited by this. I love this stuff. We don't see this kind of thing often. We talked recently on the draft episode, or not the draft episode, the cross-defining Duke episode, where it's just like this kind of thing doesn't really happen all that often. Like last time this happened was over 20 years ago with Sega, and we're seeing the beginnings of it with Microsoft. Although Microsoft stands to, in my opinion, benefit greatly from this. I mean, from my perspective, their hardware is something that they're floundering on like spectacularly, but Microsoft is a software company, and that's their bread and butter. That's what they know how to do. I'm sure in some reality that might even be this one. They'd be more than happy to just like, why worry about making a machine where we could just print money? Like why even bother?
Well, to this point, if the numbers from Ampere are true, and I'm sure that they are, I just did the math on my ridiculously large calculator, and Microsoft cleared. So they make that $465 million ambiguously on all these platforms. We know that it's 64% on PlayStation. Like I said, that's about $300 million. It's $297.6. So they obviously have to give 30% of that to Sony, but they still walk away free and clear with $208,320,000 from the month on PlayStation. Now, obviously, that's heavily driven by Call of Duty, but it's not just Call of Duty. It's all the other games too in Minecraft and so on and so forth. And they're going to continue to squeeze the shit out of this, I think. So that for the first time really put the mathematical reality of, you could imagine that number off of PlayStation. So 200 million net revenue after splits in December. I mean, you can imagine that number getting to 1.8 billion, $2 billion a year just on PlayStation. I mean, they're not going to say no to that if they can't churn. And by the way, that precludes that there would be other massive games coming day and date, which I assume will. Doom's going to spike that a little bit. Certainly a game like Oblivion Remake is going to spike that when that inevitably comes day and date. Starfield's obviously going to come over. So I think that this is working out. I would imagine this is maybe even working out better than they could have imagined, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
Especially, like I said, Sea of Thieves was the 20th best-selling game in the United States across all platforms.
Yeah.
That is literally from re-releasing it on PlayStation. They look at that and I'm like, geez, that's
dude, you got to look
crazy.
at that, and you have to look at that and be like, dude, Sea of Thieves is doing these numbers. And then you have to look at then like Halo and Gears, and you're like, how much money are we just not making on purpose?
They're salivating at the thought of releasing those. Like,
dude, I'm telling you, man, a Halo game on PlayStation is going to be ridiculously. That's a potential like out of this world amount of people buying that game. Gears also, just from the sheer spectacle of it. There are people who are going to buy Halo on PS5 who are never going to play it. They're just going to be, it's like, this is amazing. I have to own this because this is crazy that this is real. I can't imagine that that's millions upon millions of people, but like, it's not a small amount of people. So like we'll see how this goes, man. But I'm excited as to where this is going to lead. I would imagine my gut, and this is not like just me making this pretty. This is also everywhere as well. But like I would imagine, or I think it would be really awesome if Switch 2 revealed and MCC was there. I think that'd be a big deal.
It's seeming more probable that there'll be some sort of inclusion of Xbox there.
Yeah,
that would be so I wonder if, God, man, I love the strategy of it. It's like, would Nintendo want that? I guess it is a sort of capitulation, right? They're not really in the same competition, but it is sort of like a scalp.
In what way? Oh, like for Nintendo?
Yeah, where Nintendo's like, yeah, you can show Halo off at our press conference. That's great. And there'll never be an ounce of reciprocity. I mean, that's the way I felt as we were making fun of when Lego Horizon was at the thing in there, and it was like Sony Publishing LLP or something. It's like so funny. It's like, you guys are such dickheads.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's a similar thing there. I wonder, in other words, there's the strategy of, does Microsoft want to do that? And then there's the strategy of does Nintendo want to do that? And I'm not saying about releasing the games. They're coming to Switch. Switch 2. I'm saying, do they want to interact in that level? I'm still surprised by how liberal Microsoft and Xbox have been in mentioning and showing PS5 logos and talking about it. You would think you would want to bury that shit, but I guess they really are all in. Dustin, it's over now.
Yeah, it's definitely over. But my question is, when you mentioned, Colin, that they're probably looking at these numbers like, wow, this is even better than we thought. So then the question, of course, and we talk about this a lot in the Sacred Symbols Defining Duke episode, but it's like, okay, well then what's the future of Xbox hardware? And of course, I think the obvious answer to that is like, okay, well, we have this service, Game Pass, and this is how you access it, right? From a console standpoint, you either play it on an Xbox console, you stream it through your TV, or on PC. But at what point? And this would have been a great conversation for that, because Maddie and Cog would be more familiar with the numbers. That it's like, if Game Pass isn't growing, at what point are they like, why are we doing this? You know? So it's a big question. And man, Xbox being the biggest publisher, it's so funny just think about it, like Xbox, the biggest publisher on PlayStation, but it's like when you own fucking everybody under the sun, it feels like sometimes, and release all their games, it's like, yeah, by sheer quantity. And of course, Call of Duty being huge is just crazy. So I wonder what's next and how soon. It really sounds like the Switch reveal is when, maybe that's when it's over. The final. When is the final over?
Over. I guess the fifth one would probably be the last one.
We have to start over with like the little arrow going up with the exponential.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I just think they're in a position where it's yeah, we make hardware if you want. You know, it's I don't. They're not the same. It's not going to be the same.
I'm looking at Google Gemini because I asked it Xbox hardware sales trends over time. And so Q1 2024 Xbox hardware revenue 31% lower than the same quarter in 2023. Q2 2024 29% lower. Q4 2024 42% lower. November 2024 29% lower. Now I think it's 27% lower. These are all working off of this. I mean, it's fucking micro. The numbers are getting minuscule. Sony is going to announce its PS5 stuff soon. I assume it's over 70 million now. Now you're looking at something where it could be in another 6 months developing a total 3-to-1 cumulative ratio advantage. Not even sales, because the trajectories were more similar early on as heavy adopters and eager people got in. But one slowed down and one didn't. Again, it's not to beat the brand up. It's to say that I get a little annoyed when people are like, hardware is dying and hardware sales are softening. And it's like, no. How is it fair to say that when, again, we're talking about traditional hardware, when Switch is the best selling Nintendo hardware since what, Game Boy and DS and all of that kind of stuff, which is a little disingenuous. I mean, Switch's performance is a lot more impressive in some sense, not only based on the cost and how quickly they did it, but based on the fact that when you look at the Game Boy numbers, it's like Game Boy Color, Game Boy Pocket. I mean, I had one of each of those. So there were, to reach 150 million is impressive. It's awesome, but not for a $99 device that people can go and buy fairly easily, even when they were kids, and they did. And then, competing with the likes of DS when it counts DS and DS Lite and DSi and all these different things. Again, I know that the Switch has its multiple types too, but it did it in only 7 years. The Switch is incredibly strong, and the PS5 is outselling the PS4. So it's just totally wildly disingenuous to say that. Is it stagnant? Yes. But is it shrinking? Only one is shrinking. Now we'll see how the trends go for the rest of the generation, and certainly into the next generation. I don't think Sony has done themselves any favors with games that they make to convince people to have a PS6 necessarily in, say, 2027. We'll have to see how that all pans out. But it requires so much. There's so much to say about it because it really is an Icarus moment for Xbox. It really is. They just flew way too close to the sun. They put themselves into this position.
Yeah.
They didn't really have to do this. And I was noting on a podcast we did recently that will go live for everyone soon about how do they feel about this at Xbox? Like, obviously these are two walled off silos of Xbox and PlayStation. One doesn't really know what the other's doing. Xbox looks at Sony's kind of failure to launch games, and they're like, we happen to be doing this at a time when they need games. We're helping them. It's not that like we're surviving materially. It's that like we're actually helping. And that's going to become the place to play our games. It's just an ironic change of fate. And I think if they just stopped at Bethesda, they probably could have gotten away with following the path that I think a lot of their fans wanted them to, but now will no longer follow. And the path is unraveling as of the time that Sony is desperate for games. So it's all kind of worked out. Again, always referencing the boys gifts, which I never have seen 1 minute of that show. But the guy, the handsome blonde guy looking around like relieved that he got away with something and laughing or whatever. That's how I feel like what Sony looks at the whole situation right now. It's a strange situation for sure. I do wonder when the next one will be announced, and like I wonder what their plan is. The one thing that they have to do is manage all of this, because you don't want to do it too quick, but you don't want to wait too long either. It's similar. I mean, it's not quite similar, but it's the same mind of what I say about Virtual Console. And one of the things that was so powerful about it during the Wii era was Nintendo's refusal to publish too many games. 2 a week for years. You got what you got. And then eventually like something really cool would happen, but they didn't just do it all at once because it wouldn't have been as exciting. It kept you engaged for years. And I think Xbox is in a similar situation where you lead to Halo. And I don't know how that looks or what that looks like, but I think that's where you end up. And then basically everything is already out on PlayStation by that time, and then you have day and date releases or soon thereafter releases presumed for everything moving forward, but you culminate with Master Chief Collection.
I don't know. I mean, even just thinking about the conversation that we were having earlier about the restructuring and how immediately that Sony restructured, and you say like, well, it's going to be painful no matter when we do it. You know what I mean? Like, what are we waiting for in some sense? And especially when you have an opportunity to strike at the heart of like to me, I look at the Switch 2 launch as being like this is not like the next time this is going to happen in this type of way is not anytime soon. Like this is a time to strike when the iron is hot in a way that it is going to uniquely be hot. You know, like if Halo's there at the Switch launch, or not at Switch launch especially, that is a big boon for us in a way that we can't necessarily like. We'll still sell a shit ton, but like that, there's something special there for sure. And it's going to suck for them internally on some level from like a culture perspective for sure. But that's going to be true regardless, you know? So in some sense, I'm of the mind where it's just like, why not strike when when you're going to get the most eyes and potentially hit like a crazy heartbeat. I don't know.
I'm interested to see the physical versions of these games too. Now that we're getting into the bigger AAA fare, like just someone wrote in about it a few weeks ago, but just generally speaking, the idea of having a physical copy of Halo or Forza or something with a PlayStation branding it's like if you went back in time and showed that to someone, it would be like, this is a fucking deep fake.
So, yeah, it's a Photoshop.
Sergio Pina wrote into us on Patreon and said, hello, boys. I know this is a PlayStation, he says progress podcast, I think is what you meant. Typo. But now that a PS5 is an Xbox per Microsoft, I wanted to get your opinion on a friend of the show, Destin Legary's interview with Phil Spencer and the bits regarding more games coming to PlayStation. When asked if every Xbox game is coming to PlayStation moving forward, the only thing Phil committed to was that there are old games that I've shipped that aren't moving over. When asked about Starfield, he wouldn't commit to that or anything else moving forward, stating Xbox exclusive because the new strategy is not to keep games off of other platforms because it doesn't work for them anymore. At this point, it really is just what it is, and anyone denying it is just blinded by fanboyism or copium. Thanks and have a great show. This is kind of where I wanted to end. Certainly you guys can chime in if you want, but I used the reference. I love the reference that I used months ago of the Japanese soldiers in the Philippines and these other obscure Pacific islands in like the 60s. And like they had to go, 25 years after World War II ended, but they didn't believe it was over. And they had to go find their decrepit old general in Japan and bring him to the Philippines and like have him stand down and all of those kinds of things. And it's cool to be a fan of things and root for things and want things to happen. I get it and I relate, but there is a level of denial at this point that is, I think, unhealthy and is only going to cause further unraveling if you really hold on to something that is just demonstrably antithetical to what is actually happening before your eyes. And it's like, let's salute them. Stand down, soldier. It's time to stand down. It's over. And it's crazy that it happened so quickly and so suddenly and without, I was saying this on the other show. It's like there was no port begging. There was nothing. It just happened. A bloodless revolution, like the Glorious Revolution in England, for instance. So I do think there is definitely a relationship between a person's fanboyism at this point and their denial of reality. And I do think that, and we've talked about this in relation to Concord and other things internally when it was being made, is like there's a toxic positivity to this that I think does need to be called out in some sense. I think it's okay for Xbox fans to be upset about this because it does mark the beginning of the end of this vibrant ecosystem that existed premised not only on a bunch of third-party games and legacy games, but your own games too. And there simply is no good answer to why would you buy an Xbox if you can get all of those games on PlayStation? There's no answer to it.
Mm-hmm.
Game Pass.
Right. I was going to say, if Game Pass is the answer, then what you're basically saying is like, the answer is buy the console, subscribe for a monthly fee, own none of it. And get fewer options. That's the argument.
Yeah.
That's a fucking horrible argument. It's simply not working. And again, it's not me beating up the idea. I've said it ad nauseum over and over for years. Game Pass was a good idea and it was a smart thing for them to try to do. Badly executed. And I just think that there is no argument to own one over the other anymore. If this is really the way it's going to be, like people making those arguments, that's where I think that Sergio was talking about the copium. Like that's where that comes in. It's like, it's the sad reality and the market is reflecting that. And the precipitous quarter over quarter over quarter over quarter over quarter drops in sales numbers. Consumers not fucking stupid. Buy the machine and then pay us a fee to own nothing and have a subscription model. That might be fine for some people. That's fine with me with streaming movies, for instance. So I don't blame people for that. Or buy the other console, buy things a la carte, which is the tradition in games industry, and get all of it.
Yeah.
I don't know where the only toxic positivity can come out of that with any other answer, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. That's where I wanted to leave it personally. If you have anything you want to say, please sound off.
No. I think that was pretty. That's I think as accurate as it could be. Not much to add.
Number 3. We've got some PlayStation Productions related movie news to get through, and both of these stories are a bit peculiar compared to what we usually discuss. For the uninitiated, PlayStation Productions is the internal entity founded within PlayStation and Sony Interactive Entertainment in 2019, and their main charge is to bring PlayStation's wealth of franchises to movie and television screens, which they've done with a fairly high level of success. To date, Sony has released 2 films, 2022's Uncharted and 2023's Gran Turismo, both well received critically and profitable financially, as well as 2 TV shows in the form of HBO's The Last of Us and Peacock's Twisted Metal, both of which airing in 2023, and both of which set to return for a second season, with The Last of Us in particular returning to Max in April. There's an Until Dawn film adaptation set for launch in theaters in April as well, with the following also somewhere in the mix as far as film development is concerned: Days Gone, Ghost of Tsushima, Gravity Rush, Helldivers, and Horizon, alongside a sequel to Uncharted. Additionally, a God of War TV show is being developed by Amazon, while Ghost of Tsushima isn't only getting its aforementioned film, but an anime series as well. So they're quite busy. And now they're going to be even busier with one more product, working on something for the first time that Sony itself doesn't own. According to reporting from film industry website The Hollywood Reporter, Sony is helping to produce a new Resident Evil film alongside Constantine Film, which has been the licensor of the series film rights going back to the 90s. Obviously, Resident Evil creator and IP holder Capcom will also be producing, and as we all know, Resident Evil movies aren't anything new. The first Resident Evil film finally came out in early 2002, written and directed by Event Horizon and Alien vs. Predator director Paul Anderson. He would go on to either write or direct, or both, the next 5 Resident Evil movies from there: Apocalypse in 2004, Extinction in 2007, Afterlife in 2010, Retribution in 2014, and The Final Chapter in 2017. All of these films star Mila Jovovich as a character named Alice, and that run of films is now considered dead, though there was an attempt in 2021 to start something new with a film called Welcome to Raccoon City. This new film, still untitled and early in development, is slated to be led by Zach Kreger, perhaps most notable for the 2022 horror film he wrote and directed, Barbarian. We'll have to wait and hear more, but that's in progress. The other story we're going to discuss here is very strange, however, and it's that, according to Deadline, another film and TV industry publication, a Beyond Two Souls TV show is being pursued. Now, this is weird for multiple reasons, but perhaps the strangest reason of all is that Sony isn't involved with this product at all, though it's the IP holder. Confusingly, Deadline states that, quote, Elliot Page's Page Boy Productions has acquired the rights from video game developer Quantic Dream, end quote, to pursue this project, but as Page played the role of protagonist Jodie Holmes in the 2013 PlayStation 3 game, that's cool. Yet, Quantic Dream isn't the owner of Beyond, Sony is, and though their trademark is still active, it hasn't been updated since the game launched, and there are no other clerical updates of note. Quantic Dream, of course, was the developer of Beyond Two Souls, a one-time PS3 exclusive, and the second of 3 games the French studio would develop as a Sony second party, with the first being Heavy Rain, launched on PS3 in 2010, and Detroit Become Human, which came to PS4 in 2018. Beyond is a supernatural tale of a girl and a spiritual entity that accompanies her, and the interest this draws from various people in her life and federal authorities alike. It's widely considered the weakest of Quantic Dream's PlayStation trilogy. According to Deadline, quote, the series adaptation, now in early development, is expected to explore the game's non-linear narrative, following Jodie's journey from government experiment to fugitive, as she navigates her abilities and her connection to Aiden. Aiden, of course, is the spirit, end quote. In a statement, Page said in part, quote, filming the game was one of the most challenging and fulfilling acting experiences of my career. The story's rich narrative and emotional depth offer us a fantastic foundation. We want to create a unique vision of the characters and their journeys that resonate with fans and newcomers, end quote. Meanwhile, David Cage, Quantic Dream's controversial co-founder, director, and writer, and the man behind Beyond, said in a statement in part, quote, we are absolutely thrilled to collaborate again with Elliot Page on this project. I was blown away by his active performance in the game, and I couldn't think of anyone else to tell the story with the same passion in another medium, end quote. Why PlayStation itself isn't involved remains to be seen, though it was widely discussed within the industry that PlayStation's relationship with Quantic Dream soured over time, and indeed, the studio hasn't released a game of its own since Detroit, working as we speak on a Star Wars game with an unknown release date. They're also publishing games. They published Dustborn, which a lot of people don't realize. Oh. That game everyone's making fun of. So, a few things to get in here. First of all, are either of you fans of the Resident Evil movies? I have to admit, I've never seen them, so I don't know anything about them. The first one came out when I was a senior in high school, I remember. I
am a fan of a clip of Red Letter Media watching a scene from this. I highly recommend people check it out. It is amazing, but outside of that, I've never seen anything of these movies. I know people are getting annoyed about this term, but looks like slop. They just cranking these movies out. Didn't they do a Monster Hunter movie too?
Yeah, where the United States military gets sucked into Monster Hunter World or some shit. I'm not even joking. It's insane.
Man.
Oh my god. That's the same thing with, like, they always do that too. Like, I think Battleship was like somewhat similar. They always, a lot of video game adaptations, or like adaptations of like things that are very clearly not meant for the screen, for some reason involve throwing the military in.
Hmm.
Like it's always the military fighting the Noid or something. It's like it's weird. But
every film they've done has made a substantial amount of money. That Resident Evil 1, 33 million production budget, 103 million box office, 45 million budget for the second one, 129 box office, 45 million for the third one, 149 box office, 60 million for the fourth one, 300 for the box office, 65 for the fifth, 240 at the box office, 40 for the sixth one, 314 at the box office.
Economical. That's an economical movie. I don't know, man. I've only seen clips of those movies, and some of the clips are really, they're kind of cool. Like, but it's like, it reminds me of like Family Guy, where it's like every now and again I'll see a clip of like a Family Guy clip, and I'll be like, that is funny. I'm not going to sit and watch an episode of Family Guy. You know, I'm more than happy with like a clip scrolling through my Twitter feed every now and again. And that's kind of how I feel about the Resident Evil movies. Every now and again, somebody will get sliced up by lasers and then fall apart.
Oh yeah.
And it's and it's like, that's
the clip you're talking about.
Yeah, that's an awesome. I love that clip. I have no idea what the context is or why that's happening or whatever, but I've seen it and I think it's cool. But I'm not going to sit through an hour and 40 minutes to 2 hours just to get context for it because I don't need it. So
I don't think
I've not seen any of these.
I don't think I realized Michelle Rodriguez is in some of these.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she's kind of an action movie. Like she was in the first Avatar, and she was in obviously Fast and Furious.
Right.
So she's kind of in that circuit.
The history of Resident Evil and movies is so interesting because there's these movies, then there is the animated films as well, which more I think tied directly into the games, depending on the one. But then there was also that Netflix series a few years ago that wasn't very good. So they just keep trying, which I mean, arguably they were very successful with the original movie run. It's just not what fans of the game want necessarily, but a commercial success nonetheless.
What do we think about this Quantic Dream thing? Now, I went and looked to be sure because people were a little confused. I went and looked at the trademarks. Like in the United States, Sony owns the trademark Beyond Two Souls. There are no other Beyond Two Souls trademarks active or even inactive. That was the only one, and Sony hasn't renewed it, but it's not in line for renewal yet. I don't know. There must be some sort of sub-licensing of this to Quantic Dream, and then allowed them to pursue it in turn. Sony not wanting to be involved in it, I think, is somewhat telling because I think that they would probably have at least a first right of refusal to get involved. I'm also a little confused. Like Beyond is the worst of those three games by far, I would say. So it's interesting that, and it's not very well remembered. People didn't really like it at the time, and I don't think it really benefited from any revision either. So it's a little strange. But I'm into seeing what they can do with it. I don't know. What are our thoughts here?
I've never played it. Didn't they reformat the entire plot structure of the game for the PS4 release?
Yeah, they made it so that you can play it linearly. Because one of the major problems with the game was, and this is what they're leaning into apparently, is the non-linear nature of it is what I think broke the game in some sense. So in the PS4 version, you can apparently set it to play chronologically.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, I'm curious about what the rights are and how they're working that out with Sony. Must be, as you said, calling some kind of sub-license. But it is odd being that maybe this is just something since I don't know if Elliot Page has done any other films under this production company. So maybe this is a good starting off point with, some familiarity there with the brand. But I can't say it's something that excites me simply because I've just never played this game.
Yeah. I'm not really. I played, I think, a little bit of it, but not a negligible amount. Like I think like maybe 20 minutes, and I was like, this is not for me. And that was back then when I really especially did not like those kinds of games. I still kind of have my reservations. I think Detroit was like the one that I got the most into of the three. But Beyond Two Souls, I just remember being like weak and weird. And I remember the most interesting thing about that, and I could be misremembering this, correct me if I'm wrong, but like the most memorable thing about that game was that Willem Dafoe was in it. And I remember being like, what the fuck? Willem Dafoe's in this? Or like there was like some actor in that game.
Oh yeah,
like,
no, Willem Dafoe is in it.
Yeah.
He plays like an FBI agent.
Yeah, and I remember being like, that's really cool. I'm really curious about what this is, and I just didn't I didn't get around to.
It's interesting. I'm looking at Elliot Page's. When did she? Yeah, this is like she's still playing a woman here. This is in 2017. I don't even know when this person transitioned, but it doesn't seem like they've done very much since that time. I know the Umbrella Academy is probably the big thing, right? And I never saw that.
Oh yeah.
It says here that Beyond is the only game she ever did, so that's probably a very memorable thing, or he did. It's the only memorable thing. I'm always amazed when I went back and finally started watching Trailer Park Boys almost 10 years ago that she's in that. And it's so interesting. It's like, holy shit. I didn't know this is like one of the first things that she had ever done at the time. So, and shout out to Trailer Park Boys. What a great show.
Legendary show.
All right. Number 4. It's another week, so we have new PlayStation Plus games to discuss, though we also have some interesting PS Plus related news as well. Let's start with the news first and then get to the games, as that news is that beginning in January of 2026, a little less than a year from now, PlayStation 4 games will no longer be offered as part of the PS Plus Essential service. The base tier, which gets all subscribers access to typically 3 games per month free of charge as part of your subscription. PS Plus launched in 2011 and over time has incorporated PS3, PSP, and Vita games, all of which were cut off along the way, so this isn't a huge surprise as PS4 enters its 13th calendar year on the market. There are some important caveats, of course. For starters, quote, please note that this won't affect the PS4 monthly games that you'll have already redeemed, end quote, which again is just like the PS3, Vita, and PSP stuff you've gotten in years past, and which you can still access so long as you claim them at the time, which is why I always encourage you to do so. Likewise, quote, we may still provide titles that can be playable on both PS4 and PS5, end quote, indicating that some cross-platform stuff will still linger. There just won't be any PS4-only games starting in 2026. With that said, let's get to this month's 3 free games, which will be available for players beginning February 3rd, and which will remain live for you to claim as part of your subscription until March 3rd. The biggest game of the bunch is Payday 3 for PlayStation 5, developer Starbreeze and publisher Deep Silver's beleaguered heist game, first launched in 2023. Also available will be High on Life on both PS4 and PS5. I wrote PS4 and PS4. The Squanch Games FPS from famed animator and writer Justin Roiland. It first came to PlayStation back in 2023, though it was on Xbox and PC platforms in 2022. Finally, Bandai Namco is offering up another PS5/PS4 game, this one Pac-Man World Repack, the 2022 remake of the well-liked PS1 era platformer Pac-Man World, which first came out in 1999. Any thoughts here on games? Nothing too crazy. I'll claim them, but I was thinking back when it first came out that I would play High on Life, but I don't know if it's supposed to be annoying.
I thought it was annoying.
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't finish it, but I played a few hours of it, and
at free. I mean, it's I might as well try it, I guess, right?
Yeah. I mean, I liked Rick and Morty as well. I don't want to say as much as anyone because the fans of that got crazy. I mean, it was a good show, enjoyable, but I feel like it's a little too amped up in this game. But I know a lot of people that really liked it. I'm kind of excited to check out Pac-Man World. I almost bought that at one point on sale, but decided not to because I had a bunch of other games I was playing. So I'm definitely gonna check it out. I'm a Pac-Man fan. I like that man and whatever he's doing.
He's a good man.
He's a good man. We'll see what's going on with Pac-Man World. Payday. No, I'm good.
Yeah, that game went totally pear-shaped, right? Like I think people still play Payday 2 more than Payday 3, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know what happened there with that game. And I'm pretty sure Starbreeze like acquired the rights to it and paid a lot of money for it, so it's a fucking disaster. So I'm sure they're wanting to get their money back. Chris, anything here for you?
No, man. This is a paltry month. Like, well, I played High on Life. I beat it like back when it came out. And I liked it. I like the fact that there's you don't see comedy games really all that often. And I think that's for a reason. They're kind of hard to nail, and they're not always going to land for like the majority of people because humor's so specific, especially in an interactive medium. And there were parts of it that I didn't like, and parts that I thought were annoying. But I just thought it was interesting that we have I feel like the last time I remember a game like that was like Eat Lead.
Oh, Matt Hazard.
Yeah, Matt with Return of Matt Hazard or whatever, and on I think that was 2008 or 2009 or something. And I just remember that was just like a quaint kind of novelty. Like I remember liking that. It's probably not very good, but I liked the experience of that game because it was so weird compared to everything else that I was playing at the time. But as far as like Payday 3, doesn't interest me at all. Pac-Man World, it's kind of a big miss of a month for me personally. But
let's talk about this other piece of news, which is that there'll be no more PS4 games. John Barnett wrote in and said, hey, CDC, certainly not the biggest news of the week, but how do you all feel about PS4 games not remaining a key addition to the PlayStation Plus monthly game catalog starting next year? While I'm sad for my friends who are still playing on PS4, I can't help but feel that this move is natural at this time, and I'm looking forward to Sony prioritizing the PS5 more. I'm glad they gave us a year's notice, which is a much more generous window when they remove online services or threaten to shut down stores on legacy platforms. What say you all? Yeah, I this is a non-issue. I mean, I couldn't even imagine this being an issue for anyone. Who cares? Yeah. They really should focus on PS5 games. It's not about getting you go play the PS4 games on the game catalog if you want. Subscribe to that and have access to 1,000 of them. But I think it's wise. The PS5 is the console. The PS4 came out in 2013. It's time to move services off of it, or at least stop prioritizing it. And like I said in my write-up, this is not, I mean, there have been 3 other hard pieces of hardware, 2 handhelds and a console that have been shut off from PlayStation Plus. You used to get PS3 games, used to get Vita games, used to get PSP games. And that is not the case anymore. So this is not a huge surprise. I don't think this is a big deal. This is whining for whining's sake. Anyone that's crying about this. Get a PS5 for Christ's sake. What are you doing? All right. I actually go through my friends list sometimes because, again, I have a maxed out 2,000 friends. So there are like hundreds of people online at a time. And I always go and, or not always, but I often go and look and see what everyone's playing on. And I would say it's 19 out of 20 PS5s, but there's still people on PS4. There's no doubt. All right, my friends, that's all we have for the news. Let's get into 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas and wrap this fucking thing up. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia. Submit your inquiries on the weekly threads for our various shows. I pick through them. You've heard them throughout the show, and we sprinkle 6 more here at the end of the show as we wrap things up each and every week. We hope you enjoyed our time together. Josh Bartlett wrote in. Said, hello, sacred gents. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I do not recall you guys talking about the potential cancellation of NCSoft's Horizon MMO. The rumor mill is pretty strong with this one, with most outlets seeming to report on it. However, now that I'm digging a little deeper, I noticed that there weren't any articles from IGN, GameSpot, or Bloomberg, despite other sites like Eurogamer and Forbes posting about it. Is the silence for more trustworthy sites why this rumor was left off the docket for last week, or did you happen to miss this news cycle? If it was due to the former, I'd love to hear a discussion about how you know when to trust certain sources versus others. Thanks as always. It's not even about trust. It's that the advantage of doing this once a week, sometimes based on timing, it doesn't work out, but often it works out where something happens and you get to let it sit and see what happens and how it shakes out. And the NCSoft cancellation of the Horizon MMO was an interesting story. But as I was reading when I saw it, it's like there was almost immediately pushback on whether or not that was even a proper translation of a Korean story. NCSoft, of course, is a Korean studio, a South Korean studio. The source of the news is in South Korean. As I understand, the confusion comes from logo similarities between Horizon and a Project H. And you would understand that Project H would be the Horizon project that they're working on, but then people came out and said like they're not the same game. And this makes some sense to me in that NCSoft is apparently in some level of trouble. Why would they cut off the licensed game? They're getting money at milestones to make this game, and then they're going to benefit from it, hopefully, when it comes out, if it does well. Why would they walk away from that? The games that they would cancel are probably the games that they're funding themselves, or games with smaller publishers that don't have the money to finish them. So it's not to say that this game isn't necessarily canceled along with a lot of the other multiplayer games. It's just that the reporting on this didn't really say that. And I'm waiting on better sourcing until I report more. So no, it's once in a blue moon, I'll miss something, but I very rarely miss things on the show. So don't worry too much about that. If I don't report on it, it's because I'm not really confident on it. Eurogamer is a relatively, Forbes is not a, people misunderstand Forbes. The Forbes that you're reading online is not Forbes. It's a Forbes contributor program. It's not like the magazine or whatever. So it's not like a really huge or meaningful outlet. Eurogamer is a good outlet. And if I was running a news site, or if I was at IGN or Push Square or whatever, I've reported on it, and then I would have updated the story. And then by the time we would have gotten to the podcast that week, I would have made it clear what had happened. But since we had the advantage of not having to say anything about it until it became clear that it seemed to have been spurious, I'm good to not report it. I hope that makes sense. That said, it could be canceled. I hope it isn't, because I think this actually could be interesting. But maybe not. Maybe a little redundant. How many more Horizon games do we need? Don't know. Unclear. Surgeon Ed wrote in and said, Colin, I kindly ask you to stand down. On last week's podcast, there was a discussion about the difficulty sliders associated with Doom in the Dark Ages. I imagine these sliders were instituted in the game to allow more individuals to enjoy the game, whether that be gamers with disabilities or aging gamers whose reflexes aren't what they used to be. As an aging gamer myself, I welcome these additions. Thankfully, with being a general surgeon, my reflexes have stayed excuse me, my reflexes have stayed adequate enough to still complete games on the normal difficulty setting. In that discussion, you didn't mind these additions as long as the trophies associated with the game were not tied to these sliders, while at the same time rewarding completion trophies only for the normal difficulty. I disagree. Why not reward anyone who completes the game on any difficulty slider that they choose to play at? Gaming should be fun for all, not just those that can compete it on the normal difficulty. Those gamers that utilize the sliders may also still be playing at a level that is still challenging for them. What harm does it cause you if a trophy pops for completion at a difficulty at any difficulty slider? Does it truly devalue your trophy accomplishments to allow this? What is the true value of a trophy if not to provide some joy and sense of accomplishment to gamers? Let all gamers, despite their underlying ability, experience the joy of popping a trophy. Studios can always add additional trophies to satisfy those gamers who feel the need to pop one based on completing a game at a given difficulty setting. Thanks and take care. Surgeon Ed, shut up. You don't like trophies enough to be able to speak on this, in my opinion. Now, in all seriousness, I agree with you that what I'm saying is that you shouldn't. Yeah, fuck it. It's like what you asked, like what does it harm you if a trophy pops for completion at using a difficulty slider? It's like trophies are supposed to be accomplishments of things you do in games, just like trophies are supposed to be accomplishments of things outside of games. What ruins, so much and what people make fun of so much is, everyone gets a medal, everyone gets a trophy at field day or at the soccer game or whatever. And I'm relatively in agreement with that, actually. Just because most people don't care about trophies in PSN trophies, just because most people think they're trivial, doesn't mean that the people that care about them don't care about them. And there's a game that all of us play with each other, a meta game about earning these things on even playing fields. And I don't think that you should be allowed to manipulate sliders and come away with the same set of trophies. So if there are in-game trophies for beating each stage, it's like, okay, cool, but there's still going to be trophies for beating the games on certain difficulty levels. And I don't think that those should just be like poo-pooed away because you don't care about them. And your attitude is actually what I think is kind of hurting the trophy ecosystem, because there should be a set of rules about. It's like Nier Automata is always the example that's brought up. How you can actually buy trophies in the game with in-game currency, right? Any trophy you're missing, you can just go buy it, and that's
save scum it too,
right? And that's
enough currency.
That's crazy. That's broken. Yeah. And so too, I remember Celeste was another game where you could get all of the trophies in the game on that like no lose mode, where they just put like platforms under all of the chasms and stuff like that. And so you can just beat, and it's like, well, that sucks. Why would we didn't play the game the same way?
Yeah.
I understand. I want games to be accessible, but the trophy game is a meta game and it's got to be even for all people. So no, I just totally disagree. And I would be shocked if Doom allowed you to earn all of the trophies with the sliders all manipulated to make the game as easy as possible. That is anti-Doom, and that's just I'm confident in saying that's not going to be the way it was. My assumption is that there will be some sort of pop-up when you mess with those being like you're going to disable trophies.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I could see, I don't know, to me, like finishing a stage and getting a trophy for it, like that's not really, to me, what matters really are, I guess, the ability to get the platinum, I guess the ability to get everything, and the fact that there are difficulty specific achievements or trophies that cannot be manipulated. Like if you want to like have all the sliders in Doom the Dark Ages bumped down to 0, I don't really see that big of a deal in getting the trophy for completing the stages, because I don't know, to me that's whatever. To me it's more about like beating the game at this difficulty. That's really more of an accomplishment than finishing a single stage. You know what I mean? Because ultimately you did finish it, so you saw it. Why not get the trophy for it?
Yeah, I think that's a fine. I could split that. Split the difference on that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I mean that's ultimately what I think completing things on difficulties do matter still. And I would hate to see that go away, because that is interesting. Like I think that's like an interesting part of the meta, and to see it go away just because you can manipulate things, I think that would suck. But I'm in agreement that, like, yeah, I mean, you don't need to be a hard ass about the casual ones that everybody's going to get by completing the game anyway.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. as long as you can't spoof like the difficulty level stuff or the platinum trophy, obviously, those are the things I more care about anyway. So yeah, I agree with you there. But disabling trophies for that kind of stuff is very common.
Yeah.
Too. Many games tell you that you're going to disable your trophies if you start putting in cheats or doing anything like that. And I think that that's good. Anything you want to add, Dustin, before we move on?
Yeah, I totally agree. I was thinking about where he said, let all gamers, despite their underlying ability, experience the joy of popping a trophy. And it's like, yeah, absolutely, as you guys were just saying. But it's like, games shouldn't necessarily cater to that level just because we want everyone to have an equal experience. It sucks that there's people that either due to a physical disability or you're just simply not good enough are able to get a trophy. But the games are still designed the way they are for overall, everybody in general, or in the case of a trophy for elite players, for something for them to earn. So if you change that, then you're taking away that joy from the top. So there's definitely a middle ground, as you guys were saying, where it's like still trophies for completing the game, even with different difficulty sliders or whatever. But let the people that compete on that high level have something to earn as well.
Yeah.
Dayton Dykes wrote in. Strong alliteration.
Oh.
Hello, Sacred Bungalows. This question is specifically for Colin, but I'd love to hear everyone's thoughts on it. I am currently a 24-year-old junior in college studying journalism. I'm specifically focusing on entertainment journalism. My biggest dream was to work at IGN growing up just because of the influence it had on me. We all know where IGN is now and where the industry is overall for journalists. What is everyone's biggest tip of advice going forward? It is my dream to talk and write about games and movies. Thanks, guys. I don't know. This is ever evolving. This is why I like answering this question like once a year. It's so interesting. You're 24 and you wanted to write at IGN. It's so interesting to me because it seemed like it was fairly obvious where things were going while you were still young. But I totally get that. Like, I know that there are journalists, up and coming journalists that are inspired to become journalists, the style of which don't really exist anymore. And it's kind of like a hard thing to accept. Like Ted Koppel isn't on fucking TV anymore or whatever. Like whoever you're looking for, it's like, it's just totally different. It's very partisan. It's very new media. It's different. And I don't know that I have advice that's going to be like very uplifting from a traditional stance. And I've said this before. It's like, I just think that you are going after something that was very rare at its height. There were maybe a few thousand people doing it. And now you're trying to get in the world. And now you're trying to get in where maybe a few hundred people do it. And I'm not saying people like us, we're not traditional media anymore, or we never were. And I'm not anymore, but it's, I don't want to say it's a dead end. I just think you need to think of something else that allows you to do this. And the easiest way to do it is also the most frustrating, which is like, you got to just do it yourself, I think. And it's so crowded and it's so competitive and it's so hard to get people to listen to what you have to say. I mean, this show is huge in large part because I already had an audience. If I had to build it from scratch, it would have been possible. We've built shows from scratch and that happens, but there are major advantages built in from coming from that old world while knowing that old world is dead. And so my advice to you is to, and I assume you're already doing this, is to write on your own, to make content on your own. And then hopefully if this is really what you want to do, where you want to follow a traditional path, you end up at one of the places that will allow you to do this. But for every Gene or every person that's still at IGN, I don't even know any of the people there anymore. Well, I guess Ryan, like for every Ryan McCaffrey, there are a lot of people out of work. It's like getting into game dev right now. It's not a great idea, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean that you can't luck into a position. It doesn't mean that you don't graduate from fucking Full Sail and end up at Naughty Dog. I mean, that happens. But the chances are that you're probably not going to end up at any of these places because you're dealing with thousands of unemployed, experienced people that are also looking for jobs. And now you're trying to get into a position where not only are people getting laid off and there's competition, but there's squeeze. There's a musical chair game being played. And I don't know. I feel like I owe it to you to be honest. You gotta lean into something that you can rely on for yourself. I believe micro community is really the way to do it. But it's going to be, dude, it would have been an uphill battle at the top of the game. You walking out of college with a journalism degree in 2005, you probably almost certainly wouldn't have gotten a job. Just based on numbers and how many people were applying for these things. I again, was incredibly lucky. I always say that. Timing, skill, of course, luck. So I don't know if this is too negative of an answer, but I think it's important to be honest. Like, my advice going forward is to make several plans and don't bank on the traditional route of getting a job at one of these places and making that your career, because it's just unlikely. And if you happen to fall into one of those things, man, and you really love it and care about it, hold on to it for dear life, because it's rare. I mean, anyone who's in the industry will tell you that. Am I being too harsh, Dustin?
No, not at all. I think that as far as like biggest tip for advice going forward is that I think even for us being a company of individual creators that come together to create a product, I even think that something like that is not really a viable solution anymore. We obviously survive, and we survive very well thanks to the very dedicated audience, but I still see a lot of people that, and I did the exact same thing. I started a company with my friends, but I think that era, even as short as it was, is over. I think that is all about individual creators and personalities. So my biggest advice, it's like, if the goal is to specifically talk and write about games, is that you have to be a YouTuber. And maybe that involves you writing scripts and reading them that way. But I just don't, when I see upstarts of new or smaller video game websites or video game podcasts or something, I'm like,
game websites. I mean, new video game websites. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah.
Well, I feel like now the podcast market is so, and I know that's not what he's asking about, so a side note, but the podcast market is so flooded and so established now that people have the shows they like, that you coming in as an unknown have almost nothing to offer somebody. Really at all. And I mean, it's very unfortunate because I know there's many people that are aspiring podcasters, but I don't even think it's necessarily possible overall to start a successful podcast without having the back of something else, like a YouTube channel or something like that. Specifically in games, I should say. I just don't know if that's even possible anymore because of how established things are. Even for us, I mean, there's so much competition, even for already established podcasts, because you're asking for a lot of time from people. People only have so many hours. People really don't have enough hours in the week to listen to all the content that we're putting out.
Yeah, people leave the Patreon because they get frustrated that we have too much content.
Right, which is like,
I've never heard of such a thing, but it's true.
I would never expect anybody. I mean, if you want to listen to all the content, great. More power to you. Thank you. But it's not necessarily designed for you to listen to literally everything Last Stand puts out. So anyway, back to the original point. It's like the biggest tip, the biggest advice is that specifically if you want to talk about games, write about games. The future is to be a solo YouTuber, I think, and figure out your voice and figure out the production behind it, just because entertainment journalism as we know it it's not growing. It is only getting smaller as people more and more gravitate towards individual creators.
Yeah, it's been destroyed.
Yeah.
In a way that I don't think websites even destroyed magazines. In some sort of ironic way, the destruction that YouTube and podcasts and video and all of the rest, Twitch, have done to online games media and online media generally is way more destructive actually than what was done to magazines. It's interesting to think about that. Chris, I'm curious what you think as a professional creator.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's I'll try and end it on a lighter note, but I don't disagree with anything that Colin and Dustin have said. However, I do think that success favors the stubborn. in some sense. And I don't know. It's hard for me to recommend going like, diving headfirst into any kind of thing or putting all of your eggs in one basket or all the things. It's always good to diversify. It's always good to learn as many skills as you possibly can, diversify your ability. But I do think luck is a big part of it. But I also do think there's a degree of control over luck too that I think is often shrugged off. I think everybody has the capacity to make their own luck. And what I mean by that is you can't choose how it manifests or like what happens or like how, what, when, why, or when, where, all these things that's up to the universe. But you stumble onto opportunities by going out and doing and communing with people and like making connections and talking to other people and building relationships and professional camaraderies and it's all. That's how I stumbled onto pretty much everything that I've ever stumbled across.
That's why I'm here.
Think, yeah, I mean, it's why
I really did stumble into this through doing random stuff.
Yeah, and dude, I was doing YouTube for free for 8 years before I made any money off of it at all. And that led to the channel and that like I lucked out, but it was also like if I had stopped even 5 years into it, I have no idea what my life would be now. And I would have had every reason to do that. So I do think it's important to have a realistic view of things and how difficult things are going to be. But I also really would recommend just be as stubborn as possible because I do think tenacity is very valuable.
I agree with that.
And yeah, that would be my one piece of advice.
It's well said. I mean, that was where I was going to leave things too, although it's both positive and a negative in that I was so tenacious when I was younger that I don't even recognize that person anymore. Like I wanted things so badly and would do anything to make it happen. And I did. I mean, I really did make it happen. I mean, it's in hindsight, it worked. That's why I'm such a believer that anyone can do anything is just because in some small way I did it. And so why would I be able to do something you wouldn't be able to do? But that's what I was going to say. And it goes back to the negative is like, you got to get used to making things for no one for a while. And you have to just be persistent. I think what stops people from finding success in many cases is, they get discouraged. And that makes sense to me. I mean, if you're putting things out for no one and no one's watching and no one's listening, but you got to like kind of hope to get absorbed into the algorithm and you have to kind of hope to get discovered or people circulate your stuff. And before you know it, I've said this before, and I'm sure we've all witnessed it. It's like I've followed YouTube channels that had 10,000 viewers that are huge now, or 10,000 subscribers. I think about I watched this. I used to watch this one financial guy that makes the rounds now, and I watched him when he was like really small, like irrelevant, and he's massive. Like you just see him all over the place now. And it's like, yeah, these things happen. He was tenacious, he was gifted, and it's good, but I'm not so put off by the competition because the competition is real, but I just think there's so many ways to split the pie in this new paradigm that's like the least of your worries. Because I've said it many times, like our audience this is the smallest audience I've ever made content for, and by far the most money I've ever made in my life. These things aren't necessarily related to each other. You have to find the right community and the right dedication and make the right kind of content for them such that, yeah, I made podcasts for millions of people a month when I was at IGN, but I made nothing doing that. And that's an ephemeral sort of thing you can't grasp. But when you make something for yourself and you make it about your own opinions and those around you and your own identity, and then you can clasp down on that, I think that pie can be cut like a million billion different ways. And I think that there's enough for many people to be fed. I think people get frustrated sometimes because they don't do well in crowdfunding and they don't do well in this and that. And it's like, a lot of it just comes off to how well you execute. Some people are just not that talented. But if you have the talent, you have the education, you have the grit and the determination, and you're willing to roll the dice as many times as possible, just by virtue of math, the more times you roll the dice, the more likely it is it's going to come up to what you want it to be. But it's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of grit. And I honestly don't think it's a great use of time for most people. For you, it might be. because you have this training and this education and it's what you really want. But I think some people are a little too casual about it. And I've said it a million times. When I see the people that we're competing with in the podcast space, some of them are good. Most of them are horrible. Like I don't worry about them at all because they're inconsistent. They just flake. They don't have knowledge. They don't play games. They don't do a lot of them. The serious people are the ones that I worry about. And that level of seriousness requires a lot of time, a lot of dedication, and a lot of risk. And you have to be willing to take that risk. The opportunity cost we always talk about in game dev. How else can you be spending your life right now? This is why I tell people, like, go be a fucking HVAC repairman. Go make 150 grand a year. Have yourself a family. You know,
it's a lot easier to do. It's a lot easier to do jobs that like you would in your mind think are a lot harder. Like I don't know. Like I think about like plumbing and just like, damn, that's a genuinely amazing vocation that pays a shit ton.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I live in a upper middle class-ish neighborhood, but lots of blue collar people that do cabinets, that are plumbers, that are HVAC people. Like it's I'm not saying that that's what you have to do. I'm not even trying to glorify that stuff. I know a lot of people think that the trades are now over glorified in some way. I think they're still under glorified in my own opinion, but especially as someone who has no technical fucking skill whatsoever. I think it's really impressive that people can do those kinds of things and do it with such confidence and do it well. But it's just another way to think about it. Like sometimes it's easy for me to say because I've never really worked a real job since I was a kid and never even applied to a job since I was a teenager. And I've done really well for myself and it worked out, and I appreciate that. And I know that that's lucky and I know that that's rare. But I look around and I worry about the decisions some people are making because I look at it and like, don't you want the risk aversion? Like, don't you want comfort? I was saying this to Micah recently, like robots aren't going to be replacing plumbers anytime soon. I remember when I was a kid, I wasn't because my dad was a blue collar person, but some people would like poop, you found out, oh, his dad's a plumber, or like, and it's like, his dad makes more money than your fucking office sitting dad makes in probably half a year. He probably makes as much money as your dad makes. Like, who's laughing less? But when you're fucking 10, you don't know that. And like, what's so horrible about that anyway? It's actually a really virtuous and great job. So I just look around at these things and I'm like, I think we've overemphasized in some sense the creative arts, but I also think we've overemphasized just humanities. And I say this is someone with a fucking history degree that works in the games industry. So it's like easy for me to say, but that's what I really worry about. That's a greater problem though.
I think it's, you're mentioning the overemphasis and, coming from a position of someone who is doing what he wants to do. So I get that maybe it doesn't hit quite the same way, but it's like, I think there's an overemphasis that you must find the greatest meaning in your life through your work, which I think is not true necessarily. I mean, it can be, but it doesn't have to be.
Well, I think that goes without saying in some sense, in my opinion, too, where it's like, why? I don't find the most meaning out of doing this. The most meaning? That's what, I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, I find more meaning in doing trivial things with my day,
Yeah.
I enjoy doing it. It's lucrative. It's fun. It's what I'm good at. Those are all different things. Right. But I agree with you completely. It's like finding like spiritual meaning. I think what you want is contentness and peace, which is definitely what I have. But I walk around sometimes when I'm like going on my daily walks or like, out and about, and I say it all the time. I look at trees and I'm like, damn, I should have been a botanist. I look at all these things and I'm like, man, I should have done this, or I should have. There's always it's not that the grass is always greener, because I know in my head I will never make as much money and have as much security doing those things. But if you're going for meaning, then I probably should have stayed in college and not left to go to IGN all those years ago. I graduated with my undergrad, as people know, but I left grad school. And it's like, that probably would have been where I found the most meaning. But I also would have been some poor adjunct professor living on 35 grand a year, struggling to make ends meet, worried, and that crumbling the rest of my life. It's a very similar argument to what I make, Dustin, about how I want all of us to work as little as possible. And I mean it. And why I embrace not me, because we don't even work a 4-day work week equivalent, but I embrace like the idea of a 4-day, 32-hour work week. It's like, find if you want to work fucking 70 or 80 hours a week like I used to, you should have the right to do that, and you should do that, and you'll win.
Sure. Yeah.
If you do that, right? Like, you'll win. And you'll make lots of money and you do great. Or at least you'll make the odds better. But it's also okay to find meaning in sustenance and just being, and not defining yourself based on those things. And I've struggled with that a great deal in my life. I define myself as this. And I don't think that that's healthy, because it's not really who I am.
Right.
Anyway, we're getting way deeper than Dayton wrote in. But I think the overall thing is it's all about your tenacity and your risk tension. Knowing that it's likely you will fail is hard. That's true when you strive for anything you want. Unless what you want is like something easy. Who wants anything easy? That's easy to get. Like, if you're applying for a job and 20 other people are applying for the job, you're probably going to lose. That's just the reality of the situation. So if you put out a YouTube video and 100 other people started a YouTube channel this week for games, the most tenacious will win. I think Chris was right there. All right. Nick Vu wrote in, said, hey guys, you might have covered this before, but I can't remember. How do games cost as much as they do? Take Naughty Dog, for example, in The Last of Us Part 2. It says on the line they employ 400 plus people. Let's just call it 450. The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million to develop over the course of about 5 to 6 years. Is that entire cost from payroll? And if so, how does Call of Duty operate? Apparently, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War cost $700 million, and it came out the same year as Part 2. How could that possibly cost more than double? Could you break down the cost of these games to give me and the audience a better understanding of how things could balloon out of control like they have? Thanks for all you guys do, and love all the content. So typically when anything's budgeted, and this is just an assumption based on the numbers you're talking about, but this is how it works, is it's not just about headcount cost, but you have to also factor in. So let's say a studio is 100 people and they all work on the same game. Part of the budget is the building they're in, the rent for the building, keeping it up, supplying it with food, all of that kind of stuff counts as a development budget. Very similar to when you go to a movie set, part of the budget of a movie is like craft services. That's like in the budget, so it really is headcount plus cost to the company to have you there. So what is your division of the electricity? What is your division of, and these things aren't all known to a penny. These are often prognosticated years ahead of time, which is why budgets change so much. But you have to kind of figure out how much the total cost of operating is to get this game from stem to stern out the door, above and beyond just your headcount cost, which is the substantial part of the cost of the game, but it's not all of it. You have to bake in, for instance, if you work with a publisher and the publisher's on the other side of the country and you have to send your producers there every 2 months and they come and visit you and you have to put people up and you give them a per diem and all the kind of stuff. That stuff is also in the budget. And games have gotten bloated because the people that do the high, I said this actually recently, that like there are people working on, let's say Intergalactic. Not many, but there are people working on that game that are making more in 1 year than it costs to make Twisted Metal 1 on PS1. And the reason for that is because everything is so specialized and the talent is so high. And the irony, especially and you learn more about this if you know more about game dev, is the irony is in programming and engineering specifically, that so these people can make so much money not making games, but going and working some boring ass software job somewhere or having some steady work, you leveraging their skills outside of games, that they get paid an enormous amount of money to keep them steady. So the cost of these games goes up because of time, because of the complexity of the games, the expectations of high quality, and the talent that's required to make high quality games. And the level of talent between studios is enormous. It's not an insult. It's just to say like the level of talent at, I don't know, Studio X and Studio Y can be radically different, reflected in the amount of money they're spending in, say, the same amount of time. So that's how it's gotten all so expensive. And I did see that Cold War number bouncing around. I mean, it's just more evidence that what I've been saying about game costs is true. I mean, people were delusional about it to begin with. But if you think a game that came out 5 years ago can cost that much money, now I'm sure that money, the count in that money is advertising. There's no way they spent that much money on making it. But I would imagine that game could have cost. I mean, you have 3 teams, 3 AAA teams, plus all your contractors working on it at one time, right? 400 million. something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All of them in California, most of them, some of them in Wisconsin, some of them overseas. So yeah, that's how it basically breaks down. But yeah, you can't divide the number by, like, you can't divide the budget by the workforce by the years spent, because it won't come out to the right number, but it will come out to something approaching it. And then and then everything else is kind of like filling it in, the last 20% or whatever. All right. Diddy Dong's Quest wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, with Akira Toriyama's passing last year, do you think Dragon Quest should continue with his art style after 12? Personally, I'm not a fan of Toriyama imposter art like we saw with Dragon Quest Ball Super manga. I think it would be cool if they passed the torch to a comparatively popular manga artist such as Oda of One Piece fame. What say you?" I am interested in even what 12 is going to look like. Actually, we haven't seen anything from it that would indicate that they are definitely going to go in that direction. And they've talked about how it's going to be a grittier and more adult and darker Dragon Quest, which again doesn't sound like Dragon Quest. So I don't know what the purpose of that even is, but I'm open-minded to it. These announcements were, of course, made years before Toriyama died. So it's not like they were doing it in a reflection of him not being able to work on the game. But I fear that Dragon Quest, because their Dragon Quest stories are interconnected story-wise on a trilogy basis, as we know, but they're really deeply interconnected visually. And I wonder if you interrupt that, if that's a bad idea. But I also feel like they're about to do it anyway. And you say after 12, like, I still think it's possible that 12 looks markedly different. So what do you think, Dustin?
I think that with there being 11 plus Dragon Quest games with all the spin-offs, a visual style, language, whatever you want to say, is very well developed at this point. And so, sure, I think there's definitely going to be something that's missing from future games that Akira Toriyama, unfortunately, with his passing, will no longer be involved in. But I just feel like there's so much to pull from that you can emulate that style in perpetuity. I think there probably will be evolutions, particularly mentioning 12, like what's that going to look like? I think that completely changing would be a bad decision just because we've established what Dragon Quest looks like. So I don't see it changing. And I just got to say too about this idea of Oda doing it. Absolutely not. Oda is too busy with One Piece to do anything else. Don't take him away from that. And I think that that would be such a drastic change.
I definitely wouldn't want it to look like that personally. So yeah.
No, yeah. I would look when One Piece is wrapped up, if Oda partnered up with, any Japanese company, whether it's Square or someone else, to make a game like that, where it's like, we're going to use this art style and create something new. Cool. That would be awesome. But there's too much tradition with Dragon Quest to change it. So keep it the same and maybe iterate here and there. I think that's fine too. I'm curious about this imposter art that we saw that he mentions here with Dragon Ball Super manga. I've never seen the manga for that. So I'm wondering if it is gross, but that's a whole different thing, So maybe they'll do a good job. Maybe they won't.
Also, the imposter stuff is only so far as you don't find people that can do it right. There are probably people that draw like Toriyama even better than Toriyama, and I know that sounds crazy because it's a design aesthetic, but the thing that bothers me about it is Dragon Quest is supposed to be differentiated from Final Fantasy and that it's supposed to be the same. I mean, that's the way I've always read it since I was a kid. Final Fantasy is always different. So you're always going to get different graphical styles, always different. Chris is going to get a package, by the way. Different graphical styles, different color aesthetics, and even graphical types, 2D, 3D, whatever. I just feel like the way they introduced Dragon Quest 12 indicates something about it. Even the logo is dark and weird. But I don't want to spoil Dragon Quest 11. Dragon Quest 11 is pretty dark. So I don't want to say they don't get dark, but it's always in that cartoony kitty aesthetic that I think is very familiar. God, I don't know when they're going to show that game. It was announced years ago.
Yeah.
All right. Final inquiry. We get back to what I was wanting to not talk about earlier so that I wouldn't spoil it. Andy wrote in, said, "Hey, CDC, when was the golden age of video games? For me, a 34-year-old dude, it was 1998 to 2009. I have so many great memories of the N64, Dreamcast, PS2, and Xbox 360. During that time, we saw huge jumps in graphics, new IP, and just awesome games in that era. I've been chasing the dragon ever since. I struggle with this a lot. And this is what I was saying about earlier. Is like the generation in which I had the most wonder was when I was smaller, when I was a kid. Really, the NES, SNES generations will never be beat because of who I was at the time and how immersed I was in these games and how obsessed I was with them and how it all began this track that I'm still on today. But the golden era seems to be now in some sense. And I guess what I mean by that is it's not necessarily about the cumulative, how do I put this? Cumulative game releases are so crushing that you will never, ever, ever, ever get to play it all. However, movies there are a billion of them, especially if you go into all these streaming services and stuff now. But you could keep up with it. You could see the relevant things. It doesn't require so much of you. The experience hasn't really changed. And because I think you experience things as they come more easily, you're able to say like, this was the golden era of film, or this was when the best films were made, or my favorite films come from this era. Where in games, I feel like I'm discovering things so much later, not by virtue of not being around, but because I just never got around to it. That I have this cross-year, cross-generation, cross-decade look at games where I'm like, it feels like it's just getting better and better because everything's stacking up. And since you so much of you is required, I mean, I can play 30 to 40 games a year at most. There are 20,000 a year released. Maybe 1,000 of them would be relevant to me if I even knew about them and wanted to play them. Before you know it, years blend into other years, generations blend into other generations. I will say the one thing that I agree with people more and more is that this seems to be an underwhelming generation, not only from first and second party in some respect, as some people have said, but just from some new things, like what is new. But I just feel like I'm also more content than ever because there's just so much. And it makes it hard for me to more objectively look at like, what was the best era? I don't know. Then I just tap into nostalgia and then the same things win over and over again. So I don't know if that answer makes any sense. It's a very unsatisfying answer, but it's really how I feel, that it just gets better because we have all of that shit. And I haven't even played half of it because how could I have? I don't know. Do you agree, Dustin?
Yeah, I do agree. And I feel like there's different ways we can frame the question. Like, I guess, what does a golden age mean in some way? Are we talking about the sheer amount of innovation going on, the quality of the games? And then, of course, you mentioned the personal level of like what the level of wonder and fascination that you had at that moment.
Well, right. So, because he says like he's been chasing that dragon ever since. It's like, I'll be chasing the dragon of being 10 years old and 8 years old playing the NES or whatever for the rest of my life.
Absolutely.
It's really not about the quality of the games. It's about the time. So it's hard for me to separate and divorce those two things.
I think that if I'm answering this question in my particular way of viewing it, right? Because we were saying how there's all these different ways you can answer it. I feel like a way of looking at a golden age of gaming is thinking about like the PS2 generation to the PS3 generation, where you think about the beginning where it's like, wow, PS2, look at the innovation in graphics, the quality of the games, the more cinematic nature of the games, the level of interactivity, and then moving into that generation after with PS3, Xbox 360, and how it evolved through online, what the device can do. And for me personally, that was the age where it was like, man, this is getting so much better. I have so much time to play games, and I actually can afford some of the ones that I want now, and being able to just be fully immersed in it. So in one way, that's like, that era is like the golden age for me. But when we're looking at the context of what you were saying earlier, it's like, yeah, now, dude, games are so available. They're so cheap in many different ways, whether it's a subscription service. You talk all the time. It's like, man, if PlayStation Plus or Game Pass existed when I was a kid, it would be amazing. You can't even imagine something like that in the context of where we were at the time. So it's like, man, that's awesome. The graphical fidelity of these games, like, yeah, maybe now is the golden age, but as you said, it does feel like a cop-out answer.
Yeah, I mean, it is a cop-out answer. It's just when I think about It's like, what are the best 25 films of the year? Did you watch them? And it's like, yeah, you could watch them all in the equivalent amount of time that I would play games in about 2 or 3 weeks. That's, I guess, the point I'm trying to make is that it's just impossible to keep up, and thus it's why I don't like Game of the Year stuff. I do it because we're doing it on Summon Sign and stuff now, but it just all goes back to this. It's just hard to narrow it all down. When I look at the games I play, most of them are just not even from this year because I'm just so busy with things that are of the past. That's probably why I'm so many people are disenchanted right now, and I'm not, because I'm just not even present in some sense. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, even just looking at all the games that I'm playing right now are not from this year at all, even slightly. Even in their most recent forms, it's like, Medieval, Mafia, Ninja Gaiden 2, Black, like these are old games, but like I'm kind of rediscovering them and playing them some of them for the first time, some of them again. I think availability is in its golden age right now. Like never before we've never had this much availability to video games ever. Not only just through Game Pass and things like that from an affordability standpoint, but just again, the sheer number of things that are being brought forward, and theoretically, if all holds, will persistently be here for good. Not like the PS3 where it was a lot more bespoke. That's amazing. It's amazing that we're getting like Legacy of Kain not only in the remastered form, but like you can play the original Blood Omen on PS5 right now. Like that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's great. The availability of that is amazing, but I don't know, in my view, like the golden age of video games, it's when you think about the golden age of cinema, it's like you can have an era of films that like these are where my favorite films come from or whatever. And I think that's a valid conversation to have, but I also feel like there's a conversation to be had about like the industry and the state of the world at these times, like what is at play socially, what is at play from an industry perspective. And I feel like, in my view, I feel like the golden age was easily, I think the 2000s were really that time, because I think you got to see improvement on a graphical fidelity, on a graphical standpoint, and on performance standpoint, orders of magnitude more than you will ever see again. You had an industry that was kind of thriving. You had games that were expensive, but like that didn't break the bank. You had games that were long, but they didn't last forever. They were ephemeral. They came out at a reasonable pace. You had innovations in hardware that were kind of unreal. We talked earlier about just like the PS2 to the PS3 and the Xbox to the Xbox 360. It's like, dude, and I've said this before, and it's very much a broken record for me, but your relationship with your console has not changed since the 360 or the PS3. Like that is the machine that established like what the cadence is now, and just downloading demos for free and all of this stuff. Game Informer was still very big and very prominent and very well done, and just all of this stuff kind of culminates into like this point where like multiplayer games could exist and be fun and not be overbalanced to hell and not be nickel and dimed in the way that they are now. It's like there's something, availability is amazing now. Like and the quality of games that we're getting now are kind of amazing. I look at Red Dead Redemption 2 and I'm like bewildered by it still to this day. It's amazing. But then I look at other things where I look at like $20 skins, and I look at 7-year development cycles, and I'm like, I don't know if now is the golden age of games so much as it is the golden age to get. This is the best time to get into it because so much is available to you with so little required of you that like you'd be dumb not to try it. But there was a feel from 2002 to maybe 2008, 2010 maybe latest, where this was an interesting space to be. The DS and how crazy that was, and the PSP, playing a PS2 game in your pocket is crazy. And for the time differentiating of those machines, it's nuts that there was only like a handful of years between them. I don't know, man. That's a very special generation. I know that coincides a lot with like nostalgia for sure. But I was mesmerized by games in the late 90s and the early 2000s before I would even argue that this golden age even started. Like I was mesmerized by Crash Bandicoot, and I was mesmerized by Spyro the Dragon. I was like medieval mesmerized. I was like, what the fuck I didn't even understand what was happening on my screen. I didn't understand that there was there were companies putting these things together or like building these things. Like as far as I knew, I was like looking at magic happening. But even as I got to more understanding it more, it's like I really do feel like that PS2 to PS3, Xbox 360 was like something that like we'll never see again, and that's what makes it kind of like incredibly special.
Yeah, yeah, well
and
said.
Nuts.
Well said. It's a good question, and it's an open-ended one. I'm sure a lot of people will have different answers. And again, I do agree that my answer is a bit of a cop-out. But if that's not the answer, then it's going to be when I'm a kid. So, and that's just boring. All right, that's all we have for this episode of Sacred Symbols of PlayStation Podcast. It was a good one. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone as we part and go our separate ways for now. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well. Have a good rest of your day.
I shall. I'm gonna be cooking for the rest of the week. I'm trying to meal prep more reliably. So I'm gonna cook a bunch of chicken. I can put in pasta and sandwiches throughout the rest of the week. So I'm excited for that. I like cooking. I just don't. I don't know. Sometimes I just don't feel like I have the time, and it's like daunting and like all the dishes and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's annoying. I like to cook too. I love cooking actually, and I cooked for most of my adult life, but my wife makes it unnecessary now. So I just don't cook at all anymore, which is nice. Although it is fun. It is a fun thing to do, to put things together.
Sometimes.
Yeah, if you're in the mood. Yeah. To do it out of necessity is much less fun than doing it because you're passionate about it. Dustin, goodbye to you. Be well. Talk to you soon.
Goodbye. Tonight's Severance night, so I'm very excited about that. It's nice too. This is, let's see, 2 weeks ago, I was editing 2 episodes on a Thursday night because of the Jaffe. Then last week was the Xbox event where I was doing 2 in a row. So I've just got 1 tonight. So I'm going to edit this Severance night. Holly's making a nice dinner. Then just roll into the weekend with no plans. That's fun. Last 2 weekends I was, at the Final Fantasy Orchestra. And then this past weekend was the One Piece one, which was awesome, by the way. I know you guys were wondering. It was a great time. So just going to take it easy for a little bit. But yeah, this was fun.
Cool, man. Yeah, thank you guys for your time today. Good to see you. Hope all else is well in your lives and everyone out there is doing well too. Appreciate your love and support here on Sacred Symbols, whether you listen on free feeds or support us on Patreon, like more than 13,000 of you do on patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do it without you, without your monthly subscriptions. We will disappear into the ether and never come back again. So thank you for your support and your love. Laststandmedia.store for merch if you want to check that out as well. Shipped from these here United States. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.